Welcome to the tribe's square, a half-ruined old settlement with a wolf pelt hanging over the gate like a warning sign. Down in that square, a gang of men have someone cornered, cackling as they close in. "Let me touch her first," one sneers. The girl they've cornered is shaking, silver hair a mess, eyes blazing with fear and fury as a filthy hand reaches for her. She screams it loud enough to shake the ruins, "Don't touch me." Cut to somewhere else entirely. A white-haired guy jolts awake, totally disoriented like he just got yanked out of a dead sleep. He bolts upright. Who's shouting? Somebody's scream just ripped him straight out of whatever he was doing. Back in the square, things go sideways fast. Someone yelps mid-sentence like they just got bitten, literally. Turns out the helpless girl was playing dead the whole time and just sank her teeth into her captor. "Kill her," he shrieks. And somehow our sleepy guy from before is already staring right at this chaos, utterly lost. What's going on? He's standing in a doorway watching a whole crowd, cat ears, blue hair, pink hair, the works, pile onto someone in the dirt. They toss the girl in pink aside like garbage. Just a mere slave, one spits like that excuses any of this. As she crumples to the ground, they jeer that she's full of tricks. No wonder some guy named Lai Yuani supposedly can't stand her. Word is this girl belongs to Lai Yuani and he treats her worse than his own pigs and dogs. Even a saint would snap under that. Someone even brags, "Isn't that right? I don't treat my slaves like this." Meanwhile, our confused guy is having a much bigger realization. Wait, did he just transmigrate into a novel? That bullied slave girl in the clearing? She's Kfu, one of the actual female leads of the novel he's apparently been sucked into. The villainous heroines are obsessed with me. He faked being sick and skipped class for 3 days straight just to binge that book, and now here he is living it. Kfu is even cuter in person, he admits, and yeah, we're already a little worried about him. Then it hits him, he's not just in the story, he's possessing the body of its most infamous scumbag. Before he can process it, someone shoves an item into his hands. "Here, take this." It's a club. His buddy grins and says the runaway slave's been caught red-handed. Now it's his turn to deal with her himself. Great, he just remembered this exact character, the one whose body he's stuck in, dies only 3 days into the story. Are you kidding him right now? Before he can even panic properly, something flickers behind his own eyes like a switch just got flipped. Light floods his vision, wind and static crackling around him like the world itself is rebooting. A voice cuts straight into his skull. "Hello host, my humble. Surname is Du, given name Du Ding. As your system, I'm very pleased to meet you." Cool, a system, sure, why not? Du Ding welcomes him to the world of the novel, promising plot guidance, and since the story's already rolling, it's keeping the intro brief. "You have become the canon fodder male character, Lai Yuani, and your goal is to wait," he interrupts. "Did you just say canon?" No time for jokes though, the system cuts to the point. Every villainess in this story has a corruption value, and if any of them hits 5 stars, he dies. Instantly. And right now, club still in hand, he's standing right over the very girl the system just warned him about. The system practically screams at him, "Female lead number 1's corruption is spiking and fast. If you don't act now, you die this instant," the system warns right as someone snaps him back to reality. "Lai Yuani, what are you spacing out for?" One of the bullies steps up with a smug grin ready to show off. "Watch my performance, buddy," nobody asked. He makes good on it and grabs her hard. Kfu chokes out a muffled cry as he yanks her toward him. That's it, Lai Yuani is done just watching. He explodes. "What are you doing?" One punch later, the bully's flying and Lai Yuani's declaring war on the whole group. "I'd like to see who else dares bully her." That's when a whole new player struts in, a sharp-eyed woman with wild green hair radiating "don't test me" energy. Roar, indeed. The crowd can't believe their eyes. He's actually protecting Kfu. Yeah, everyone's just as confused as you are right now. Except the system is losing it. The corruption value isn't dropping, it's spiking faster than ever. "I'm protecting her, why is she still getting corrupted?" Turns out good intentions don't automatically translate around here. He facepalms hard enough to bruise. "Damn, I'm so stupid." The guy whose body he's wearing spent years abusing Kfu, so of course sudden kindness looks suspicious, like he's plotting something even worse. New plan needed, stat. So he flips the script completely. My woman is mine to deal with, why would I need you bastards to interfere, all of you? Get lost, the crowd actually buys it. Knew it, one mutters. Lai Yuani hasn't changed, he's just jealous. Works every time, apparently. As they slink off muttering that the slave girl's really going to suffer now, he fires one last warning their way. Stay away from her, whether she lives or dies, that's for me to decide. Fu just stares at him afterward, silent, clearly not buying the whole possessive jerk act for a second. Whatever she does next catches him totally off guard. She just tilts her head with the faintest, sharpest little smirk. Oh, she's clever, this one's going to be trouble. He keeps the act going loud and rough. Hurry up and get your ass home, all bark and you already know it. The system chimes in, almost relieved the corruption value has finally stopped climbing. Fu, still fully in character, snaps back anyway, dawdling around. You think I'm patient? He keeps up the gruff front out in public, then quietly pours something out in private, the mask slipping just a little. Turns out the scumbag act has its limits. He's actually tending to her wounded hand himself, careful and gentle when nobody else is watching. Fu goes quiet, clearly turning something over in her head about the guy who's supposed to be her worst enemy. Not everyone's convinced though, and somewhere in the crowd, someone's already muttering that this Lai Yuani is looking quite different these days. The square empties out, gossip trailing behind like smoke, and Lai Yuani's messy new life as a marked man is only just getting started. Right from the jump, someone in this house is barking orders, keep up, or she's getting her legs broken. Yeah, hey, welcome to the Lai family, warm and fuzzy, right? There he is, the so-called young master, jaw clenched, dragging his new pet along like she's just cargo. But look at that face. That's not annoyance, that's guilt he's trying real hard to hide. Up close, she's a mess, split lip, barely holding it together, just gasping for air. This girl has clearly been through it. Every step she takes looks like it hurts, and yet he keeps glancing back at her. Not exactly the move of a guy who doesn't care. He finally lets her rest and just sighs. She's pitiful too, he admits to himself. So much for the tough guy act. Her legs are scraped raw, her dress torn at the hem. Whatever she went through before today, it left plenty of marks. And then total tonal whiplash. Ha ha ha, let this young master save you properly. Never change, buddy. Turns out our boy's got a system running in his head, 10 starter points and a whole shop menu. So this entire harem rescue mission is basically a video game quest. He gripes about the prices like it's a mobile game, hitting him with a first-time recharge offer. Relatable, honestly. He settles for the cheapest outfit on the shelf, and somewhere she reacts with a very unimpressed oi. Budget shopping, my dude. The system drops a hint. This is payback for how somebody named Kfu got treated, and he's been watching his sleeping guest for 3 straight days, worried sick. Finally, a stir. Her eyes flutter open after 3 long days out cold. The system practically screams it. She's awake. Meet villainess number 2, groggy, gorgeous, and clearly confused about where she is. He lets out a massive sigh of relief. 3 days of watching and waiting, and it finally pays off. He's already got soup ready, telling her to drink it up while it's hot. Suspiciously thoughtful for a supposed villain. She just stares at him, completely stunned. This is not the treatment she was bracing for. Meet Lai Yuani, and right on cue, the system smacks her with a warning. Don't you dare break character. Guess everyone in this house is playing a part. He forces the issue, coughing out orders. Drink it whether she wants to or not. His mask slips for a second, rain-streaked and furious. I don't want anyone dying in my house, hurry up. Underneath the bark, that's real fear. Wang Kai's the one holding the bowl now, playing the villain on his orders, snarling about her worthless life if she doesn't drink. Lai Yuani chokes it down, glaring, silently daring them to try anything else. TCH, what bad luck, she mutters, stuck at his side with an empty bowl and 0 good options. But her thoughts turn dark fast. She blames herself for getting him knocked out, certain that when he wakes up she won't survive what comes next. She's not being dramatic either. If I could just die cleanly, that would be fine, she thinks, bracing for real torture with her powers sealed and useless. Gagged and desperate, she seriously considers ending things herself rather than face whatever's coming. He shuts that thought down hard. Get that out of your head. If you die, I'll drag your corpse out and whip it anyway. brutal words, but notice he's also just handed her a full bowl of food. New scene, new problem. He's now facing down a massive green snake. Tossing it clothes and food like this is a completely normal Tuesday. Something is watching from the shadows, unimpressed. Still as vicious as ever, doesn't seem like he's changed at all. The snake dissolves into swirling light, mid-transformation. And out steps villainous number 3, sharp eyes, green hair, and clearly not someone to underestimate. She can't shake the feeling that the guy in front of her isn't who he used to be. Something changed and she's trying to figure out what. Still, she reasons it out. As long as he keeps mistreating Kfu like always, she's got an opening to work with. Her mind drifts to gentler days, a simple okay and a memory that clearly means more to her than she'll admit. The flashback lingers. Someone once called her Jenny and asked her to go pick fruit together. Simple, sweet, and a world away from where she is now. Back with Catgirl number 1 and she's getting mocked hard, shabby clothes, garbage picker jokes, the works. Rough crowd in this house. Hurry up and change, don't disgrace the Lai family name, comes the order. Because apparently appearances are everything here. Then it's eat every bite or I'm pouring it over your head. Charming dinner conversation. Backstage, the system quietly ticks up his corruption meter. He's stressing too, being harsh isn't working, so why is she still so hard to please? The system just deadpans back, no, you're not harsh. Turns out she still thinks the food is poisoned. He's left wondering just how badly her old owner treated her to leave her guard up this high. She spots a hidden chicken leg in her soup, genuinely surprised. He snaps back, all bark, you think you deserve to eat chicken legs. He grabs one for himself too, grumbling that it tastes great but looking at her ruins his appetite. Sure, buddy, we believe you. This young master really does not want to see you, he barks, slamming something down for effect. All theater, zero bite. She just flinches, tail lashing, totally caught off guard by the outburst. Cut to the real result of all that yelling. She's curled up happily, stuffing her face, hearts practically floating around her head. Tough love, Lai family style. It is dead silent in this creepy old room, just one lone spear propped in the corner like bad news waiting to happen. Then bam, we cut to her face and she is not okay, tears everywhere, this cracked kind of laugh escaping her mouth. She just completely loses it, full on bawling. Whatever just happened to her, it hit hard. Cut to a torn photo of her tucked away in his pocket, and get this, a system pings inside our guy's head. Host, Kfu's corruption value just dropped for the first time, congrats. Turns out somebody is running a full-on villainous rescue side quest. Our narrator got dropped into a 6 million word novel as the exact same named scumbag who tortured 7 villainesses in the original story. His reaction is pure disgust, the author's a pervert too, gross. Meanwhile, Kfu can't even make out her own reflection in the water, and she mutters that she must really be garbage if she can't even remember her own face. Turns out our guy has the exact same problem, he can't see his own face either. The system says it's because he speed skipped his own 52-word character description in 0.6 seconds flat, didn't even bother learning what he looks like. He scoffs, who's got time to read about background canon fodder characters. Then the system casually drops that his in-story setting is literally the guy who does not shower for 3 months straight. Yikes. So step 1, obviously he strikes a deal and grabs himself some actual shower supplies, priorities. While he's at it, he spots a cheap 1-point medical kit in the shop and tosses that on the pile too. The system's totally fine with it. Turns out anything he buys from this shop is his to keep forever. And he just floats there under the night sky, soaking in how generous that is. Next he's checking in on dinner, and yep, his masked buddy already dropped a meal off half an hour ago. Somewhere in the dark, someone's basically being fed like an animal and he figures she should be about finished by now. Cold way to put it, considering what he's actually planning. Fu is a wreck at that table, shaking, sweating, barely holding it together. He grumbles that she's taking forever to eat, then remembers, oh right, she's still hurt, that's probably slowing her down. He orders her to sit back down and finish her food, playing the strict tyrant like always. Then comes the threat, if his dog leaves any food behind, she'd better remember exactly what happens next. Total villain energy on the surface anyway. Cut to a softer little moment, the two of them just sitting together eating, and okay, it's weirdly kind of sweet under all that creepy skull decor. In the dark, he's working on her and she braces herself, certain he's invented some brand new way to torture her. He grabs her attention hard, look at me, and for a second it almost feels less like cruelty and more like he actually cares. She's convinced he's poisoning her again, muttering that he really is still the same rotten lie Yuani from before. Girl has no idea. He plays it up, telling her of course it hurts, it's supposed to. But his masked buddy quietly points out there's 0 point, explaining it's just disinfectant, easier to let her keep thinking he's torturing her. Back at it with the tough guy act, barking at her to keep eating and don't you dare stop. Then he demands her other injured hand too, still playing the merciless tyrant while he patches her up. His rule, apparently every single injury has to sting once before it heals. Brutal bedside manner, weirdly effective treatment. And there it is, Kfu finally clocks it. What he's been putting on her wounds this whole time was actual medicine, not poison. She scrambles after him, yelling for him to wait. She looks around, confused. Wait, isn't this actually his room? Yep, he gave up his own bed for her and now he's outside freezing, sneezing his head off in a blanket, muttering it'll all be worth it. Absolute simp behavior, but hey, we respect the dedication. His plan, when she wakes up and realizes her wounds actually healed overnight, she'll finally understand he wasn't torturing her at all. That should tank her corruption score big time. Then the system finally breaks down the actual rules. 2 scores are running here, corruption and affection. Hit a 5 on corruption and she's fully turned evil, hit a 5 on affection and he's fully won her over instead. Every 3,000 points banked equals 1 full degree, but his shopping spree already burned through some of his starting 10, he's down to 7. Still, he's feeling good, figures being this nice to Kfu locks the win in for tomorrow. Kfu snaps back with a loud MHM, that's true, and honestly that look on her face says this is about to go somewhere nobody saw coming. Then we get slammed with a full-on horror movie scream, and yeah, that is exactly the kind of cliffhanger that means we need the next chapter immediately. Our guy is sitting there stunned, convinced he earned like a 90 out of 100 for what he pulled off yesterday, and somehow the point counter reads a big fat 0. His system pipes up, promising they have made real progress the last 2 days and that locking down someone called Kfu is coming soon. Dude actually stops to sniff himself, and yep, it is bad. Turns out this body has not seen soap in what feels like a decade. He rips his shirt open to check the damage and it clicks. The original owner was such a slob that of course the points were not coming in. Turns out pretty girls are not into stinky guys. Groundbreaking science. So he throws on his best smug grin and decides he is fixing this the old-fashioned way. Full glow up incoming. 1 trip to grab some soap actually earns him a whole point on the tracker. This whole system runs on a very literal pay-to-win economy. While he is scrubbing years of grime off, someone is peeking through the door and by the look on her face, she was not ready for this glow up. That someone is Kfu and she does a double take so hard the flower petals practically freeze in midair. Squeaky clean stranger, who even are you? He fully leans into it, giving her the full smolder and fishing hard for a compliment. Subtle, dude. But instead of swooning, she bolts backward like he is radioactive, and somewhere his system starts screaming that her corruption meter just spiked again. He is genuinely offended. He cleaned up, he thinks he is at least above average now, and the numbers keep climbing the wrong way anyway. System panic mode, her corruption is still ticking up and it wants a fix right now. His genius theory, if some gorgeous stranger threw herself at him out of nowhere, he would assume she was after his kidneys too. Whatever he is about to try next, the look on his face says it is going to be a little unhinged. Turns out Plan B is just yelling at her about her outfit. Real smooth. He snaps at her for still wearing rags after he supposedly gave her new clothes. She barely reacts and that somehow makes him madder. He complains that her gloomy little face is basically a curse to look at. Then he really goes for it, accusing her of dressing like a mess just to make the whole Lai family look cheap in front of everyone. Even he has to admit it, her trauma runs way deeper than a bad outfit could ever explain. She eyes him warily, careful not to give anything away while he is still barking about the clothes like that is the real problem here. She just deflects completely. Forget the outfit, she says, she should really go cook dinner. And he cannot help himself, insulting her cooking on top of everything else. A dog would not even finish it, he says. Then he benches her from the kitchen entirely, telling her to just sit at home and think about what she has done. That whip sitting in frame is not exactly subtle. He storms off complaining that he used his best looks and still did not earn her so much as half an affection point. Rough day to be him. Later, curiosity gets the better of her and she creeps back to peek at what he is up to. What she finds looks bad. Him standing there in the dark holding a wooden plank, and for a second it looks like her worst fears are about to come true. Turns out it is not what it looks like. In a rare quiet moment she admits the truth. She is a runaway slave who left her old master for dead, and getting caught for that could have meant a beating straight to death. Looking down at her hand, she realizes something small but huge. If he really wanted to punish her, he could have. This wound is actually healing better than yesterday's ever did. Her little inner devil is not having it though, screeching that just because her usual bully skipped a beating today does not mean he suddenly cares. She talks herself right back into panic mode. People do not just change overnight, and as far as she is concerned, the Lai family has never produced a decent person in their lives. So she locks back in, vowing not to fall for it, while her little devil cheers her on to stay suspicious of absolutely everything he does. Then mid-step, something makes her freeze dead in her tracks. Meanwhile, he is still coping, telling himself maybe tonight she will finally put on the pretty outfit, cheer up, and let those affection points roll in. Even his own system sounds unconvinced. Nope, the system drops the bad news that her corruption value just jumped again, and he reacts like he just got struck by actual lightning. Flat on the floor, he is ready to rage quit the whole mission, groaning that women and petty men are officially the hardest things in this world to deal with. And that is exactly where this chapter leaves him. We open cold, a girl in fishnets pinned to the bed, a shadowy woman looming over her with a nasty smirk. This does not look good. In struts a fanged, silver-haired stranger dripping menace. It's your unlucky day running into me, he growls, then promises her a quick painless death if she behaves. Yikes. Record scratch? Same guy now grinning ear to ear and licking his finger like he just nailed an audition. How was that, he asks. Was my performance just now vicious enough? Turns out the whole villain routine was just practice. His tiny chibi self is thrilled, screaming that it was more than enough, while his exhausted stand-in flops over groaning about how much effort goes into this behind the scenes. He hypes up his little system buddy, doubting for one more round. Let's do this for the sake of survival, because apparently rehearsing villain lines is a matter of life and death around here. Cut to real time. He comes storming back home yelling that he's back and demanding to know where everyone went, already annoyed before anyone's even answered. A cat-eared girl peeks out timidly from the doorway. I'm here, she manages, clearly bracing for whatever mood he's in today. He shoves an outfit at her and snaps, asking if she doesn't like the clothes he picked. She stammers that's not it at all, cutting herself off before she can finish. He clocks a fresh wound and turns cheap instead of caring, snapping that if she reopens her injuries gathering firewood, he'll just have to spend money treating her again. Her mood visibly cracks. Framed by roaring flames, he orders her to go get herself thoroughly cleaned up for him. Classic tyrant energy, minus any actual warmth. She agrees fast, tears welling up, and admits to herself she'd actually let herself hope this Lai Yuani had changed. Nope. Same guy, same cruelty, apparently. She repeats it to herself like a punch to the gut. He'll never change, never. A quiet moment that stings more than any of his insults. He all but shoves the wash basket into her hands and barks at her to hurry up and go already. And of course, he can't resist twisting the knife, sneering that other people's slaves are hotter, bolder, way more his type, and that nobody would even bother looking at her anyway. Cold. Really cold. Even his own system chimes in from the sidelines, low-key roasting him. Host, your creepiness doesn't seem like an act. Ouch, from your own AI too. He barks at her to hurry up already while his chibai side just cackles. Is that so? Is that so? Like he's enjoying this a little too much. Alone now, she quietly repeats that he's telling her to bathe, nerves creeping in as she starts untying her sash. She sinks into the water, cat ears drooping, clearly bracing herself for whatever comes after. While she spirals wondering what tonight might mean, he's actually panicking in private, muttering that just one villainess is already this much work and the other 6 definitely will not go easier. Worse, he can't let any of them find out about the others yet. He grips his head, groaning that this is a genuine life or death question. While his system deadpans that sigh to maintain world peace, he supposes he has no choice but to step up. He complains the whole point of getting sucked into a book was supposed to be using cheats to look cool, not becoming a full-time simp. His system reframes it: land all 7 female villains and he'll have the 7 strongest fighters in the world on his side. Now that's a flex worth bragging about. He talks himself into it. Fine, being a simp is just part of the journey because he's got a much bigger goal in mind. Later that night she calls out that she's finished washing, her voice small against the dark. He glances over and she just about melts into an awkward little under his stare. Dressed up in something new, she nervously asks if it looks strange on her. He's unfazed and already planning the next round: nurse outfit, police uniform, yoga clothes. He wants to see it all. She just stands there wondering if he's simply impossible to satisfy. He announces he's heading to bed and orders her to stand guard over him while he sleeps like a proper bodyguard for her so-called master. She just blinks out an "oh." Then comes the warning with a smirk: if he wakes up and she's not in the room, he'll strip her clothes off and pin her to the bed himself. Smooth threat, buddy. She snaps to attention with a nervous "I understand." By morning they're walking together and he's satisfied enough to mutter that's more like it. Behind the scenes his system is thrilled. The corruption has stopped, the over-the-top acting actually worked, their approach was right all along. Out loud though, he's still grumbling at her not to touch the buckets because he is not paying for another doctor visit. He fixes her with a pointed glare, demanding, "Did you hear me?" She just mumbles a tired little back. Alone by the fire, it finally clicks for her. He's not scared she'll get hurt out of kindness, he's just scared of wasting money on her. And somehow, weirdly, she decides that's fine. It's still better than before. She admits to herself that her escape attempt might have failed, but honestly, she's still alive, and life has been surprisingly bearable since. She breaks down in quiet relief, and right on cue his system pops up with a triumphant "congratulations, corruption update," like she just cleared a level in some game she doesn't even know she's playing. His chibai self practically explodes with joy. Finally, his system agrees that if they just keep this routine up, they'll max out Kai Fu's affection value in no time. For one quiet second the mask slips as he watches her sleep, thinking to himself, "You silly girl, I'm not the same Lai Yuani as before." He smiles, soft and sure this time, silently promising that one day she'll understand. All he really wants is to see her smile and be happy. Guess the tyrant act has some cracks in it after all. Our transmigrated tough guy jolts awake in the dead of night, sniffing the air like a bloodhound, and by the look on his face, something is very, very wrong. Turns out he's got company. A pair of cat ears creeps into view at the door crack, sneaking a peek at him while he sleeps subtle. Next thing he knows, a hand's sliding under the sheets right next to his. He bolts upright, demanding to know just what exactly she thinks she's doing. His face goes beet red, sparks practically flying off him. Buddy is one bad thought away from an actual nosebleed. "Didn't you say yourself you wanted me to sleep with you?" she reminds him, all wide-eyed innocence, while he backpedals so fast you'd think the bed was on fire. He all but throws himself onto the floor to get away from her, sprawled out like he just dodged a landmine. "When did I ever ask you to sleep with me?" she deadpans, and now he's the one panicking, clutching his nose and begging the universe not to embarrass him with a nosebleed. Somewhere his system chimes in with the worst possible timing: corruption value up by 0.001. Thanks for that, ding ding. He launches into a full defense of his own honor, insisting he's a decent guy who just can't be blamed when a woman throws herself at him, and no, before you ask, he is most certainly not a eunuch. She's not buying it, giving him a look that could curdle milk, and points out that his whole attitude lately says otherwise. So he lays down the law, she gets the bed, he takes the floor, separate sleeping arrangements, end of discussion. Very corporate of him. She fires back something that has him shouting and pointing right in her face. Dignity, what dignity? Somehow he ends up shoving her right back onto the bed, and she blinks up at him, genuinely stunned she's actually getting the mattress tonight. He's rattled, insisting she scared him so bad he threw his back out and that the bed's too soft anyway, he's sleeping on the floor. Truth is, he's terrified one wrong move sends her corruption value through the roof. She asks, half teasing, if anything's actually happening between them tonight. Nothing, there is nothing, go to sleep, he snaps, flustered out of his mind. He finally conks out on the floor, wrapped up like a burrito. She watches him drift off with obvious relief. She settles back, arms crossed, a little smirk creeping onto her face like she's got something brewing. Her eyes drift shut, and judging by the look on her face right before she goes under, this is not going to be a peaceful nap. The dream drags her somewhere else entirely, trees going up in flame, smoke choking the sky. A voice screams at her to run, not to look back, just keep moving, as the whole village burns behind them. A younger version of her races through the chaos, face twisted up in raw terror. Feet pound through the darkness, fleeing whatever's chasing her down. A torn ribbon, a fresh wound, whatever caught up to her, it left a mark. A blade comes down on the young cat-eared girl, and blood streaks through her pale hair. She coughs up blood in the dream and back in the waking world. Present-day Kfu shivers and whimpers in her sleep, caught in the memory. The nightmare rewinds further still, to a cage and a couple of slavers sizing up their next sale. Lai Yuanyi tries to shake her awake, but no luck. His system pipes up that nightmares are a tough one to snap someone out of, and wonders out loud if he can actually see what she's dreaming. The gut punch gets spelled out plain. A girl born to a noble fox-skin bloodline, sold into slavery as a child, abused every step of the way since. You can guess exactly what's haunting her dreams. Turns out her fox-skin powers got partially sealed off by that very trauma, which is exactly why she turned into someone anyone could push around. He notices an old wound on her that still hasn't healed right. He leans in close, studying her sleeping face, quietly starting to clean up the injury. As he works on the wound, he wonders if a little more medicine might speed up the healing. He keeps his eyes on her, careful and focused, making sure he doesn't miss a spot. He breaks out the medicine box and dabs the wound clean. Meanwhile, in her sleep, her paranoid brain spins a very different story. He feeds her by day and swaps beds with her by night, so obviously this is all just a setup to lower her guard and poison her. Her face twists up in pain mid-dream while he stays laser-focused on treating her. If you're going to kill me, she thinks, at least be upfront about it instead of all this sneaking around. She whimpers, utterly convinced whatever he's doing to her hurts this bad on purpose. Even a pig would have woken up by now, she thinks, reaching out blindly in her sleep. Sure enough, she wakes up growling, giving him a look that says payback is coming. Since you're torturing me in my sleep, don't blame me for this, she warns, grabbing at him. He barely gets out a confused huh, before she's complaining it's just itchy. Her eyes go wide with surprise. The wound is actually healing way faster than it should. It's already scabbing over. She replays what he said earlier and realizes that painful warning of his actually meant something. Cut to a ridiculously cute beat Chibai Kfu passed out mid-sentence, system orb snoring right along beside her, still mumbling something about the medicine. Then the payoff hits. A notification flashes that her affection value just went up, and Kfu, hand at her collar, looks genuinely flustered for the first time all night. Next day, Lai Yuanyi's peace gets shattered. His system practically screams him awake. The real protagonist has crash-landed into this world too. All he can sputter back is a groggy, wait, real what now? Turns out the disturbance traces straight back to Shi Tianrui, the original story's leading man, famous for his looks and his smooth way with words. And there he is, Shi Tianrui himself, radiating main character energy the system swears he hasn't earned. Lai Yuanyi's brain short-circuits. If Shi Tianrui's really here, what is he even supposed to do now? His system doesn't sugarcoat it either. With the real lead skills, he'll blow right past Lai Yuanyi's progress in no time. Winning over Kfu alone is already brutal, he groans, and he's not even the real hero, just the guy who wronged her before. This is officially life or death. Which means one thing: they need to speed up the romance with Kfu fast. But the system shuts that down. Rush Kfu and the whole plan backfires. And if the real lead finishes charming all 7 girls first, they're both getting deleted on the spot. Then, out of nowhere, Lai Yuan's panic melts into a sly grin. Turns out, after last night, he's not so worried anymore. If the new guy wants anywhere near Kfu, he declares, he'll have to go through Lai Yuan first. Good news drops right after the system admits it forgot to mention he'd already banked some points with her. One step at a time, it says, just add watch out for the real hero to the list. Okay, fine, he mutters, steeling himself for round 2. That night he creeps over to where she's sleeping and, quiet as anything, murmurs for his good little fox to sleep tight and behave herself. And wait right here for me, he whispers, brushing her hair back before tiptoeing out like the world's softest creeper. As his footsteps fade, she stirs just enough to catch fragments of it. Little fox. Good, before drifting right back off, none the wiser. Cut to the wild backcountry beyond the village, because Lai Yuan's already cooking up his next scheme. He hypes himself up like he's the hero of his own trailer. Next time, he'll drag Kfu out here and stage a fake beast attack. He'll swoop in like a hero, take a few brave scratches for her, and just watch her melt when she sees how far he's willing to go. Probably. Even he looks a little embarrassed by his own plan. Then a voice cuts through the trees. Who's there? I saw you come out. And Lai Yuan about jumps out of his skin, backpedaling like he definitely wasn't just talking to himself. Busted, it's just a group of village girls led by a striking green-haired cat girl who clocks him as the mystery singer from the woods. She says she's seen him around the plaza before and asks if he's really Lai Yuan. Thought the woods were empty, he laughs, just singing to pass the time. Did I scare you? Behind her, 2 friends whisper that everyone said Lai Yuan was some ugly, sadistic type, yet here he is looking straight up handsome, maybe even cute. Their leader tells them to keep it down. He can't help looking a little too pleased with himself when she admits he's changed, like a totally different person these days. As they walk together, he realizes he never even got their names. The green-haired one introduces herself as Xiao Yuan, and her 2 friends chime in, Anning and Zhang Shuishui, offering up the sweet fruit they'd just picked. Oh, I really couldn't, he protests, already caving. Xiao Yuan just laughs it off. They picked plenty on the way up the mountain, so he might as well dig in. Give this man an award, because behind that easy charm, his system is practically facepalming at how carefully he's playing every move. Eventually it's time to part ways, and Xiao Yuan calls back a cheerful goodbye as the group heads off. He waves her off with an easy grin, watching the girls disappear back into the trees. Alone again, Lai Yuan just stands there for a second, speechless. Wait, he asks the system, was there ever a beauty named Xiao Yuan in the original story? It hems for a second before confirming at least she's not one of the 7 villainesses he's supposed to be winning over. The system chalks it up to his glow-up, all fresh-faced and clean-cut now. Apparently the charisma just radiates off him. Heh, now that you mention it, Lai Yuan grins, flipping his whole attitude in 1 second flat. I think so too. Our guy's stuck on kitchen duty, grumbling that cooking a meal is basically a punishment. Big scary system host defeated by dinner. First problem, no fire. The tinderbox is empty and he's got 0 clue how to light this firewood without it. So he demands his system cough up a lighter. Turns out it's got one in stock, 1 point cheaper than his dignity, and it sparks right up. Naturally, he can't just light a fire quietly. He has to announce it like he personally invented modern technology for these bumpkins. Before the flex, though, it's the same panicked question on repeat. System, do you even have a lighter for me or not? Word travels fast. Kfu shows up asking if he's really the one cooking today, and he suddenly gets very flustered for a guy who was just bragging. She steps right into the kitchen doorway, done asking permission. This is happening whether he likes it or not. Kfu snaps that she's just practicing fire starting, none of his business, thank you very much, while side-eyeing him from the floor. So he grabs the drill himself and gets to work the old-fashioned way, hand-cranking a stick like his life depends on it. Fu's sweating bullets watching him struggle, silently praying her own corruption meter doesn't spike from second-hand embarrassment. He waves her off, insisting friction fire isn't magic, it's just physics, and steps in to show her how it's really done. Fu kneels down beside the wood, and something starts sparking that has nothing to do with any drill. Flames literally wrap around her hand. Turns out Firekin Girl didn't need a drill at all, she is the lighter. The fireplace roars to life in seconds and he just about loses it. Holy shit, amazing, yeah hey, we're with you buddy. Fu admits her strength still hasn't fully come back, hugging her knees like the magic took more out of her than she's letting on. But she can still summon a small spark and he's fully nerding out, muttering about the law of conservation of energy like real actual magic didn't just happen in front of him. She tells him it's not about brute force, you just focus your power and sync it with your will. Very zen for someone who just set fire to a log. He's amazed she's apparently been lighting fires like this her whole life, no lighter required. He asks if it burns her fingers. She shoots back an annoyed no, like that was a genuinely stupid question. Cue the interrogation. Can he learn it? Does it cost anything? Does it only work on fire or can she pull off water and ice too? And hey, does magic mean this world skipped inventing technology entirely? Fu just stares, she has no idea what half those words even mean. Both of them just freeze there, completely stunned, like two Chibai statues who have run out of things to say to each other. And then, out of nowhere, Fu catches herself thinking he's actually kind of cute, before immediately screaming internally that she must have completely lost her mind. Her own head drags up the receipts, reminding her exactly how badly this guy made her suffer for years. Don't you dare forget that. She tries to talk herself out of it. This new nice guy routine has to be an act, right? It's just an act. Meanwhile, his system casually mentions points can buy actual skills and he lights up like it's Christmas. Fu just quietly notes he really has been different these past 2 days. Shopping time. With 46 points banked, he could blow 45 on a skill called Danger Premonition that senses trouble 10 seconds early. He's not impressed. 10 seconds of warning, what's he supposed to do with that? Dodge in slow motion. The system points out skills can be upgraded later, but he still bails on the purchase, it's too pricey for now. Off to the side, Fu's quietly watching him think. Stirring the pot, Fu can't help but admit it to herself, he's actually pretty good looking and he smells nice too. He clocks it immediately though, the pot's overflowing, she's totally spaced out and her face keeps flickering dark and red. Oh, is she about to corrupt again? Panic mode, he needs a distraction fast, and then it hits him. He calls her over and holds up his save, a watermelon. Fu blinks at it, confused. A melon, where did that even come from? He plays it cool, claims a girl from her tribe handed it to him while he was out gathering firewood this morning, said it was sweet. He hands it over with the world's least convincing excuse, says he's too much of a big tough guy for sugary stuff anyway, her lucky day. Fu's answer, a flat, immediate I don't want it. The rejection lands harder than it should, and for a second the mood turns downright ominous. A memory surfaces of her old self, cold and terrifying, snapping that when she gives someone something they don't get to say no. Rough echo of who she used to be. Fu bails on the greasy kitchen and orders him to cook her something decent, and he sprints out the door checking with himself, did I escape that fast enough? Is the situation still under control? Slumped on the ground, he gets a weird readout. The system's picking up a huge emotional spike from Fu, but it's not corruption. He shrugs it off. As long as it's not corruption, he's fine with it. The system, meanwhile, is genuinely stumped. What kind of emotion even is this? Back inside, Fu's a flustered, sweating mess, definitely not thinking about melons or smiles or anything like that. She scolds herself over the melon sitting right there. Seriously, someone hands you a gift and you just take it. Since when do you accept anything from anyone? The system may be confused, but we all know exactly what this is. Meet our so-called hero, glaring at a system screen that barely works, 20 years old, 46 points, and a starter kit that would embarrass a Boy Scout. He groans, wondering how he's supposed to level up a system this broken. Good news though, his system chirps that once the 7 villainesses show up, targets and points will be everywhere. True, he grins, already liking the sound of that math. Naturally, his brain jumps straight to the greedy plan: why grind one villainous at a time when he could work on all 7 at once and double the payout. In his head, 7 shadowy silhouettes flicker, each one marked corruption. He can't stop the creepy little snicker escaping him, cheeks going full blush at the thought. Then out of nowhere, a voice cuts through the dark: "Lie Yuani die." Red eyes blink open in the shadows behind him. Okay, however might be an understatement. Shaken, he presses his palms together and starts working through some kind of technique, muttering to himself. Cut to the tribe plaza. Same brutal winter as always. Female slaves are stuck picking cotton, male slaves get sent out hunting, and wolf tribe warriors watch over everyone like hawks. A murmur ripples through the crowd. "Oh, there she is," as Kfu finally reappears among the returning slaves. Of course, our so-called villain can't help himself, throwing a suggestive wink her way while another girl just turns her head, unimpressed. He panics for a second, whining that he even gave her a watermelon yesterday, as if that seals the deal. "How much longer do I have to play the villain?" he groans, watching the hunting party head out without him. He sighs dramatically. Apparently building a harem is way easier in web novels than in real life. 5 days go by. But Kfu is still missing. Lai Yuani corners the guard responsible for the slaves, demanding an explanation and refusing to budge until he gets one. The guard just brushes him off, snapping that he already sent someone to look and telling Lai Yuani to get lost and go home. He storms straight to the tribe elder instead, only to get a shrug. What's it got to do with him? Kfu was always the antisocial type anyway. Turns out she was ostracized by the other slaves, left picking cotton alone in a corner until she vanished. Word is someone from the dark tribe grabbed her. Furious, Lai Yuani grabs the guard by the collar. Wasn't he supposed to be protecting the female slaves? The guy just shrugs it off, claiming it's not his fault she fell behind. The guard doubles down: she's just a slave. If she dies, just buy another one. That's the final straw. Lai Yuani swings, calling him a useless excuse for a protector. The fight breaks out for real, fists flying, while onlookers mutter that without Kfu the Lai family's got nothing to show for the winter. No wonder he's losing it. Someone finally jumps in to break it up while the gossip keeps rolling. Poor kid can't even afford a second slave now, guess he's on his own. Lai Yuani grits his teeth and corrects them: Kfu was taken, not killed. There's a difference. Someone scoffs that she's just a slave anyway, but Lai Yuani fires back without hesitation: he's getting her back, no question. Acting all hot-blooded, someone sneers: you'd think you were trying to become king or something. Elsewhere, the real plan is already in motion: rescue Kfu before the story's actual male lead gets to her first, and the initiative is theirs. "Got it, don't worry," comes the confident reply. The scene shifts to the city gate. A sharp-dressed young man asks about another system he just picked up nearby. Who exactly is it? Meet Shi Tianrui, the original story's actual male lead. His system tries to lock on and comes up empty. Meet Shui Ding, Shi Tianrui's very own AI sidekick. Shi Tianrui narrows his eyes. Kfu's so-called master was supposed to have died days ago. So why is he still breathing? Could this actually be him? Shui Ding brushes it off. Even if it is him, he's no threat. Side characters go off script sometimes. The real story still centers on Shi Tianrui master. Shi Tianrui just laughs it off. Once he rescues Kfu, he'll sweep her away to roam the world together, far from the bully who never treated her right. How could she not melt into a sweet little lamb for you? Shui Ding gushes, adding that Lai Yuani's cruelty is basically doing Shi Tianrui a favor. Truly, the system says he's the chosen one. Deep inside a cave where even sound seems to die, someone is being kept alive just long enough to still be useful. Chained to the bars, cat ears drooping, Kfu keeps her eyes down and her breathing quiet. She already knows crying will not help her here. Here is the lore drop, folks. When a race commits a grave sin, the gods slam the door for good. That curse is how you get the dark tribe cast out by heaven and light alike. And here is the gut punch: the ones guarding Kfu are prisoners of fate themselves, chained up just like her. No tribe will take them in. All that is left for the dark tribe is an eternity of wandering through the dark, unwanted by anyone. Hunger cracks their patience first, I'm so hungry, one of them groans, and you can practically hear the stomach growling from here. Another snaps outright, I can't take it anymore, I'm starving to death. And you get the sinking feeling their next meal just walked in, chained and terrified. Enter the one in charge, knife casually in hand. What's the rush? She asks, like patience is the punchline of this whole nightmare. I know you're hungry, she tells her starving crew, but you'll bear with it for now. Not exactly comforting, but it buys Kfu some time. One of them leans in for a closer look and just about drools over it. This girl is so beautiful. Yeah, that is not the compliment it sounds like. The knife comes out again, tracing along Kfu's chained arm while she holds dead still, praying it stays a threat and nothing more. Look what a treasure we've caught this time, the leader announces, showing Kfu off like a prize catch at the market. Such a curvy body and delicate skin, eating her with a knife would be a total waste, she purrs, then leans in to sniff. I haven't smelled a fragrance this clean in years. Somewhere, a food critic is taking notes they really should not be taking. For a second the act slips. When I was young, she murmurs, I had a face just as pretty as hers and skin that smelled just as sweet. The curse took that from her too. Then the moment is gone, replaced by a laugh that is a little too loud and a little too unhinged for comfort. Her eyes catch the firelight just right, and you can tell dinner plans have officially gotten a lot more serious. Not the cliffhanger you were hoping for, but here we are. Cut across town to Lai Yuani, already halfway out the gate. The moment you leave the city, you're begging for your own grave, warns the old man chasing him down. That's Papa Zhu, and he is not impressed. If you mean the warrior I beat black and blue earlier today, I think I'll pass, he shrugs before landing the real question. You don't even like Kfu, why risk your neck for her? Elder, I have a reason why I must save Kfu, Lai Yuani declares, all fired up like he's about to drop some noble truth. Papa Zhu squints, unconvinced. What reason? Go on, tell me. You can see him bracing for impact already. This reason had better be at least a little scummy. Papa Zhu knows his boy. And there it is, Kfu is my slave. If she gets defiled by the men of the dark tribe, where will I show my face in the future? Not exactly the love confession you were expecting, pure ego dressed up as heroics. Papa Zhu is done pretending to be calm. You brat, you're useless on a normal day and you're still playing the scoundrel at a time like this. If she dies out there, no one will ever know what happened. A person lives for their reputation, same as a tree lives for its bark. Lai Yuani announces, chest puffed out, I would rather die than let my own slave become a laughingstock at my expense. Papa Zhu just sighs, fine, fine, stay out of my way, then keep blocking me and I'll beat you up too. Turns out Papa Zhu means it kindly. I'm your father's sworn friend, that's why I came to talk sense into you. If it's money for slaves you need, I'll cover it, pick any girl from my house and just stay put. But Lai Yuani won't budge, it's my property and I call the shots. Quietly, he thinks to himself that he never expected the old man to actually care whether the body's original owner lives or dies. He is barely past the gate when the road turns red. Something has already found him out here, and it is not in a sharing mood. A chill crawls up his spine. Who's there? Lai Yuani snaps around, and right on cue, his system blinks awake. Why don't you just redeem the danger premonition? The system suggests, cool as ever, while Lai Yuani's pulse is doing anything but. In a situation like this, it counts as a life-saving item, it adds helpfully. Lai Yuani, mid-crisis, still finds time to haggle. 45 points is way too expensive, I'll be broke after this. Can't it be a little cheaper? Priorities, am I right? What was that? Blood sprays through the air before he can even finish the thought. Whatever just found him, it is fast. Blood drips into the dirt, the attacker already gone without a trace, and the moon overhead is the only witness left. Guess we'll find out what that was next time. It starts in pitch black, nothing but a slow, annoying drip echoing through a cave. Something is already off. Cut to Lai Yuani sprawled in his dorm bed, groggily blaming his roommates for a leaky faucet. Classic Monday problem, right? Then his eyes snap open. Wait a second, this is not his dorm at all. He gets yanked clean out of his own bed and dropped into some torchlit cave, totally lost and totally confused. He hits the ground hard, scrambling to get his bearings in the dark. That is when his system chimes in with some very chipper news. Congratulations, he has just been snagged by villainous number 2. No time to process it either. Apparently she is already standing right there with him. Yuan panics and starts yelling for his system by its nickname, doubting like that is somehow going to help. Wait, that villainess, the infamous one from the Dark Tribe, yeah, this mission just got a lot more interesting. Face down and dazed, he jokes about needing an escape hatch, then feels a weird tremor like she is charging straight at him. And yep, she tackles him clean off his feet, no warning, no hesitation. First real look at her, jet black hair, blood-red eyes, and an aura that screams ultimate big sister energy. She clearly knows how strong she is. Yuan's brain short-circuits for a second there, cannot say we blame him. He tries to play it cool, asking why a supposed villain is coming on this strong. Her answer is straight to the point, you're awake just in time, let me have your baby, no small talk, no shame. He stammers that she is gorgeous and hard to say no to, but maybe they should slow down just a little. Having a kid, he insists, needs the right time, the right place, and the right people involved, anything to buy himself some time. She freezes at that, clearly turning the idea over in her head. For a second it actually looks like his stalling worked, giving him some breathing room. Except a warning flashes behind her back, her corruption meter is climbing fast, not good. Yuan mutters to himself that he has got his hands full managing yet another volatile villainess. Before he can finish that thought she is already lunging at him again, and he about jumps out of his skin. He talks fast, insisting he actually knows a thing or two about the baby-making business and she should just trust him on this. That gets her attention, familiar with it how exactly. She looks up at him, genuinely curious now instead of just impatient. Smooth talker that he is, he pitches it like a class syllabus, learn the theory first then move on to practice. She is not buying the delay tactic though. Her parents only needed one night together to have her, so clearly one night is all it takes. Which, weirdly, makes her stop and wonder out loud why her own parents only ever had just her. Yuan doubles down on his made-up rulebook, miss even one of those 3 conditions and no baby happens, simple as that. Behind the scenes, his system spells out the real plan. The baby stuff cannot happen until all 7 villainesses have accepted each other, and for now, none of them can know the others even exist. Back in the moment, she wants specifics. What exactly counts as the right time, place, and people then? He stalls. Were your parents deeply in love? Internally he is dying, just improvising this whole thing on the spot. She lights up, insisting her parents were the most in love people alive given their status. It is a miracle they even ended up together at all. That is exactly it, he says, seizing the opening. They basically just met, so should not they build some real feelings first? He even throws in some nonsense about how a man in love is full of energy, while a man without feelings is just a sad, overripe banana. Somehow it lands. She beams at him, totally convinced she picked the smartest guy around. The tension softens for a second, the two of them just close together quiet. Yuan goes full tomato red the moment things start feeling a little too real. Then out of nowhere he blurts it out for real, I like you, whether it is a tactic or genuine even he does not seem totally sure. She admits she started falling for him the moment she saw him protecting some enslaved girls, which sends him into a silent panic. Does that mean she saw him as Kfu, his secret alter ego? Even his own system sounds baffled by how fast this is spiraling. In a goofy daydream she cheerfully does the math out loud. Liking him a little less just means she will love him twice as hard to make up for it. Solid logic, honestly. Then the mood snaps hard, something violent slashes through the scene without warning. Someone has caught them completely off guard, demanding to know exactly what is going on here. The dust settles, torn flowers and streaks of blood litter the ground, an unsettling quiet right before something dangerous begins. Deep in the dark of her lair something flickers, half warning, half want. This villainess is trouble and she is drawn to him anyway. She has got him pinned, and he is already begging her to dial back that deadly black aura before this goes any further. She teases him about blushing, insisting that is a dead giveaway, a man is into it. Her words, not his. He tries to play it cool, she is absolutely not buying it. It dawns on him in mild horror that he is the one on the bottom this time. I'm so dead, he thinks. She promises to be gentle and take it easy on him. He squirms, she just smirks and asks if he is shy. She warns her primal power could slip loose any second. He backpedals fast, insisting he does not need gentle, he just needs out. She murmurs that she loves how warm he feels. His protest is losing steam fast. The argument does not last much longer than that. A stray thought crosses his mind. Is she really the villain here, or is he the one who needs rescuing? His system barks a warning straight into his skull. Do not be fooled by that sweet act. His heart is pounding, caught somewhere between panic and pull. Even his own system freezes up watching this play out, not exactly reassuring. She shares, almost dreamily, some advice her mother once gave her. The height of passion is the best time to conceive. His blood runs cold. She thinks tonight is the night she gets pregnant with his kid, and she clearly knows a lot more about this than he does. Somewhere a number ticks upward. That is not a countdown he wants to see finish. Steam practically rises off him. He is frozen and he is way in over his head. He throws caution to the wind. FCK it, he decides, I'm about to commit a crime. For a moment it is just warmth, and neither of them is thinking straight. The system slams the brakes. If he gets her pregnant tonight, Dark Tribe custom locks him up until the baby is born. Mission over, every other villainess left to rot. The reality of it hits him all at once, and his face goes dead serious. He is still tangled up in her, but his mind is racing now, looking for a way out. She notices him pull back and blinks, confused, almost hurt. He cracks a nervous joke at his system about rigid things breaking easily, all while quietly trying to retreat. She asks, half worried and half teasing, if she bit him too hard. He is past the point of no return and he knows it. His mind scrambles for anything, any way out at all. Then it clicks, he remembers something important, something that might just save his life. A detail from the original story surfaces. The Dark Tribe drains their partner's energy during mating, and if that partner has not eaten first, it can kill them. A plan snaps into place. She clearly likes him too much to want him dead, and dead men do not get fed. All he needs is one magic sentence. He blurts it out with total sincerity. So hungry, I really want to eat. It works instantly. She freezes in horror. I almost killed you. His system practically cheers in his head, praising the save as pure genius. She scrambles up, all business now. Wait here, I'll go hunt for you right now. Alone with his system, he weighs making a break for it while she is gone. The system shoots it down instantly. Run now, and her corruption meter rockets straight to 100%. No do-overs. We die if we run, we die if we don't, he mutters, forcing himself to calm down and think. He plants himself down, working through his options instead of running. Out in the wild forest, cloak billowing, Deng Tingshuang goes hunting for real this time. Back at camp, he asks his system to dig into her backstory, hunting for any crack in the original plot he can actually use to help her. A tiger bursts out of the underbrush, roaring straight at her. She does not even flinch, meeting it head-on in one brutal, fluid strike. It is over almost before it starts. Dinner is served. She strolls back in beaming, holding up her kill. I'm back. I hunted a big fat tiger for you, tiger leg or tiger back. Mid-sentence, her voice trails off. I brought. Something has caught her eye and it is not good. Out on a quiet riverbank, our guy's doing the most normal thing in the world, fishing for dinner. But he's not as alone out here as he thinks. Something is creeping up through the grass. A flash of dark hair in the wind. Yep, company has arrived. He's got a little floating companion that eavesdrops for him, and he wants the full scoop on the whispering he's hearing. The verdict comes back blunt. They're calling him too skinny, saying his meat is too tough to taste good. Turns out the other one thinks his backside has plenty of fat and would roast up nicely, and he is not here for that kind of compliment. His little lookout warns him their eyes are locked on him, but he just shrugs it off, joking that one fish will not be enough to feed him anyway. Totally oblivious, he decides to reel in one more catch, no idea he is about to become somebody's actual target. Then it happens, a blade comes flying out of nowhere and he is diving for his life, fish still in hand. Two black-clad killers drop out of the trees in perfect sync, knives drawn. This was never a joke about dinner. His brain short-circuits into full panic mode without more power-up points. He is genuinely going to die out here. His companion is not helping the mood either, flatly clocking the attackers at 13 steps and closing. This patch of forest belongs to the Dark Tribe and is very much not built for humans, and right now he wants nothing more than to not die in it. A blade catches him across the back and he goes down hard, crying out in pain. 9 steps in closing, and one of them just pulled a sickle off her belt. 7 steps, he is fully convinced this is how it ends. 6 steps, 3 steps, every count drops faster than the last and he is scrambling on the ground bleeding. He barely registers the sting before he is asking himself if that sickle actually got him. For one long second he just goes rigid, bracing for whatever comes next. And there they are, standing dead still in the tree line, the full hit squad, finally in view. One of them screams for him to go down and swings, and just like that he is slammed to the ground. Cut to later, a very different, very dangerous woman is waiting for him, asking flat out if he snuck off just to go meet them. His companion panics right along with him. Her emotions are spiraling, and she is about to fully lose control in 3 seconds flat. Blood drips from her fingertips as she decides she is out of options. The countdown to disaster starts now. 2 seconds left, so he does the only thing he can and pulls her into a tight hug before she can go over the edge. She freezes in his arms, completely caught off guard. And just like that, the rage melts into relief. She admits she is just glad he made it back in time. Turns out he is not empty-handed, and she can hardly believe the fish in his hands is actually for her. He will admit it, a grown man mooching off a woman in a cave felt pathetic, so he went out to catch her dinner himself. She is floored. She had actually assumed he had run off on her, and now she knows just how wrong she was. She melts into him, apologizing through tears and calling him the best man alive. Flashback time, turns out this woman just casually took down a tiger barehanded, and she wants him to know she is plenty strong enough to protect him. He nods along fast, staring at the dead tiger and quietly realizing that could have been him if he had made the wrong call. She is already shoving dinner into his hands. He stares down at the very much uncooked meat, internally screaming for someone to take him home. She just grins and drops the bomb, eat up fast, because dinner has a very specific follow-up planned. Our guy freezes mid-bite, raw meat in hand, and just blurts it out, I don't eat raw meat. Which is a big deal because around here the rule is dead simple. Eat the meat, you're saying you want to mate, skip it, and you're saying you don't. Panic mode activated. Everyone starts sweating, sure she's about to read that refusal as a flat rejection. And she confirms it fast. She's of age now and honestly even more anxious than him to get this mating thing sorted. So he scrambles for an excuse. Eat it raw like this and he'll be stuck with diarrhea, which fair kind of kills the mood. She's not buying it though and fires back a very reasonable question. Since when do wolf tribe folks skip raw meat? He doubles down with a promise. Give him a little time to actually cook the meat properly, and the second it's ready they mate. Turns out his tribe stopped eating raw meat ages ago, so cooking is tradition, not just an excuse. But there's a catch. To get anything worth cooking, he first has to smash a dent clean through the middle of a solid stone. No pressure. She just blinks, genuinely caught off guard, like she wasn't expecting him to actually commit to the plan. So he grabs a blade and gets to work, chipping away at solid rock one stubborn strike at a time. Mid-grind, he pulls up some kind of system menu, checking whether his seasoning is even good enough for this boiled meat dish he's planning. Reward unlocked. A seasoning packet fresh out of the system, ready to turn raw meat into something actually edible. While he's busy gaming the system, she's out hauling firewood herself and she does not look thrilled about it. He cheerfully calls her over to help kill a fish, like that's a totally normal date activity. And she's not shy about cutting to the chase either, straight up asking how much longer until they can finally start mating. She parks herself right by the fire, watching him like a hawk. Is it done yet? Almost, I guarantee it'll be fast. Cue a tiny chibai cooking montage, before we cut back to him actually manning the pot for real. He leans in and finally lights the fire under the pot. The second those flames catch, something shifts in her eyes. She recoils hard, like the fire itself just triggered something deep and awful. For a second we're somewhere else entirely. Rain, a kid singing a silly nursery rhyme, someone yelling at him to quit stalling and hurry up. Back in the present, she's pulled away completely, sitting alone in the cold, breath fogging in front of her. He's left standing there totally lost, no clue what just set her off. He scrambles down after her, practically shouting, "Does she seriously think he pulled all this off just to light a fire and kill her?" She freezes, hand slapped over her mouth, caught red-handed thinking exactly that. And then it clicks for him, that whole "I don't eat raw meat" line was never really about meat. Is she actually afraid of fire? Her brain goes full soap opera. He obviously refuses to have kids with her. This was all some elaborate plot to catch her off guard and finish her off. He just stares. Okay, okay, okay. You built an entire betrayal saga in like 2 seconds. Eyes still glassy, she lets him lead her along anyway, the fight slowly draining out of her. They walk on together, her mood trailing behind her like smoke while he watches carefully to see if she's really okay. He finally spells it out plainly, taking her hand. Light a fire, heat the pot, cook the meat, that's the whole plan. No hidden murder plot, just dinner. Back at the cave, now properly lit, he throws in a smooth line about finally being able to see her beautiful face in the light. He points out the cave's warmer too now, and for the first time she actually lets herself wonder if maybe he never wanted to hurt her at all. He sits her down, tells her to relax and leave everything to him, then gets back to prepping the wood. Somehow he even turns picking chopsticks into a compliment, declaring her the most beautiful one in the pile. Smooth, weird, but smooth. Dinner's finally served, a whole boiled fish, and he's got very specific rules about eating it right. Belly first. No bones, all that fatty tender goodness, he's really selling it. She takes a bite and clearly wasn't ready for how good it actually is. Turns out she's holding her chopsticks all wrong, so naturally he scoots in close to fix that personally. Fingers guiding fingers, the lesson gets a lot less about chopsticks and a lot more about how close they suddenly are. Index finger, thumb, just like that. He talks her through it and neither of them seems in any hurry to finish the lesson. She finally gets a proper bite in and the verdict is instant, delicious. Told you I wasn't lying, he grins. If you like it, eat up, I'll make it for you again anytime. And just like that, his system quietly chimes in behind the scenes. Deng Tingshuang's affection just ticked up and he's banked 30 points for the trouble. Our guy's finally loaded, so first thing he does is march up to his system and go, "I'm rich now, gimme that danger premonition perk." The system doesn't even blink, 45 points gone just like that. Easy come, easy go. Watch this, the upgrade loads straight into him, light and code crawling under his skin like he's plugging himself into the Matrix. But he's not done yet. He calls up his AI partner Doubting and asks for a refresher on one specific girl, Deng Zinshuang. Doubting snaps to attention with a "yes sir" and pulls up the file. Cue the flashback, dark tribe hunters screaming to chase down some runaway girl, calling her nothing but that bastard. Turns out Deng Zinshuang is mixed blood, half dark tribe, half human, and she lost both her parents as a little kid, screaming for them as they were torn away. Rejected by humans and dark tribe alike, she starved to the edge of death more than once, which is exactly why food means everything to her now. We see her collapsed in the grass, bruised and alone, running purely on instinct just to survive another day. That survival instinct never really left her. Even now she'll size up a giant turkey leg like it personally owes her money. Back in the present, our guy finds her crying and gently asks what's wrong. Inside his head it's a full meltdown, too tragic while he scrambles to keep his face together. So he pulls her into a hug and promises her straight up, "Zinxin, with me here, you're never wandering alone again." She melts into it, arms wrapping around him like she's finally found solid ground. Cue the blushing close-up. Yeah, the affection meter is definitely climbing. Right on cue, the system pings Deng Zinshuang's affection just leveled up, plus a cool 60 bonus points in his pocket. Our guy can't help but gloat a little. Isn't this just a piece of cake? Easy. Meanwhile, across the map, things are way less chill. Dark tribe men are storming a village yelling for a girl named Kfu to knock it off, since they are already out searching for a missing man called Lai Yuan. Kfu isn't having any of it. She gets right in their faces, demanding to know if they hurt her missing master on purpose. Yeah, that's Kfu all right, eyes blazing red and fully ready to throw hands for the guy she's lost. Tension hangs thick as the whole group faces off, and nobody's backing down. Off to the side, some other guy is stewing in his own drama, muttering that it should have been him who got to save her classic side character energy. Someone mutters that this whole situation feels off strange, indeed very strange, and yeah, something's definitely brewing. Back with our guy, the mood in that cave shifts fast, sparks of tension crackling in the dark. Calm down, he yelps, clearly in way over his head as things get suddenly very intense by the firelight. Because apparently the deal was mating after a good meal, and now Zinxen's staring him dead in the eye going, "I want to have many, many children with you." That line stops him cold, and he asks her something heavier back. Does she really want their kids to go through the same pain she did? She freezes up, alarmed. How do you know about my past? He lays it out. Her body doesn't match a cursed dark tribe bloodline. It reads like a natural mix. Since dark tribe can't even reproduce among themselves, he's certain she's part dark tribe, part something else. She turns away, quietly reminding him he knows better than anyone how much the world hates people like her, while inside his head he's coaching himself to stay steady and make her believe him. "I know," is all she manages, staggering a little under the weight of it. He tells her he's stepping outside to cool off. No mating tonight, not like this. Alone in the dark, something glows faint and purple around him, like he's working through more than just his feelings. Phew, finally got her stabilized, he sighs, clearly relieved he talked her down. Except doubting cuts in screaming. Kfu's corruption is spiking hard and closing in on the danger zone. Doubting doesn't even wait for him to finish, freaking out. "Too late to walk, teleporting you now," and he's yelling right back, "Why didn't you say so? Go, go, go." Of course, there's a catch. Coordinate teleport costs 50 points, and he's left sputtering you at the flames like that's going to help. Can't help it, main system rules. The orb shrugs and he just grits his teeth and orders it anyway. Buy it, just do it. He locks his jaw, ready to go bail Kfu out of whatever mess just found her. To be continued. The system pings the second they touch down. "Host, we've arrived, home turf again, and you already know drama's waiting." Lai Yuanyi slips out of the underbrush, playing it cool, his little floating system watching every step from above. "Subtlety who?" He announces his return to the whole street like he's headlining a parade. "Make way, everyone, I'm back." Down a dim hallway, someone's already moving toward him fast. This reunion isn't going to be calm. Kfu finds him collapsed and scoops him up in an instant, pure panic written across her face. He blinks awake and grabs her attention. "Kfu, I'm back, I'm really okay." All she can manage is a stunned "How did you come back?" Quietly the system logs it. Her corruption value is dropping. Relief looks good on her. In storms the tribe's bearded warlord, furious that Kfu decked one of his warriors, screaming rebellion. Lai Yuanyi doesn't even flinch, telling him straight up, if his men can't beat a slave, they're not warriors at all. He throws it right back with a smug little point in the guy's face, then flatly states it. A slave protecting her master isn't a crime. Kfu did nothing wrong. The warlord sputters, getting a finger jabbed right at his nose, while Lai Yuanyi doubles down. His own tribe's warriors were useless when the dark tribe grabbed him, so maybe just disband them instead. Night falls and the two of them just walk off together, hand in hand. "Let's go home." Kfu's whole face goes red, practically sparking. Somebody's got a crush she cannot hide right now. Their hands linger together a beat too long, and yeah, this is officially a moment. The system chimes in with the receipts. Kfu's affection value just jumped 60 points richer. Progress. Cut to some shadowy figure sneering that cannon fodder survived again. Somebody out there really wants Lai Yuanyi gone. Back home, he side-eyes his own system, half joking. "Are you even feeding me real intel, or is this some bootlegged, pirated storyline?" The system swears it's 100% authentic. Orders received. The system's already lining up the next stop before he's even caught his breath. Somewhere in the shadows, someone stunned. Lai Yuanyi walked right out of dark tribe territory without a scratch on him. They can't believe it either. This is supposedly the useless young master who can't even carry his own bags, remember? A new face lounges in the shadows nearby, watching this whole mess play out with a very knowing smirk. The whispering keeps going. Nobody can figure it out. Seriously, how did he escape? Back with the warlord, he's still fuming, insisting the whole kidnapped by the dark tribe story is nonsense, probably just Lai Yuani ducking out and playing hero for attention. A tender little threat follows: let her guard down for him again and she'll write her own name backwards. Classic stubborn heart already losing the fight. Night settles fully over Lai Yuani's home as the day finally starts winding down. Back inside, Kfu catches him just staring at her and has absolutely no idea why. He reaches over and brushes her collar, and she practically jumps out of her skin. He's baffled. 1 second things were smooth, now she's a nervous wreck again. What gives? She panics and bolts for the kitchen, insisting it's nothing, she'll just go cook dinner. Sure, totally normal behavior. Alone again, he wonders out loud if that blush was pure anger or something else entirely. The system's data says otherwise, though her affection is still climbing. He grins, time to switch up the strategy. Then the system starts blaring out of nowhere, warning, warning. Turns out Deng Tingshuang came home, found him missing, and assumed he'd bailed on her for good. Her corruption value is spiking hard. He groans, half joking, who even made the rule that his villainesses can't cross paths? The system deadpans right back, the author did. He jokes about taking the author out entirely. The system just nervously points out that juggling 7 leads who never meet is a whole logistics nightmare on its own. He sighs and gives in. Next stop on tonight's damage control tour, Deng Tingshuang's cave. Alone in the dark, she's spiraling, convinced his sweet talk earlier was just a con to buy his escape. She spins around ready to snap. You can't escape, you then freezes cold. He's right there, calling her by her pet name, and she can't even process it. He holds out a gift, casually mentioning he traded 3 whole system points for it. No big deal, obviously. She just stares at it, completely thrown off guard. Next thing he knows, she's swatting at him playfully, hearts practically bursting off the page. She's blushing hard, breathless, and blurts out, "I can't wait anymore." And she drops the line that ends the chapter on maximum whiplash: "Forget waiting, let's just have a baby right now." Yeah, nobody saw that coming. Back at the tribe, if Fu doesn't waste a second, she pulls him close and purrs that she wants to mate right now and make a baby. His system practically screams in his head, yield now, and he's trapped for good, and the other 6 girls in the running are not going to take that well. Of course I know that, he snaps back at his own system, sweating bullets. Message received. He slams the mental brakes and picks a hard no before this goes any further. He waves it off with a laugh instead, warning that mating recklessly between 2 different tribes could get seriously dangerous. His system flashes the same mating prompt again, so he pivots, asking his companion if she even knows how the dark tribe mates with the wolf tribe. She blinks, asking if mating can really be dangerous too, and he tells her, dead serious, that he needs to check her body structure first. "That's not important, Tingting, do you trust me?" he asks, and she nods without hesitation. Before wolf tribe mating, he says there's a little ritual called the appetizer. Down in a quiet clearing, he tells Tingting to relax so he can check her tribe's body structure, and she practically melts, promising to be very relaxed indeed. Cherry blossoms swirl and her whole face goes red. Whatever checking means, it's clearly working. This is," she stammers, and he just smirks. This is only the beginning. She freezes mid-touch, totally unsure what just hit her. The scene fades into a haze of pink light and hearts. Yeah, we'll let your imagination fill in that gap. Whatever's happening back there, it's got both of them blushing hard and holding on tight. He notes with way too much confidence that an untouched body really is sensitive, then scoops her up and says it's time to head to the nest. He carries her off bridal style, looking pretty pleased with himself. She nuzzles into him with a soft little as he carries her off. Afterward, Tingting sits there flustered, straightening her clothes and clearly still processing what just happened. Lai Yuani leans back against the rock, letting out a long, satisfied breath. Sure enough, she's completely worn out and drifts off asleep, and his system chimes in, impressed. "Host, you've got moves." Beep beep, more good news. The system reports that Deng Tingshuang's corruption just dropped hard, her affection ticked up, and he's banked 30 bonus points for it. He settles down cross-legged with a satisfied grin. His efforts, he decides, were definitely not wasted. Then he face plants, groaning that he can't go on either. Turns out running a harem is exhausting work. Later that night, he finally makes it back home. Except Kfu is already there waiting for him, holding out something red and looking very much not finished with their earlier conversation. Out in the woods, Kfu tests something out alone, debris scattered all around her from whatever she just did. She peeks out from the bushes, murmuring that her strength seems to have gone up. Interesting. Elsewhere, someone's keeping tabs on him. A stranger notices Lai Yuanyi never actually left the tribe today, and wonders how he vanished anyway. It's truly strange, she murmurs to herself, clearly not buying whatever excuse is going around. Then she smirks. Strange or not, she admits it's also truly interesting. Back at camp, Lai Yuanyi gets a fire going for the night. Tingting stirs awake, dazed, wondering out loud what exactly happened to her. He tells her she was just so worn out she passed out cold, and asks if she's feeling rested now. She lights up, surprised he didn't leave, and he just shrugs, saying they've still got mating to do eventually, so how could he abandon her now? What are you so scared of? He teases. You know exactly where I live, I'm not going anywhere. He asks if she liked what he did to her. She admits she did, and he's already offering seconds. She agrees, but hesitates the moment he says he should probably head back to the tribe for a while. He throws his hands up in a panic, swearing up and down that he won't run off on her. She's got a condition though, unless he lets her mark him. He just blinks. Mark what? She explains that once the mark takes, she can track him down anywhere, only then will she actually feel at ease. He asks how exactly this marking thing works, and she just leans in and shows him. And with that, Tingting seals the deal her own way, holding onto him tight. Deep in dark tribe territory, things get intense between our guy and Deng Xinshuang, and just when he thinks it is over, she leans in for one more surprise. A bite right on the neck. The bite is not random. Deng Xinshuang just turned herself into a living tracker. So you can track me like this? He asks, half worried he signed up for round-the-clock surveillance from a certified villainess. Turns out getting stalked by your own blood bond has an upside. If his life is ever in danger, she will know instantly. Deng Xinshuang looks almost pleased with herself about it. He talks himself into liking the arrangement. Extra insurance, he reasons, the pros outweigh the cons. Then comes the real question, then can I go? He hesitates at the tree line, clearly not thrilled to leave, and gets the softest little back from her, the kind of goodbye that makes a getaway way harder than it should be. One last look, one last goodbye, and he still has not actually left yet. He says he will walk off a ways before teleporting, but inside he is spiraling. She just took one bite and she is this relieved to let me leave? The more I think about it, the less right it feels. He ducks deep into a new patch of forest, muttering that this spot is hidden enough to finally teleport out from. Before he can move, a voice drifts through the trees. Someone else has been out here searching hard for almost a full day. As the light starts to die, his stomach drops. The novel was crystal clear that the male lead gets snatched up by Deng Xinshuang the second he sets foot in this forest. And here is the actual male lead, right on schedule, hunting for her. Shi Tianrui trudges past, griping that he has combed the forest like a dragnet without finding so much as a shadow of her, and nearly got grabbed by dark tribe members for his trouble. Off to the side, Shi Tianrui is pep-talking himself. Do not give up, the plot points guarantee you will run into her eventually. Our guy realizes with a smirk that the poor guy is literally talking to his own system. It clicks for him. He must have hijacked plot armor's storyline, which is exactly why the real male lead cannot catch a break. Cannot be helped, he shrugs, eavesdropping with zero shame. A cannon fodder needs a life too. You go get her, Halo boy. Then the panic sets in. If Shi Tianrui actually finds her first handsome, system-equipped, practically main character material, how is a background character supposed to compete? His thumb hovers over the teleport panel as the excuses start piling up. Besides, I already gave her my first time. She basically owes me. She has to take responsibility for me, he decides. Fist pumping like that was ever a real argument. Teleport cancelled. He is absolutely not leaving now. Back in the cave, Deng Xinshuang is bored out of her mind, drumming up her own little so bo ring chant while she waits. Footsteps, her head snaps up. Someone is coming back. She is on her feet in an instant, hope written all over her face. And there he is, laughing it off like he just remembered something. Meanwhile, Deng Xinshuang lights up completely. baby, you are back. She teases him, hopeful, is it that you cannot bear to leave me? Right, I cannot bear to leave, he answers without missing a beat, pulling her into a kiss. Technically true, just not for the reason she thinks. His real excuse, he supposedly bought her a dress and just has to see her wear it before he goes. In his head, it is pure strategy keep her in this cave by any means necessary so she never crosses paths with the real male lead. She lights up at the idea, way too happy about a surprise outfit. A moment later she steps out in it and he is already stammering, baby, this outfit? It is very unique. These are clothes from the human race, he explains, do you like them? Buying himself more time, one compliment at a time. I like everything you give me, she says, completely smitten and none the wiser. Behind the scenes, his system pings him with a smug little update. Her corruption score just tanked, her affection is climbing, and there is a reward waiting for him. Time to actually leave, or so he says. I am done changing, she asks, are you going now? His real plan, lull her to sleep first, then slip away. She pouts about it anyway, still have to go, boo-hoo, even as her eyelids start to droop. Night falls fully over the forest, the moon climbing high while he waits her out. Once it is properly dark again, he is not thrilled, not enough luck left in him to survive another dark tribe run-in on his last few points. New plan, track down the other female leads first and save Deng Xinshuang, who is about to hibernate anyway, for last. Host is right, retreat. His system chirps in and the coordinate teleport, a freebie from his starter pack, lights up under his finger. Light swallows the clearing as he teleports out, leaving the forest behind. Somewhere new, he double-checks on a sleeping Deng Xinshuang. Ting, no response, good, she is actually out. His system smugly notes this teleport perk was earned the hard way, like working a sweatshop shift, and just like that, he vanishes. He lands back at a familiar wooden building under the night sky. He glances around, relieved nobody caught him teleporting in out of nowhere. Peering into a dim room, he notices Kfu is still wide awake, waiting up. He calls out, sneaking in, Kfu, I am back, right as something bright and fiery flares in the doorway. A hissing, serpentine shape coils out of the dark, eyes burning red, clearly not just a friendly hello. Kfu gets wrapped up in swirling magic, utterly bewildered by what is happening to her. Lai Yuanyi slips back home late at night, quietly stepping through the door. He pauses for a moment, clearly turning something over in his head. There's Kfu, curled up asleep in her little fox form right there on the floor. Her eyes snap open, glowing with a burst of energy as she stirs awake. In a flash of light she shifts back into her human form, quick on her feet. Ma Master, you're back, she blurts, spinning around like she wasn't just napping on the floor. She's stunned to see him, especially since word is he only reeled in 2 fish all day. Rough afternoon out there, champ. She offers to go serve the dinner she made, but he stops her cold. Wait. Answer my first question, he presses, not letting her dodge it. Eyes welling up, she admits, I'm used to sleeping on the floor. He calls her bluff, you clearly prefer soft beds, don't think I don't know. She flinches, scared she's in trouble, and quickly caves. I got it, I'll sleep on the bed from now on. He softens, patting her head, don't be afraid, it's not like I'm going to eat you. She just blinks at him, baffled. Is he getting weirder lately, or is it just her? Sit tight, he announces this young master will serve the food himself, just so she can't sneak any poison in. He struts off, very pleased with his own joke. Kfu quietly decides he hasn't really changed, he's just, well, less of a pervert these days. His system pings quietly, Kfu's affection just ticked up, 5 bonus points banked. He groans to himself that he genuinely cannot figure out what goes on in this woman's head anymore. Suckup chimes in, impressed he's already this good at handling Kfu, and reminds him 150 points unlocks a system shop upgrade. He grins, feeling weirdly confident, all of a sudden joking that he must be going full villain mode. Kfu, sit down and eat or I'll hit you, he calls out, plates in hand. He carries the food over himself, no servants required tonight. Eat clean, don't go hungry, I hate it when people in my house go hungry, understand? He tells her, settling in across the table. Understood, she chirps, blushing as she digs in with her chopsticks. Then something catches his eye and his face goes still, something about her looks off. Ugh, Suckup yelps as he flicks it aside, too distracted to deal with the system right now. He reaches out and pulls her collar aside for a closer look. His eyes go wide. "You've been marked." She freezes on the spot, completely caught off guard. She looks furious about it, and he asks flat out, "Is this the Dark Tribe's doing?" The aura confirms it. She admits she was caught and bitten by them, only barely escaping while they were out hunting. Seeing how much she hates even talking about the mark, he decides his safest move is to just play dumb. Bottom line, the Dark Tribe has her marked as a target, and they won't stop until they force her into being their breeding mate. Dead serious, she insists they need to leave, somewhere the Dark Tribe can't easily follow. His hand tenses on the table as he takes that in. "Leave?" he asks. She warns that anyone the Dark Tribe targets gets used as a breeding tool until they are drained dry, then tossed aside. He sets his chopsticks down and asks wouldn't running just cost her her own freedom instead. His expression turns dead serious as he thinks it through. Caught off guard by his concern, she trails off. I just don't want to see someone I know get hurt," she admits, and somewhere his system quietly logs the shift in her feelings. Touched, he tells her that kind of loyalty makes him happy. "Now sit back down and eat." Still blushing, she lets it drop as he waves it off, claiming he's just tired from fishing all day. They'll deal with the mark tomorrow. Night settles over the house. Still awake, he catches a faint rustle outside in the dark. By candlelight, he finds Fu curled back up asleep in her fox form on the floor. She looks awfully cozy like that, he thinks, watching her sleep. Unable to resist, he reaches out and gives her fur a little pet. His eyes light up, so soft. Now he's fully committed, rubbing his face into her fur and wondering out loud if her wolf form would feel just as good. Priorities, right? She jolts awake mid-pet, blinking in confusion at what's happening to her. He just shrugs with a guilty grin. "Hey, he's the master here, he'd be a fool not to enjoy the perks." She squirms, flustered, not entirely sure where his hands have been wandering. If this keeps up, she worries, her whole body is going to start feeling seriously weird. She finally snaps, cheeks burning, "Don't touch." It is late and Kfu is completely worn out, stretched out on the bed with him right beside her. Turns out taking care of an exhausted fox girl is a full contact job. The second his hand brushes her ear, she practically melts, gasping that she cannot hold on anymore. "Relax, it is not as dramatic as it sounds, she is just that ticklish." He keeps going and she lets out this soft little whine. Somebody give this man an award for best ear scratcher in the tribe. He freezes up, panicking that he actually hurt her. "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable?" Classic overthinking king. Out of nowhere, the system pings him. Ifu's affection just ticked up and he just banked 50 free points for it. Being sweet literally pays now. That pushes his total past 150 and the system throws a little celebration, unlocking a brand new tier of the shop for him. He is sweating bullets as the notifications keep stacking up on his screen. Being a secret HAREM system user is way more stressful than it looks. And just like that, shop level 2 blinks open in front of him. New toys, probably new problems too. Later, Kfu cannot stop thinking to herself that she must be losing it. Since when did being this close to him start feeling warm instead of dangerous? Just for tonight, she decides she will let herself lean against him and actually sleep. Baby steps for a certified villainess. He just smiles down at her and tells her to be a good girl and get some rest. Smoothest bedtime line this side of the tribe. Alone with his thoughts afterward, even he looks a little thrown by how much he is starting to feel for her. She sleeps like a rock under his hand while the moon hangs quiet outside. Peace for once in this chaotic harem arrangement. Morning rolls around and he blinks awake, clearly still half lost in whatever he was dreaming about. There she is, curled right up against him in her human form, dead asleep and looking way too comfortable for someone who supposedly hates him. He cannot help but think she is actually well behaved as long as she is unconscious. Somebody frame that thought. She nuzzles right into the pillow like she owns the place. Adorable and also mildly terrifying for a woman who could probably kill him. Come daylight, Kfu gets serious, warning him straight up that if the tribe does not relocate soon, he is going to be in real danger. All he gives back is a flat "Mn," the universal guy sound for "I heard you and I am already stressed about it." Inside his head, it is chaos. Leave the tribe and Deng Tingshuang might spiral, wondering where he went, but refuse to move, and he could tank all the affection points he has grinded so hard for with Kfu. Even his system chimes in with all the tact of a group chat lurker. Host, this is indeed a dilemma, thanks, very helpful. It follows up with a cheery good luck host, you will definitely think of the best solution. Cold comfort from a glorified point tracker. He just groans that women are impossible to please, throwing his hands up at the little floating orb like it owes him therapy. He paces back and forth, stuck completely on what to actually do about any of this. Eventually, he talks himself into it. No shortcuts here, he needs to track down Kfu and hash out the whole relocation thing properly. Cut to the fruit grove just outside the tribe where Kfu is happily out picking apples, completely unaware of the drama brewing in his head. Before he goes to find her, priorities, he pulls up the system shop to grab an outfit that reads handsome from the first glance. 2 points later, the pearl set purchase goes through, no regrets. The fine print promises a full hour of plus 100 charm the second he puts it on. Confidence, purchased directly. Back in the grove, Kfu keeps loading up her basket, one apple at a time. That is when a new voice cuts in Miss Kfu offering to carry her haul back since it must be heavy. Enter plot armor himself, Shi Tianrui, striking a whole main character pose in his fancy robes like he just stepped out of a photo shoot. Kfu barely gets a who out before he is already closing the distance. She shuts him down flat. This is her work as one of the tribe's slaves, and if even that gets taken from her, she has got nothing left to stand on. Rejected, he stands there fuming, baffled that his freshly bought charm boost is doing absolutely nothing. Maybe he decides she is just shy. She is not. Meanwhile, our guy is lurking in the tree line watching all this, absolutely fuming that someone is poaching his corner of the harem. A slow smile creeps across his face instead. He has got a plan, and it is not a subtle one. Green tea mode officially activated. Time to turn the charm all the way up and out sweet the competition. The whole fake nice glow up practically radiates off him as he strolls in. One more glance at her, basket and apples and all, before he makes his move. He slides in right next to her, laying it on thick with a syrupy bewitching Kfu, smooth, painfully smooth. Both Kfu and Shi Tianrui just blink at him, equally blindsided by the sudden entrance. Reading the room, Shi Tianrui mutters that since she has got help now, she clearly does not need him and slinks off looking thoroughly deflated. Victory achieved, except our guy is still stewing over one thing: why was the actual cannon fodder even out here in the first place? He shrugs it off fast, just a loser, he decides, no real threat to him at all. Shi Tianrui trudges off grumbling that he wasted his whole trip worrying for nothing, then awkwardly pipes back up that since he is done gathering too, he will just walk back with them. The system quietly slips him another little bonus for the performance plus 0.1 affection, 5 more points banked. They are walking home through the woods when Lai Yuanyi warns her out of nowhere, you need to pay more attention to that man just now. Kfu's mind is racing. A man who is not her master showing that kind of interest in a slave is basically forbidden, and she is sure he has dirty intentions. She just nods it off with a quiet, I understand. He is not done though, telling her not to act like she was just now ever again. She goes red, totally lost, like that. Turns out she just means keeping her distance, so the tribe does not judge her even harder for getting close to him. Yuanyi totally misreads the room and decides she just means his fake harmless nice guy act. Bless him. Before either of them can finish the thought, a hand suddenly shoots out to block their path. He snaps at her to walk properly, people are watching. She says she does not care what anyone thinks, the tribe already looks down on her anyway, she just wants to repay what she owes him. He shuts that down flat, master and slave owe each other nothing. She stares at him, half convinced that fight scrambled something in his brain. He has never been this soft with her before. Here is the thing though, in his head none of this is real to him. He still thinks of her as just a character in a novel he read, someone he is supposed to win over. But watching her smile like that, even he has a hard time looking away. He tells her flat out that she looks especially good when she smiles, so she should do it more. It is sweet and also very calculated. With this guy you can never quite tell which one it is. For a second her smile slips into something more fragile, and she murmurs that even if one day she is not by his side. He brushes right past the heavy moment and cheerfully calls it time to go home and eat. She offers to cook. So the two of them head back through the forest together as the light starts to fade. Meanwhile, Shi Tianrui is scheming. If he does not get rid of this so-called canon fodder side character, he is convinced Fu will never have a change of heart, and worse, he suspects this kid is another transmigrator like him. His system practically panics. If Lai Yuanyi really is a transmigrator too, that is very bad news, and it is already telling him to act fast. The warning gets worse. If Lai Yuanyi gets to the female lead first, it is game over for him. He mutters that winter is coming soon. He has got an idea brewing. Some of the dark tribe women out there need somewhere to belong. His system asks him straight up what exactly he is planning. He remembers the novel's plot. There was a throwaway dark tribe woman in there, pure cannon fodder. His plan is cold. Give her a little hope and she will do all his dirty work for him, a knife he can use to cut down the competition. In his head, he is already rewriting the story. Get rid of this guy now and everything snaps back onto the track he wants. Back home, Yuanyi is serving up dinner, telling Kfu to try the soup, when the whole room suddenly explodes in a burst of light. A slash rips clean through the spot where he was just standing. He barely dodges, swearing under his breath as blades and sparks rain down around him. Energy crackles around him as he shoves Kfu back, shouting for her to get out of the way. Their attacker steps out of the shadows, a dark tribe woman closing in fast with a blast of purple energy. Yuanyi throws himself in front of Kfu and takes the hit meant for her. Blood sparks a sharp cry of pain. Someone just got hurt bad. He pulls Kfu close and checks her over. She is hurt, and it is clearly tearing him up. He asks if this is the same dark tribe woman who marked her before. She snaps back no. Cut to a flashback. Here is their attacker again, smug and confident before the fight even started. Turns out Shi Tianrui made her an offer. Kill Lai Yuanyi and she gets to be his. He sweetened the deal too, an identity that would let the dark tribe finally break free from their shackles. She asks him point blank if he is lying to her. He just smirks. Why would he lie about a favor like this? Back in the present, she unleashes everything she has got, dark lightning tearing through the room. The clash is brutal, energy slamming straight into flesh. Blood sprays as the dark energy overwhelms whoever is caught in it. A pillar of purple light crashes down and Yuanyi screams her name in horror, Kfu. Onlookers panic too, a dark tribe member openly attacking inside the tribe. She just keeps gathering more power in her palm. But Yuanyi's eyes go sharp and gold energy starts building in his hand. Turns out weak slave was never the whole story. She freezes stunned as blinding light erupts off him. He blasts straight through the debris toward her, no longer holding back at all. She is knocked flat, coughing up blood, completely outmatched. He stands there crackling with golden energy, rain streaming off him, finally showing what he can really do. His strike lands hard, the impact rippling through the whole clearing. A beam of light cracks the ground wide open. Then a new voice cuts in, a woman with green hair, smirking like she has known his secret the whole time. Heh, Lai Yuanyi, how many more surprises do you have that I do not know about? Meet Lai Yuanyi, the guy everyone in his tribe wrote off as a lazy nobody. That energy blazing off his fists, nobody saw this coming. Kfu just watched her supposedly useless master turn into an actual fighter, and honestly, same energy as you right now. I never knew he could fight like this, she mutters, while Lai Yuanyi's already got the attacker pinned down, demanding to know who sent her. That's Deng Xinshuang, the dark tribe assassin sent to finish the job, and right now she's not talking, just glaring through the pain. She's beaten and cornered, but stubborn silence is still silence, so Lai Yuanyi decides it's time to turn up the heat. Literally. Flames roll up his arm like he's done this 100 times before, which, given his reputation back home, should be flat out impossible. If you won't talk, he warns, there's no use keeping you alive. Cold, sharp, and nothing like the lazy slacker the village thinks he is. With the fight over, he drops the killer act instantly and checks on Kfu, gently asking if she's hurt anywhere else. She just stares at him, still catching her breath before finally blurting out the question everyone's thinking. You, when did you learn all this? Cue the internal panic, because I secretly bought superpowers is not exactly an easy explanation to give. His mind drags him back to that night he got hauled off by the Dark Tribe, desperate and completely out of options. That's when a hidden system flickered to life in his head, and with nothing left to lose, he bought himself an actual cultivation method on the spot. Out loud though, he keeps it simple, just says desperation gave him a sudden enlightenment and he figured a few tricks out. Somewhere nearby, a little onlooker's already whispering that he might secretly be a martial arts prodigy, and honestly, the rumor mill writes itself. Not everyone's buying it though, since apparently even the weakest Dark Tribe fighter usually takes a proper warrior to put down. These aren't moves you just figure out, someone presses, before attention swings over to Kfu's injuries instead. Meanwhile, watching from the shadows, a total stranger with sharp green eyes clocks that Kfu's power has been sealed, and decides this village just got a lot more interesting. Back in the village, the damage from tonight's fight is impossible to hide, and the neighbors are losing it. Lai Yuanyi keeps it simple for the crowd. A Dark Tribe assassin snuck in tonight, gunning for both him and Kfu. He stands over the fallen attacker, jaw tight, clearly furious someone thought they could just walk in and try this. The words Dark Tribe ripple through the crowd like a shockwave. Nobody wanted to hear that name tonight. One of the village guards confirms it flatly. The intruder is dead. Who killed her? Someone demands, and Lai Yuanyi answers with a single flat word, me. Cue the disbelief. You can't even lift a bucket of water. Rude, sure, but also fair history. Privately, Lai Yuanyi isn't worried about proving himself. He's already betting this whole ambush traces back to plot armor himself, Shi Tianrui, who watched him walk off with Kfu earlier today. Uncle Zhu, the village's worried old mentor, isn't buying coincidence either. Lai Yuanyi, did you offend someone? He presses. Offend someone? Please, nobody even takes me seriously. Lai Yuanyi shrugs, though privately he notes Papa Zhu is putting the pieces together fast. Kfu isn't laughing it off though. She reminds him of the guy who's been obsessed with her, betting it's him 9 times out of 10. Uncle Zhu's ears perk up at that. Someone went around Lai Yuanyi entirely to contact Kfu privately, rules be damned, and he wants a name. Lai Yuanyi names him outright, Shi Tianrui, a guy who isn't even from their tribe, and the guard confirms it with a simple yes. Uncle Zhu remembers him all right, some outsider who showed up days ago asking for a place to crash, and orders him brought in right now. Not long after, in walks Shi Tianrui himself, calm, composed, and looking way too put together for someone about to get accused of attempted murder. His reaction to hearing the assassin died is just a little too smooth. That Dark Tribe woman died. Uncle Zhu doesn't waste time and straight up asks Shi Tianrui to explain himself. And of course the room immediately starts second-guessing. He seems so proper, surely he wouldn't do something like this. Classic villain glow-up energy. Shi Tianrui plays it perfectly, tossing in an insult for good measure, claiming all he's heard is that Lai Yuanyi is lazy, useless, and just pushes his slaves around. Then he goes for the real gut punch, reminding everyone Lai Yuanyi vanished with the Dark Tribe once before and came back suspiciously unharmed. The two of them stand there eye to eye, and the tension in the room could cut glass. Lai Yuanyi doesn't flinch. I came back because I can fight and my luck isn't bad, he fires back. Kfu jumps straight to his defense, pointing out he just killed a Dark Tribe assassin with his bare hands tonight. What better proof do you need? Shi Tianrui just doubles down, twisting her defense of him into more evidence against him. Uncle Zhu turns to the guard for confirmation, who backs it up without hesitation. He saw the kill happen himself. That's when Shi Tianrui plays his real card, pointing out a Dark Tribe mark on Lai Yuanyi's neck and asking how anyone marked by them could possibly escape alive. Lai Yuanyi realizes fighting this accusation head-on is only going to dig him in deeper. So he drops a bombshell instead. He and Kfu are leaving for Yangshan town to get out from under the Dark Tribe's radar, and Uncle Zhu is floored. He admits it flat out. Yeah, he's marked, and he only got away by risking everything, which means staying here just paints a target on the whole village. Tonight's attack might have just been the opening move, so he's not waiting around. He's leaving tomorrow. Papa Zhu tries the practical angle. Lai Yuanese never had to fend for himself, so how exactly does he plan to survive out there alone? But Lai Yuanese already decided, and nothing is changing his mind. Since nobody here will even believe me, there's really nothing left to say, he tells Uncle Zhu, while across the room Shi Tianrui's eyes narrow like he did not see this move coming. And just like that, Shi Tianrui snaps, slamming his hand down and shouting that Lai Yuani is not allowed to leave. Quick flashback before we dive in. Last time, somebody grabbed a girl close and begged her not to go. Yeah, it's that kind of chapter. Cut to Golden Boy rival Shi Tianrui, sweating bullets. He hasn't even talked to Deng Xinshuang yet, and now Kfu's about to walk out of his life too. If both girls slip away this fast, his big transmigration debut is already a flop. Around the village, tongues are wagging. Word is Lai Yuani and Kfu are packing up to leave town, and with the dark tribe killing still unsolved, folks are muttering he's just running from the blame. Shi Tianrui isn't letting it go either. He corners the village chief. You know the dark tribe's a real threat, he says. We can't just leave that danger sitting in our backyard, right? The old chief doesn't blink. Nice try, young man, he says. I've got no proof you're colluding with anyone, and you've got no proof I am either. Neither side backs down. Off to the side, Kfu just watches the whole standoff in silence, her face unreadable. She's heard enough accusations to last a lifetime. Shi Tianrui doubles down. If I was really working with the dark tribe, why would they turn around and try to kill me, and how exactly would I have murdered her? His own logic is running away from him. Somewhere in his head, his system is screaming. Corruption value spiking, it warns. Host, abort, change the subject, think before you talk. A little late for that, buddy. Cape swirling, Shi Tianrui just turns his back on the whole mess and storms off. Dramatic exit, achievement unlocked. Meanwhile, Lai Yuani's got one less thing to worry about. At least Kfu was never going to fall for that so-called male lead, he thinks. The old chief just scowls after him. That one's motives stink, he mutters, not buying the innocent act for a second. Back with Lai Yuani, Kfu stays quiet, watching him wrap things up with the only father figure she has left in this village. Uncle Zhu, he says, Kfu and I need to go pack. Let's leave it here, I'm done arguing over who hurt me. Yangshan town will be safer for us. Uncle Zhu just nods hard. I will, he promises. Nothing's really settled, but Lai Yuani remembers old Zhu watched him grow up, and no matter how rough his reputation is, he'd never betray this village. Sai, live well out there, the old man tells him. Change your bad habits, be honest for once. Behind them, the wrecked, splintered door says everything about what really went down in this house. If it's broken, Lai Yuani shrugs. Don't bother fixing it. You never liked this place anyway, just think of it as a page you've already turned. But Fu starts trailing off. Turning the page is a lot easier said than done. Their hands find each other, without a word needing to be said. We're going to have a new home, he grins, like it's the easiest promise in the world. A new home, Kfu repeats like she's never let herself say those words before. Yeah, our home, he says simply, and they keep walking. First night in the new place and he's already fussing over her. Go to sleep early tonight, he tells her. Kfu lingers in the doorway, uneasy. With the door wide open like this, she asks. The only thing worth stealing in this house is you, he tells her flat out. She just deflects, my family's never had anything worth coveting anyway. So wanna share a bed, he teases. Kfu practically short circuits on the spot. Relax, he laughs, I just mean surviving together, nothing else. Besides, tomorrow we leave, this is our last night here anyway. Try anything funny, she warns, and I will fight you to the death. Zero chill, maximum threat. His hand hovers, hesitating before he pulls it back. She goes red and says nothing, the air between them thick with things unsaid. I haven't laid a hand on you in all these years, he says quietly. You can trust me on this much. The last candle flickers out. Good night, and just like that they turn in, feet to head, keeping a very respectable distance, for now. By morning they've somehow drifted right back together, cheek to cheek, dead asleep. She holds his hand close without waking him, quiet as anything, though somewhere in the back of his mind, the faces of the other girls he's sworn to save haven't gone anywhere. Her cheeks are still burning pink, and honestly she doesn't hate it. Morning light, soft smiles, this is the closest thing to peace either of them has had in a while. I will live a good life with you, she says softly. You don't have to force yourself to say that, he tells her gently. Ding, somewhere a system quietly clocks a shift in Kfu's affection meter. +2, 100 bonus points. The system practically screams with joy while Kfu just blushes like she has no idea what happened. Oh my god, host, you turned the whole thing around with one sentence. Even the system's fanboying now, and yeah, he's letting himself look a little smug about it. He ruffles her hair. Let's just start over getting to know each other from scratch, he says. I won't treat you the way I used to, I'm sorry. On behalf of the old Lai Yuani, the one who hurt you before, I'm sorry, he says. Kfu just stares at him, caught completely off guard. Is all she manages, but it's enough. And for the first time in a long time, Kfu actually smiles like she means it. This chapter's out on a high note, see you in the next one. We open on a hazy memory, two girls curled up together in bed, soft and warm, while sleep drags our hero somewhere between dream and reality. Then bam, he jolts awake with actual little hearts popping over his head. Yeah, he was definitely dreaming about someone. His eyes crack open, mind still swimming in that half-asleep haze like he cannot quite tell what is real anymore. Then his system chimes in, cold and blunt, only one gray heart left to turn around. One more woman still does not trust him. No pressure, right? Cut to Kfu waking up flustered, mumbling that she slept way too deep last night. Someone is a little embarrassed. He waves it off, tells her it is fine, it is just warmer with two people squeezed together, and hauls himself out of bed to get moving. Packing time, he tells Kfu to start on the luggage without him, promising he will swing back to help her finish up. But Kfu clocks him lugging around a whole basket of meat and gets suspicious, asking if something urgent is going on. He just grins, tells her to wait for him to come back, then immediately jokes to himself that sneaking off like this feels exactly like cheating on a wife. Off he goes into the night, alone, slipping out of the village just like always. But he is not as sneaky as he thinks. Something is watching from the shadows, a snake creature noting that he has vanished again just like last time and that his injuries look mostly healed. The snake cannot wrap its head around it either, wondering just where this guy learned magic powerful enough to straight up disappear. Turns out that is not even the scary part. This creature is eyeing his power for itself, scheming that eating him could let it steal his magic, while word spreads that the group is relocating to Yangshan town. Meanwhile, the real reason for his trip, Deng Tingshuang, decides she is coming along too. She has her own business to handle in Yangshan town anyway. So he treks on through the forest and into the cave where she is holed up, meat basket in hand. The second he spots her, he lights up completely, shouting that he is here, basket of meat held up like a trophy. She practically leaps into his arms, thrilled he showed up, immediately grilling him about the meat and whether he is actually recovering okay. He pulls her into the cave, promising to answer every single question, one at a time. Turns out the meat run was pure sweetness. He knew she was about to hibernate and did not want her running low on food, so he made the trip special. That is when it clicks for her, wait, going out? Where exactly does he think he is headed off to now? Cue the alarm bells. He hugs her close, quietly admitting to himself there was never any fooling her, she is way too sharp to miss when something is up. Their hands lock together tight, the moment heavy, his face caught somewhere between guilt and resolve. He lays it all out. He timed this visit for her hibernation on purpose so she would see his face the second she woke up, and swears he will never abandon her. She admits quietly that she is still scared. He does not push. He tells her he gets it. After everything she has been through, not trusting people easily is basically how she has survived this long. And right on cue, the system pipes up behind the scenes. Her affection is climbing, and it is practically begging him to keep laying on the charm before that heart flickers gray again. So he goes all in, vowing that even though he is just an ordinary guy right now, he is going to get stronger, break her curse, and give her the most stable life she has ever had. And it lands. She softens completely, telling him he has never lied to her, right as her heart practically glows pink on screen. Behind the curtain, the system is losing it. Affection just spiked hard, 80 bonus points for the host. But it is quick to warn him not to get cocky. This heart can turn gray again just as fast as it turned pink. For now though, it is just the two of them cheek to cheek, hearts practically floating in the air. Cut to him internally spiraling, calling himself a total scumbag with zero bottom line left, while his system just shrugs it off as, hey, it is for world peace and his own survival, do not overthink it. Back with her, the two of them just stare each other down, something unspoken hanging thick in the air. Then she drops it casually before he leaves. Want to do that thing again from before? And you can basically watch him short circuit on the spot. His whole face goes red, internally screaming that she is basically propositioning him to his face, and honestly, who could say no to that? The comic even stops to ask you directly, what would you say in his shoes? Bold move, breaking the fourth wall like that. He scoops her up anyway, quick to clarify, it is just a massage, nothing more, while she just melts into a soft little hum. Scene shift, he is back home, calling out to Fu that he has returned. She lights up instantly, welcoming him back and reporting that she is almost done packing everything up herself. He notices she has been grinding hard, hair a total mess from prepping fish and supplies for the move. So he leans in and gently fixes her hair for her, nothing said, just quiet care. She goes stiff, cheeks burning, the air between them suddenly a lot more charged than either of them planned for. He brushes her ear so tenderly she can barely take it, whispering that he should not be this good to her, that she is scared, genuinely scared, of what that might mean. Uncle Zhu walks Lai Yuanyi right up to the edge of the village, dishing out some last-minute survival tips before he heads off to the big city. Keep your wits about you out there, the old man warns. Yangshan City's got way more people, way more prying eyes, and way more rules than our little corner of nowhere. Before he can even argue, Uncle Zhu pulls him into a tight hug and Lai Yuanyi just lets it happen. Uncle Zhu, I get it, he says, patting the old man's back. Turns out under all that gruff mentoring, Uncle Zhu genuinely loves this kid. The useless original owner of this body never deserved him. Watching the old man ugly cry over a goodbye hug, pure mother hen energy. If it doesn't work out there, you come straight back, Uncle Zhu calls after him. There's always a bite of food waiting for you here. Lai Yuanyi promises he'll visit whenever he can. Uncle Zhu really has been like half a parent to him. Fu just nods along with a quiet okay. Honestly, without Uncle Zhu's years of looking out for him, the old owner of this body probably wouldn't have survived this long. Let's go, Lai Yuanyi says, and Fu murmurs back her agreement. And with that, the two of them turn their backs on the only home Lai Yuanyi has ever known and head off toward Yangshan City. Days of walking later, they finally hit a waterfall roaring through the wilderness, a welcome sight after being cooped up on the road. It's stuffy out here, Lai Yuanyi says, nodding at the water. Go wash up, I'll grab some firewood and get a fire going. Fu tries to insist that's slave work and she should be the one doing it, but Lai Yuanyi shuts that down fast. Don't call yourself a slave anymore, he tells her. We're not with the tribe now. Then he drops the real bombshell, we should be considered family. Fu's whole face goes red and her jaw just about hits the floor. Family, she repeats under her breath, cheeks burning, while he tells her to go ahead and bathe. He's already checked, there's nobody around. He heads off to gather firewood with a wave, completely oblivious to the hearts practically floating over Fu's head behind him. She's still a flustered mess back at the water, clutching her chest like her heart is about to beat right out of it. His system pings him out of nowhere. The baby fox's affection is climbing. Saving the world is my sacred duty after all, he tells himself, not humble at all about being a professional simp. Reaching for firewood, his hand closes around what he thinks is just a vine. By the way, he starts to say before he even clocks what he's actually grabbed. Thorny vines are curled all around his boot, and this patch of forest is way too quiet for comfort. His system pipes up with a fun fact. Vegetation like this usually means they are near the turf of a female villain named Ryuan Lingzhu from the forest tribe. Her territory specifically? Could my luck really be this bad, he mutters while the system scans the coordinates just to be sure. Oops, yep, we're definitely in her territory, the system chirps, completely unhelpful right as a massive vine lunges straight at him. Lai Yuanyi barely gets out a startled, before the vines have him wrapped up tight. He's hoisted clean off the ground, hanging upside down with the blood already rushing to his head. Speak of the devil, he grumbles from his new vantage point, dangling from a tree like bait. Let me guess, he thinks the profile said she's a yandere, judges people purely on looks and acts sweet while being secretly ruthless, right? His system just confirms it, no comfort added. So if she doesn't like my face, does that mean I'm just not good looking enough, he wonders, only for the system to go suspiciously quiet. Ah, this. BB, but your personality and charisma are off the charts, the system stammers, which is not exactly the reassurance he was hoping for. Then she actually appears, drifting down through the trees wrapped in glowing green light, every bit as striking as advertised. Thorned vines trail from her bare foot as she descends, and even the forest itself seems to hold its breath around her. She looks him over and smiles. So it's a wolf tribe youth, she says, sizing him up like he's the most interesting thing she's seen in ages. I haven't run into a living thing in so long, she murmurs, stepping closer. This forest has been way too quiet. Hanging there, Lai Yuan's mind is racing. Yuan Lingzhu is supposed to be sealed by the forest tribe's high priest, still asleep according to everything he's read. So who exactly is standing in front of him right now? What's your name, she asks, tilting her head at him. Emil's name is never really important, right? He thinks nervously, so that means she's not planning to eat me. Out loud, he just answers Lai Yuan. She leans in close. You smell very fragrant, she says, and he freezes, bracing for whatever Very is about to turn into. Yuan, she sing-songs his name, grabbing his face in both hands, and for a second he genuinely thinks this is how it ends. But instead she just smiles and lets the vines start to dissolve. Wait for me to find you, she says, which honestly sounds more like a promise than a threat. And just like that she drifts off into the mist, gone as suddenly as she appeared. The vines let go all at once and he drops straight onto his head. Ouch, is all he manages. Kfu comes running the second she spots him, eyes wide with worry. What happened to you? She blurts out. He's still a little rattled, sitting there catching his breath while she hovers over him, making sure he's actually okay. Just met the forest tribe, he tells her, keeping it vague, taking her hand as they get moving again. The deeper they walk, the heavier the air gets. This place feels gloomy and kind of oppressive, he admits, and for once he's not exaggerating. Let's just find somewhere else to camp, Kfu says quickly. Let's go right now, smart girl. Half a month down the road, Lai Yuan and Kfu finally roll into Yangshan City, this huge hub where the beast tribes and a handful of humans somehow all get along under one roof. Kfu can't help gawking at the crowds, gushing about how bustling the city is. But her smile fades fast. She quietly admits her own hometown used to put even this place to shame. What a shame it's gone now. Her face falls into that same old lonely look. Yuan's quick to jump in, telling her gently not to be sad. He pulls her into a hug and makes her a promise right there. He's going to help her rebuild her hometown, no matter what it takes. Here's the twist nobody in the room can hear. In the original story, this hometown only got rebuilt because the real male lead stepped in and only after the cannon fodder version of Yuan died. He's not about to let some novel's so-called main character out-boyfriend him. Whatever Shi Tianrui managed, Yuan is determined to do it better. He catches himself getting carried away and reins it and can't go tipping his hand. Out loud though, he owns up that he used to be a real scoundrel to her, and only now does he get how rough he made things. Kfu studies him for a second, murmuring that sometimes it feels like he isn't even the same guy she used to know. He half braces for her to say she hates him. Now years of being mistreated by the old Yuan trained her to read people way too well. Instead she just smiles, saying she hopes whoever this new him is, he stays exactly like this and never changes back. He promises straight up he won't ever be that bastard again, then nudges her along to go find somewhere to stay. Turns out he's already got it handled, no need to hunt around, he knows exactly where they're staying. She lights up at that, practically glowing at the thought of finally settling down somewhere with him. They make their way to a quiet, traditional inn tucked among the trees, the place he'd already picked out ahead of time. He raps on the door and from somewhere inside, someone hollers back that they're coming. The door swings open to a gray-haired woman in armor, who blinks in shock at exactly who's standing there. Her jaw drops, "Princess." Turns out this is Aunt Chun, the devoted maid who once served Kfu's mother and in the original story, a legendary warrior in her own right. "It's me, Aunt Chun," Kfu says, and the older woman just about melts, gasping that she never thought she'd see her again in this lifetime. The two of them fold into a tight hug, years of separation finally catching up all at once. Aunt Chun explains that after everything went down, she was sold off to a wolf tribe clan. Kfu goes pale, sold as a slave. Aunt Chun loses it for a second, crying out that her poor princess has suffered so much. Kfu waves it off gently, "It's fine, it's all in the past now," then suddenly puts something together. "Wait, wolf tribe, then is he?" Aunt Chun's expression goes tight, like she's bracing to answer a question she's been dreading. Kfu tries to introduce him simply as her master. Aunt Chun cuts her off cold. "Not anymore, apparently they're family now," and she does not sound thrilled about it. Still a little shaken, Aunt Chun ushers her inside, admitting she tidied Kfu's room ages ago and has been waiting for this day ever since. Kfu is touched. She never forgot their old promise either, as Aunt Chun launches into just how much she owes the Fox Emperor and Empress. Meanwhile, Yuani is quietly clocking the vibe. Yes, Aunt Chun clearly is not rolling out the welcome mat for him. Aunt Chun reveals the place is bigger than it looks, 2 plain floors up top, but 2 spacious ones hidden underground, and admits she never dared cause a scene, terrified of losing her one shot at finding Kfu again. Now that Kfu's actually here, she promises to finally fix the place up properly and shows her straight to her room to rest. Kfu, ever the sweetheart, asks if Yuani can just stay in the room right next to hers. Aunt Chun hesitates hard, but Kfu reassures her he treats her really well these days. Even Yuani feels a pang of guilt hearing that technically it wasn't this him who hurt her, but it still stings. Aunt Chun relents. "Fine, next door it is, but the room's a mess and he's cleaning it himself." He's weirdly thrilled about that. With that settled, everyone splits off to get squared away for the night. Kfu shows up at his door anyway, offering to help him tidy the room. He tries to wave her off, but she's already stepping in after everything he's done to win back her freedom. "Tidying a room is nothing," she insists. She flashes him that easy, genuine smile, the kind that still catches him off guard every time. Quietly, she admits something else too. Since the day she was sold off, this is the first time she's set foot back in Yangshan City. Looking around the streets, she murmurs that the place has changed so much. He offers to take her out for a stroll once they've eaten their fill, and she agrees without a second thought. Wherever he wants to go, she's coming along. Then out of nowhere, a system alert flashes red. Not good, it warns. Deng Tingshuang's corruption value is spiking hard. Yuani's face drops in an instant. Kfu catches it right away, asking what on earth is wrong. His jaw sets, fists clenching. Whatever is going on with Deng Tingshuang, it's clearly about to become a very big problem. Deep in his palace, Lai Yuani's system suddenly screams a location straight into his head. Someone named Deng Tingshuang is in danger, and he doesn't hesitate for a second. Behind him, the manor halls fall quiet. Kfu barely gets a glimpse of him before he's already gone. His footsteps echo down the corridor, quick and sure. There's no time to waste. Light and code ripple around him as the teleport locks on, yanking him straight toward the danger. He lands in the middle of a torn-up forest path. The ground's scorched, trees are snapped in half. Something huge just went down here. "Go in and check quick," he tells himself, sprinting deeper without a second thought. A pained cry rips through the rain up ahead, and it's not hard to guess whose voice that is. Someone plummets out of the trees right in front of him. Lai Yuani lunges and catches the falling body before it hits the ground. Whoever did this is still close by, watching from the shadows. Broken weapons and debris are still clattering down through the rain. This fight is far from over. He shakes her gently, calling her name over and over. "Tingshuang, Tingshuang, what happened to you?" She barely coughs the words out. "Run away." She'd rather he save himself than stick around for her. That's when 3 figures step out of the dark, sizing him up like he's dinner. A little wolf dog delivered himself to our doorstep. One purrs, fair and tender, smells good too. Another one licks her lips, talking about how comfortable winter's going to be now that their rations just walked right in. The pink-haired one grins even wider. No rush, she says, let him make a few rounds with all of them first before anyone thinks about turning him into dried meat. Tingshuang tries again, weaker this time. Go, you can't beat them, you'll be eaten by them. His system cuts in with a warning of its own. Tingshuang's corruption is spiking fast, and he needs to stabilize her before it's too late. Lai Yuanyi just smiles. Anyone who touches my family, he says, has a death wish coming. Lucky for him, that expensive skill he splurged on ages ago is finally getting some use, worth every point. The villainess is close and fast, and even Tingshuang looks stunned. Did he really just call her family? I am his family, he states flatly, standing his ground. One of the women just scoffs, clearly not buying it for a second. She smirks, sizing him up like this is going to be way too easy. The three of them circle up, crackling with dark energy, ready to teach the intruder a lesson. He activates it right there, a system skill called One Punch, beginner level, 50 points and worth every single one. His fist ignites, crackling with raw power as he winds up. Little wolf dog, come with big sis, she calls out, lunging in with a blast of purple energy. He doesn't even flinch. Don't start claiming family the second you show up, he snaps and decks her clean out of the sky. The next one comes in swinging. You've got some moves, but this ends here, give me your life. Too much talking, he mutters, I don't like listening to it. Then he answers with a wave of fire. She shrieks, die for me, as the two attacks collide in a blinding flash. The blast catches her partner too, and both of them go down hard. Tingshuang just stares, speechless, watching the fight she was so sure he'd lose. I don't hit women, he says coolly, looking down at the two of them sprawled on the ground, but anyone who bullies my family gets punished no matter how far they run. Don't you believe in survival of the fittest? He flashes a satisfied grin. Turns out this wolf dog bites back. Goodbye, he says, hope you get a better reincarnation next life. One last blast finishes the fight. With the threat down, he scoops up the unconscious Tingshuang and holds her close. His system practically screeches in his ear. Her affection meter is shooting up so fast it can barely keep count. She leans into him, cheeks flushed, finally letting her guard down for a second. The system chimes in again, all smug about it. 200 points earned in one go. Not bad for a rescue mission. He carries her to a quiet spot among the rocks and sets her down carefully. I'll stop the bleeding and clean this up for you first, he says, his hand already glowing. He works gently, focused entirely on her wound like nothing else in the world matters right now. The moment lingers a beat too long, and neither of them seems to mind. Careful, the iodine's about to spill, she warns, voice a little shaky. Wait, let me treat it first, he insists. Careful, that wound could tear right back open. She pulls her collar back into place, cheeks still burning. Whatever just happened between them, it's not nothing anymore. Deep in the tribe's chambers, Lai Yuanyi goes dead serious, medicine stick in hand, and the girl beside him practically flinches at the mood shift. Someone's hand clenches so hard it glows. Whatever's coming next, it's going to sting. He rounds on Deng Tingshuang. I told you to get treated properly, what part of that did you not understand? Classic scolding energy, except he's the one dabbing her wound. His tone softens fast. He promises to check on her during her hibernation, wraps her hand gently, and tells her not to worry about a thing. Tingshuang isn't having it. You're still leaving? The panic behind that question says more than the words do. He lays it out straight. Winter's coming, the mountains seal shut for 3 months, and as a clansman he can't skip the supply run just for his own sake. But is all she manages before her voice catches. Losing him for months just got real. Out in the cold rain, Tingshuang just stands there, soaked and speechless, the words stuck in her throat. He catches up, quietly kicking himself for lying so much he's basically become the villain too, but out loud it's all soft words. Don't cry, Ting. He seals up a vial of medicine for her, quiet and careful, playing the fixer he swears he isn't. He pats her head, promising he'll sneak back to see her the moment he can. She grips his sleeve. Can he just stay with her tonight one more time before the long sleep? He goes quiet for a beat, then compromises. He'll slip out only after she's actually asleep. Excuse of the century unlocked. The night's too dark and the forest's too dangerous for him to head back right now. Sure, buddy. A system alert pops up. Her affection meter is slowly climbing as she forces herself to accept that he's leaving. He promises that someday he'll take her somewhere warm all year round so they'll never have to be apart, and she admits she really doesn't want 3 months without him. Her hand finally goes slack, she's drifted off. The second she's out, his mask slips. However many lies he's told her, one thing is true, he really will bring her somewhere warm. Time to bounce. He pings his system for a teleport straight back home to Yongshan City, request granted. Meanwhile, back home, Kfu is sprawled out waiting for him, and she does not look like a woman in a patient mood. One flash of light later, and he drops right back into the house, sparkles and all, like nothing ever happened. The real fear kicks in now. If Kfu finds out where he's actually been, this whole juggling act falls apart. Cover story activate. Oh no, I got mud all over myself, better clean up quick. Smooth, real smooth. Kfu's already on the stairs, arms crossed. Where did you go? His internal response is one word: crap. He fumbles out an excuse about not finding a bathroom and just going in the woods, and even he's not sure anyone would buy that one. Kfu clearly isn't buying it. She knows he went out, she just can't figure out why he'd lie about it. She lets it go for now, just telling him his room's ready and he should go bathe and rest. She heads upstairs anyway and he watches her go, not totally convinced he's off the hook. She clearly doesn't believe a word of it, yet she doesn't push, and that just leaves him more confused than relieved. He vents to his system. Juggling just 2 villainesses is already wrecking him, and there are 7 total. His nerves cannot handle this math. The system's advice: lock down Kfu properly while Tingshuang hibernates so she can't slip back to the dark side. Worse, he knows Shi Tianrui just took a loss and still hasn't landed a single villainess, which means the guy is about to go all in hunting for the story's real female lead. So what if Shi Tianrui shows up in Yongshan City too? His answer: get this city's villainess on his side first. First impressions are everything. If she's already loyal to him, Shi Tianrui won't even register as competition. Determined face, dramatic wind, the works. His system isn't letting him off easy either. But didn't you just say you were too busy for this? It snarks as he pushes open yet another door. Being everyone's errand boy is exhausting no matter what world you're in. He faceplants onto the nearest surface, completely gassed. Muttering about overheating and stress bumps, he begs the system to pull up anything that'll cool him down. The menu that pops up is underwhelming. Random meat, a soda-looking drink, and some traditional fermented bean juice of all things. Turns out there's cheap herbal cooling water too, 1 point each, unlimited refills. He's thrilled. System, you're a legend, just swipe it all. Even his system can't resist a jab about his cheap taste in drinks, while he hypes himself up like he just downed a 500-year energy potion. Bowl in one hand, bottle in the other, he's grinning ear to ear. Crisis averted for today at least. Every morning Kfu heads out with Aunt Chun to handle business, and she never rolls back in until late at night. Which just so happens to leave our boy plenty of alone time. Suspicious? Absolutely. The second she's out the door, he teleports straight over to check on Deng Tingshuang, who's out cold in hibernation. And he just cannot resist sneaking a closer look while she's fast asleep. Real smooth, buddy. Every time he gets home, it's a full outfit change and a spritz of odor spray, anything to keep Kfu from sniffing out the truth. Nothing to see here, just a totally normal guy whipping up dinner like he wasn't just sneaking around all day. Kfu tells him he's been smelling pretty nice lately, and he plays it off, claims he just started hating the smell of sweat on other guys. She clearly isn't buying the excuse, and she's holding back from asking more, which honestly might be worse for him. Good news for him though, she has no idea he's secretly running a hidden system, so she can't connect the dots just yet. Winter rolls into the tribe, dusting the rooftops white as a whole new round of scheming kicks off. Lounging around, he asks his system point blank, when's Quan Yu finally coming back to the city? It's been over a month. Turns out he'd been trying to snag another villainess over in Yongshan City, and he's praying his rival doesn't stumble onto her first. A knock breaks his focus and Kfu asks if he's busy. Not busy at all, apparently. She's back early today, and he can't hide how pumped that makes him. She admits she's been busy with her own stuff lately and feels bad for neglecting him. There's a temple fair in the city today, she says, so let's go check it out. And he's suddenly wondering why she's so charming today. He agrees, though let's be honest, in his head this is basically a side quest for bonus affection points. He offers to go change first, but Fu grabs him, telling him there's no need. She pulls him along toward the fair, the whole street glowing under sunset light. Snow starts drifting down around them, and for a second he's caught totally off guard by the moment. Winter's here, she tells him, and hands over a robe she made just for him. He's stunned. She's been busy every single night, yet she still found time to sew him clothes. He pulls her in close and just says he's sorry. He apologizes for the past, even for things he insists he never actually did himself. Blushing hard, she deflects, saying the temple fair's about to start. Let's go, she says, and they head off together into the snow. The whole city glows under lanterns for the fair, snow blanketing every rooftop. They wander the stalls together, breath fogging in the cold, hands finding each other's. He mentions there's a parade tonight, the high priest riding through on a flower float. Fu freezes up. High priest, wait, is Kuan Yu actually back? She's spooked by his sudden reaction, asking what on earth is going on with him. Internally, he's panicking at the coincidence, so he covers by claiming he's chasing Kuan Yu's help to fix his own sealed fox powers. Fu explains Kuan Yu is no small name, a disciple of the Phoenix tribe's high priest with serious status. Turns out Fu's had her own secret too. She's been using Aunt Chun to track down her parents' old subordinates hiding in the city, and she's sorry for not saying sooner. Why would he be angry about that, he says. Guess they're both keeping a few secrets tonight. Privately, he checks with his system, would it really be fine if the villainesses met without knowing his connection to each other? The answer, just call it playing the edge. They push on through the crowd, the parade route lit up ahead of them. Lanterns line the roped-off street where the float is set to pass, the whole crowd bracing for a glimpse. And there she is, just a glimpse of pale hair in the crowd. Kuan Yu has finally returned. They peek through the curtain for a closer look, trying not to get caught staring. So this is the new villainess everyone's been talking about. Fu warns him she's next to impossible to get close to, and she especially loathes men. He already knows Kuan Yu hates all men, and reforming her is not going to be easy. But hey, the harder the challenge, the more interesting it gets, right? Snow drifts down over a festival town lit up with lanterns as the chapter opens on a quiet, glowing night. The rooftops are dusted white, and somewhere out in that quiet, two people are about to have a moment neither of them forgets. Lai Yuanyi gets stuck wearing some ridiculous festival hat, and honestly, the guy who saves villainesses for a living should not be allowed to look this goofy. Fireworks start booming overhead, and he pulls his fox-eared companion Fu in close under his cloak to watch. He throws up his hands, groaning so lame about something, while Fu just watches the sky, totally unbothered. The sky explodes in color, and for one night at least, everything feels perfect. Later, surrounded by the town's crowd, Lai Yuanyi admits it quietly to himself. Tonight, he was genuinely happy. Back home, Fu can't stop smiling either. The whole night is still glowing on her face. Let's go home, he says. Okay, she answers, and the two of them head back through the snow together. Neither of them notices the system quietly logging the moment. Female villain Fu's affection is rising fast because apparently love is a stat you can track now. Under all that fur, her ears do a happy little wiggle she can't quite hide. Back at the house, Fu insists on heating the bathwater herself, hauling the barrel in while an older woman looks on. The system chimes in with a cheeky reward, 150 points for the host, just for that little moment of affection. Meanwhile, back in the kitchen, someone reminds Fu that she's a free woman now, she doesn't have to boil bathwater for anybody. The older woman, Aunt Chun, isn't buying it. She points out Fu's doing all this specifically for that man and reminds her that if the Fox King hadn't been betrayed, she'd have been born a noble princess, not someone fetching water for a wolfman from some backwater tribe. Fu waves it off. There's plenty of water, Aunt Chun, go rest, I've got this, she says, then adds that there's a big event coming up in 2 days. Aunt Chun keeps needling her about having fallen for him. Flustered, Fu sputters back before Aunt Chun admits her own history. She was once bought by his family too, back when they were hoping to find him a wife. Kfu just says she feels for him, alone and far from home when she still has family around her. Aunt Chun's answer is blunt. She's old enough now to judge character, and the men in this world are full of schemes. Aunt Chun crosses her arms, unreadable and completely sure of herself. I'll remember, Kfu promises quietly, tucked into her own thoughts. Alone by the fire, still in her festival red, she sits hugging her knees, clearly turning Aunt Chun's warning over in her head. Then I'm going to sleep first, she announces with a big yawn, rubbing her eyes. The house goes quiet for the night, but Kfu is still sitting there, lost in thought instead of actually heading to bed. Water splashes into the bath as the night rolls on, one more quiet moment before things get interesting. Lai Yuanyi wanders in and stops cold. Why is there a faint scent in this room? He wonders. That's not soap, and Kfu turns to look at him, caught completely off guard. Somewhere his system flashes him some info and Lai Yuanyi's brain short-circuits. Isn't she only 16? He blurts out loud, full chibai panic mode. Crap, in 2 days she'll be 17. The system deadpans back that beastmen come of age at 17. Did he seriously forget the original plot already? Back to his normal self standing in the hallway, it clicks for him. He's been drawn to Kfu lately because of her pheromones, nothing more mysterious than biology kicking in. No wonder she's been acting so strange all day, and no wonder he keeps wanting to be near her. His system lays out the facts. A beastman's first heat lasts a full week, and normally a partner helps her through it. The system practically preens over being completely correct, not that it's much comfort to him right now. Lai Yuanyi panics, wondering if he still has time to play it cool, and dreading the idea of botching this so badly it makes things worse for her. He stands frozen near her, and his system finally snaps at him. Quit stalling and figure out a plan fast. Completely unaware of the storm going on in his head, Kfu just calls out, telling him to quit spacing out and come take his bath already. She's got her own confusion going on too. Ever since the temple fair, her chest won't stop pounding and she can't sit still. So strange, she mutters to herself. That night, soaking in the bath together, he asks if they can talk once they're done so she doesn't catch a cold. Then, clearing his throat, he finally says it. Kfu, there's something I need to tell you. In 2 days, it's your 17th birthday. He tells her plainly he's covered her birthdays for years now, so she might not even remember what's coming. Female beastmen, he explains, hit their first heat right at 17. Kfu goes silent for a moment, processing it. Then it clicks for her too, no wonder she murmurs. He tells her straight up that she's already started giving off pheromones, and to any male around that's basically irresistible. Do you understand what I mean? She just answers, MHM. He owns up to how he's treated her before, admitting he isn't sure where he stands with her now and that he refuses to force anything or take advantage of her while she's vulnerable. So let's get everything out in the open, he says. He takes her hand gently and lays out the risk plainly. If anything happens between them during her heat, instinct means he'll likely end up marking her for good. Kfu, are you listening? The moment she looks up at him, her eyes have already gone soft and pink, the heat clearly starting to take hold. Face flushed, she barely manages to whisper it back to him, will you mark me? He goes rigid for a second, hand half over his face, before a blinding wash of light takes over completely. Late at night, finally alone, Lai Yuanyi pulls Kfu in close, and this kiss says everything they've both been too scared to admit. She's so lost in the moment her shoe just slips right off. All Kfu can manage is a shaky eye, before her words trail off completely. For once Kfu drops the tough villainous act completely, and Lai Yuanyi can't tear his eyes away from her. She catches him staring and swats him off with a blush. Don't stare at me like that, I'll get shy. Sure, tough girl. Then comes the bombshell. I was bought by your family to be your wife from the very beginning, she admits, and his jaw basically hits the floor. Her heart is hammering. He tells her flat out he's never studied a girl's face this closely or for this long in his whole life. As he holds her, an old, awkward thought creeps back in. Wasn't he only supposed to be here to capture the female villains? A memory flashes back, her voice sharp and cold, no. But back in the present, he just looks at her and murmurs no, gently testing if that's still how she feels. I'm a bit strange tonight, she admits quietly, unsteady on her feet as she steps closer to him. She finally says it out loud. Lai Yuani, I have hated you, I have loathed you, do you know that? He doesn't even flinch. I know, he answers. But you suddenly changed, she goes on. I doubted you, I second-guessed everything, I was so confused. I want an answer. Wrapped in his arms, she finally asks the question that matters. Are you sincere about me? Lai Yuani freezes, all that comes out is a strained eye, while his face gives away some serious inner turmoil. How could I not be sincere, he finally says. It's all she needed to hear. Good, she breathes. Somewhere, his system flags it, intense emotional fluctuations detected, right as he starts to confess. If I told you the truth, I approached you at first meaning to capture you. But somewhere along the way, he admits, fingers laced through hers, even I stopped being able to tell the difference anymore. Seeing you sad makes my heart ache too, he tells her, and for once Kfu lets herself cry in front of him. His thoughts spiral in the dark. I can't even tell anymore if this is still just a mission. He pulls her into a slow kiss and finally says it. Maybe not being able to tell the difference means I've actually fallen for you. Kfu freezes completely, stunned. She was not expecting him to actually say it out loud. Neither of them backs away this time. Slowly, carefully, the last bit of distance between them disappears. I won't just give myself to anyone, she tells him quietly, which, coming from her, is basically a confession all its own. He holds her close and tells her plainly, you are my only choice. From here it's all hands and heartbeat, we'll let the panel do the talking. The two of them tumble into the bath together with a splash, laughing off the awkwardness as things get even closer. The night gets softer and slower from here, steam and petals, and the two of them finally, completely at ease with each other. In the warm water, every touch between them says more than words could at this point. This is about as close as two people can get. We'll leave the details to your imagination and let the mood speak for itself. Clothes forgotten at the edge of the tub, the two of them are completely lost in each other now. Every gentle touch gets a shiver in response. This is a couple who have clearly stopped holding back. It's a quiet, tender peek to the whole night, cherry blossoms drifting past as everything finally comes together for them. Afterward, it's just quiet water ripples and soft breathing, a rare, peaceful moment for two people who have been through so much. Picking up right where we left off, meet Kfu, the fox-eared beauty our hero just swept off her feet. Look at that blush. His system's practically glowing with pride, doling out a cool 1,000 points and a 2-grade level up for landing her. Cha-ching. New scene, new city, welcome to Yangshan, dusted in snow and about to get a whole lot more chaotic. The system's throwing confetti. Congratulations, host, female villain Kfu successfully captured. But somewhere close by, another guy just about jumps out of his skin like he felt that news in his bones. That's Shi Tianrui doubling over in pain, and it is not just heartburn. His own system flashes a warning. Kfu's already been whitewashed, stolen right out from under him. Kfu's already been captured? Damn it, what do I do now? Yeah, buddy, cry about it. Then he just sighs, already exhausted by his own bad luck. Our hero's system isn't letting him rest on his laurels. New mission, capture another villainess, rack up 3,000 points and unlock the level 6 shop. The reward's a forced reversal item that can undo a villain's corruption. Target locked, a woman named Quan Yu right here in Yangshan City. Cut to the morning after Kfu wakes up wrapped in the sheets, cheeks doing the full blush thing. Have you been awake a while, she asks. Yeah, he grins back, smooth as ever. She slips off to get ready, mentioning she and her Aunt Chun have errands to run today. Turns out tomorrow is her 17th birthday, and she shyly promises she'll be waiting for him back home. He just leans back, shirtless and smug, soaking in the moment. MN is all she can manage. Flustered beyond words, she bolts. I'm going back to my room, real subtle. Cue the chaos. Kfu comes sprinting off wrapped in a towel while some poor kid nearly has a heart attack catching the scene. No, I take him, the one who got captured here, the poor guy jokes. Honestly, fair point. Our hero just smirks to himself. Phew, finally bagged a female lead. This world isn't so bad after all. Confidence levels maximum. Back to business, his system just leveled up to rank 4 and can now sense the main system's movements. Translation: he knows exactly where Shi Tianrui's headed, straight for Quan Yu. Time to move first, let's go stake out Quan Yu's place, he says, already halfway out the door. One command and the system whips up a teleport gate, glitching and glowing like straight-up sci-fi. He steps through into the snow and immediately clocks someone else already lurking nearby. And there it is, Quan Yu's home, a snow-dusted estate that screams "do not disturb." Sure enough, it's Shi Tianrui fuming, "They actually won't let me in, what the hell," rejected before he even said hello. Turns out Quan Yu's whole deal is hating men on sight, so barging in guns blazing was never going to work. Shi Tianrui kicks a rock in pure despair. Other guys get a smooth transmigration. "Why am I the unlucky one? Cry harder, my guy." His system pitches an idea: use the scar removal cream to win her over. His response? A big dramatic "ugh, such a hassle." Meanwhile, our hero's cooking up his own scheme. "Hey, got any gender swap pills lying around?" No pills in stock, but the system's got something almost as wild, an item that makes anyone who looks at him see a woman for a full 50 minutes. Say hello to the cross-dressing bigshot, a steal at just 100 points. His first question, naturally: wait, can I actually see what I'd look like? You cannot, the system snaps back. He narrows his eyes. "I always feel like there's a catch with you." I am of one mind with the host. The system insists, so he caves and hits purchase, though he's a little worried about that 50-minute timer. There's the catch: when time's up, his true form gets revealed to whoever's watching. Risky, but hey, worth a test run. Item activated. Let's see this disguise in action. So will Shi Tianrui recognize me like this? Absolutely not, the system promises. Famous last words, probably. Grinning ear to ear, he decides Shi Tianrui's about to be his very first guinea pig. And just like that, green eyes, silver hair, an entirely new look staring back at him. Full glow-up unlocked. Even he's gotta admit, this disguise does not miss. Poor Shi Tianrui just freezes on the spot, jaw somewhere on the floor. "Big" is literally all he can say right before the nosebleed hits. Smooth, real smooth. "Staring at me while you're nosebleeding is a little creepy, you know," disguise him deadpans while his own system yells, "Watch your expression management," right back at him. He plays it cool on the outside, but you can practically hear his heart pounding. Shi Tianrui, fully smitten, sighs, "Totally my type, if only one of my captured villainesses was like her, buddy, she kind of already is." Meet Quan Yu. Word around the temple is she never lays a hand on women, but any guy who crosses her gets zapped like a lightning rod. So marching up as himself is out. A man defending men just reads as an accomplice in her book. But there's one crack in her armor, scars she's carried since childhood. That is his way in. Step 1 of the grand plan: make her feel for him. Cue the system charging up a very, very shady purchase. And there he is, fully disguised, soaked in rain, sweet-talking his way up the temple steps for an audience with the high priest herself. The guards want to know what's wrong, and somewhere a clock just started ticking, 45 minutes before the disguise wears off. Too shy to say it out loud, apparently. Classic stall tactic, but hey, it buys time. In he goes, playing the part of a heartbroken woman with a story about a troublesome man. Cue the fake waterworks. Turns out the system did its homework. Quan Yu does not just run ceremonies, she personally steps in for women getting bullied by men. Step 1, actually meet her. Word reaches the high priest herself: "A woman's here asking for help, let her in." Trust the high priest, they tell him. Oh, he is absolutely counting on it. And there she is, Quan Yu in the flesh, cool and composed among the butterflies. "Miss, please sit." First impression, sharp-eyed, confident, not somebody you want to lie to. Too bad, that is exactly the plan. She asks what's wrong and pours the tea first, telling him to calm down. "Thank you, high priest," he says, laying it on thick. Watching her fuss gently over a total stranger, he clocks it. She really is soft-hearted around women. There is a reason for that, and it is not a happy one. If not for what happened to her, she never would have ended up carrying all this. Here is how it started. Her father walked out on the family to go chase power, no looking back. Her mother never recovered from it and was gone within the year. Quan Yu was left to fend for herself completely alone. At just 8 years old, she got sold into slavery to an old man of the ape tribe. Years later, once she'd grown some, that same old man started looking at her the wrong way. One dark night, he tried to force himself on her. He corners her, and there is nowhere left to run. She fights back, and suddenly it's her hand on the knife, not his. She barely claws her way out of that nightmare alive, protecting herself the only way she could. Afterward, the high priest of the Phoenix tribe took her in as a disciple, and that is how she ended up here. If you do not want to talk about it, she tells him gently, we can just sit and drink tea in peace. Watching her, he can't help but think it. Whatever else people say about her, this girl is genuinely kind. Time to spring the fake sob story. It's about a distant cousin, he starts, and Kwon Yu is already hanging on every word. The cousin runs a little business and she wants in, except the family won't let a woman work for her own living. And to really shut that down, dear old dad wants to marry her off to a man 20 years her senior. Kwon Yu slams her hand down, furious. Detestable doesn't even cover it, she says, treating his own daughter like property, unforgivable. Go back and talk to him properly first, she says, eyes wet with anger on a total stranger's behalf. But if he won't listen to reason, she'll come settle it herself, justice high priest style. Nobody bullies a daughter on her watch, not in this city, she vows, pulling him into a reassuring hug that's a little more than he bargained for. Muffled panic ensues. Internally, he is screaming that he's about to suffocate, but out loud it is all gratitude. Talking to you really does help, high priest, he says. Then she presses a small tin into his hands, scar cream made by her own cousin, she says. Step 2 of the plan done, leave the gift behind and see if she actually uses it. If she does, step 3 is a breeze and they'll know soon enough. As he makes his exit, someone calls out, wait. Left alone again, Kwon Yu just sighs, turning the whole visit over in her head. The temple goes quiet again, same as it always does once the visitors leave. But her eyes keep drifting back to that little tin on the table. Scar removal cream, she murmurs, and for a second that guarded look cracks just a little. Back at the palace, his system points out she's still got that scar cream stashed away. Lai Yuani just shrugs, it depends how much she hates guys. Before he can finish that thought, a voice screams inside his head, wait, hide now, and his whole body goes rigid behind a tree. Turns out the fox villainess Kfu is closing in, and of all days she picked today to go see the high priestess too. His system hisses one rule, stay hidden, do not let her clock that he's even here. She strolls right past, all elegance and zero suspicion, while he bolts for it behind a tree like his life depends on it. Except muttering to an invisible system while hiding behind a tree is not exactly subtle, and someone just heard every word. Lai Yuani, she says, stepping into view, you sure are hiding a lot of secrets. He gets waved into the rest pavilion himself. High Priestess Kwon Yu is inviting both of them in. Kfu bows low and introduces herself, saying she's come specifically to ask for the High Priestess's help. The ask is huge. She wants Kwon Yu to help break a seal locked deep inside her own body. Kwon Yu studies her carefully, clearly already putting the pieces together. Fox tribe, surname K, you're the princess of the Fox clan, Kwon Yu says. Fu corrects her quietly, not anymore, that clan fell apart years ago. But you still want to bring the Fox tribe back, don't you? Kwon Yu presses. Yes, Fu answers simply. Kwon Yu reads right through her, this is really about avenging her parents and her people. Avenging my family is just the natural thing to do, Kfu says, bowing lower. Please, High Priestess, help me. Kwon Yu warns her straight up, breaking that seal takes time and real pain. She won't talk her out of this obsession, only asks she think hard first. Give me a few days to prepare. I'll send word. Kwon Yu finally agrees. Thank you, High Priestess. Kfu beams, relief written all over her face. Later, Lai Yuani corners his system with the real question. Any way to slip out and work on the other villainesses without Kfu catching wind. Teleporting back and forth is too risky, so his system offers an alternative for the right price, obviously. Why am I still paying a subscription fee after reincarnating into another world, he groans. Fine, how many points? 100 points a month buys a stand-in doll that can fake his mannerisms and stall any villainess with basic small talk. It'll fool someone for a short window, his system warns, but a close look from a sharp villainess could blow the whole thing. I'll test it for a month, he decides, and just like that, 100 points vanish from his account. The plan is set: slip away after dinner and let the doll cover for him while he's really out. Even his own system can't help but be impressed. Of course, the male lead would scheme his way around this. Host, you really do think of everything. Impressive, the system adds, practically fawning. Sneaking back that night, he's grinning. Kwon Yu actually agreed to help him lift his own seal too. Really? Kfu asks, melting against him. He confirms, and for a second everything's perfect. Then she sniffs the air and freezes. Why does he smell like the high priestess? What? He blurts, panicking inside. He never showered after leaving Kwon Yu's chambers. Internally, he's screaming for help. Somebody tell him how to talk his way out of this one. His system flags it instantly. Kfu's mood is dropping fast, and jealousy could tank the whole mission. You want to see Kwon Yu? Kfu asks, voice trembling. He freezes, caught with nothing ready to say. He finally just asks her straight up, what is actually going on here? Turns out Kfu had her own secret mission. She wanted to hand Kwon Yu a gift and quietly put in a good word for him. Problem is, Kwon Yu hates men and tossed her out after barely 2 sentences, and Kfu was too embarrassed to admit she'd failed. You actually went to face her alone for me, she says, touched he'd done what she couldn't. I'm sorry, I actually doubted you, Kfu admits, pulling him into a tight hug. My life is so hard, he sighs to himself, while behind him a certain fox girl is still quietly sniffling with relief. The second Kfu is back in her room, Lai Yuanyi peeks through the blinds and gives the order, bring out the stand-in doll, it's decoy time. His system doubting shapeshifts into a glowing double of him, ready to play body double for the night. Cover for me, he tells the decoy, and it snaps back with a perfectly obedient yes, master. Final instructions, go to sleep, then just wing it if anybody comes knocking. The doll tucks itself in, playing sleeping master, while the real Lai Yuanyi slips out into the night. Let's go, he grins, practically teleporting off under the moonlight. He lands outside Kwon Yu's residence, snow settling quiet over the rooftops. New target locked in. But inside, Kwon Yu is drowning in a memory she can't wash away, scrubbing at skin that isn't even dirty. Why won't it come off? She sobs under the water, scrubbing herself raw. Every place that man ever touched still feels filthy to her, no matter how hard she scrubs. Later, alone in the snow, she just breaks down, the memory still way too fresh. Watching from nearby, Lai Yuanyi's system pings him. Villain Kwon Yu's corruption value is climbing fast. She's clearly reliving something painful, the system notes, and Lai Yuanyi's smile fades a little. Turns out she wasn't actually violated back then. She killed the creature herself before it could finish what it started. Then a splash cuts through the quiet, doubting what just fell into her hot spring pool. Doubting zooms in and looks like it's the male lead, Tianrui. Tianrui bursts up out of the water gasping, completely stunned at where he just landed. Holy shit, that jump pad was way too bouncy, he thinks. He just landed dead center in Kwon Yu's private bath, and he needs to bail before she gets a good look at his face. He makes a break for it in a burst of golden light. Too late, she's already spotted him and she is furious. Her eyes flash red, fox fire roaring to life around her clenched fists. Male, do you know where you are right now? She screams, and all he's got is a weak I'm just passing by. She is not buying it. There are roads everywhere, she snaps, and you pick my roof to pass by on, guards. Cornered, he finally cracks. He actually came bearing scar removal cream for her of all things. Meanwhile, his own system is getting an earful. Why would you teleport him straight into her bath of all places? The cream is still clutched in his hand as chaos breaks out all around him. His system panics right along with him, coordinate teleportation, quick. In a blink he's yanked out of there, the pool left rippling like nothing ever happened. Kwon Yu is nowhere near calm yet, harboring evil intentions. She snarls, take him down. From now on, she orders her guards, no man sets foot in this residence without her say-so. Don't even bother reporting it, just drag them straight to the dungeon. Her guards snap to it instantly. Watching the whole disaster unfold from hiding, Lai Yuanyi is baffled. What move was Tianrui even trying to pull there? His system chimes in with a theory. Isn't this the trope where the female lead faceplants in front of the male lead and suddenly can't stop thinking about him? Lai Yuan's jaw drops. No way, is his rival really about to trope his way into her heart by accident? Before they can even make a move, the system drops bad news. Rival Shi Tianrui already juiced up Quan Yu's corruption meter. Her guard is maxed out tonight, so Lai Yuan calls it, pull back before anyone gets spotted. His system, now in full chibai mode, just nods along. Right. One quick teleport later, and he's already zapping back across the rooftops toward home. He lands right back home, breathing out in relief. Few made it just in time. Then a knock at the door. Are you asleep? His whole body goes stiff. Talk about perfect timing. It's Gifu standing at his door, quietly asking if she can come sit with him for a while. He waves her in without hesitation. Truth is, he'd been lying there wide awake with too much on his mind anyway. She holds out a little treat, mung bean cake she picked up on her way back just in case he liked it. He goes quiet, caught completely off guard. He finally admits it. The high priestess warned that breaking his seal is going to hurt a lot. He kept a brave face in front of her, but honestly he was terrified. Kfu doesn't hesitate. Since he's made up his mind, she's coming with him every step of the way whenever he needs her. For a second neither of them says anything, just two hearts pounding a little too loud in the quiet. She holds him tighter, admitting her real fear out loud. She just hopes he never goes back to being who he used to be. The moment melts into something a lot more tender, sparks practically flying between them. He murmurs a quiet promise against her. The old Lai Yuan is gone for good, and until he finds his way back to his own world, he'll treat her right. Just always be like this, she whispers back, melting into him completely. Right on cue his system pings. Quan Yu's corruption just dropped, affection is up by 1, and there's a shiny 50-point bonus waiting for him. He can't help but grin. If tonight counts for anything, there's probably another reward waiting when he wakes up. Then Kfu tugs him along by the hand, giddy. The two of them wind up wrapped around each other again, the whole palace gone quiet around them. Let's just sleep, he finally says, pulling the night to a soft close. Except Kfu's not quite done talking. Her birthday's coming up soon, she says quietly, and that's when the pheromones kick in non-stop for a full 7 days. In plain terms, her heat cycle is right around the corner. So, she asks, shy but direct, can she just stay in this room when it happens? He barely has to think about it. Yes, he answers, and her whole face lights up red. Privately, he's already counting his blessings. Deng Tingshuang's still hibernating, thank goodness, and since Quan Yu's already using that scar cream, that's one less thing to juggle too. His system, though, is already sweating the real question. Can his body actually survive 7 straight days of this kind of demand? So is this a one-time thing, or does it just keep going, he asks nervously. The system's answer comes back cold and clinical, phased but continuous. Naturally, the system has a solution ready to sell, a nutrient boost to help him keep up, just resting up before the storm hits. Just swipe my points and buy it already, he tells it, even as some small part of him is thinking that sounds a little terrifying. 10 points a bottle, no limit on refills, the system chirps, and just like that a very suspicious energy drink appears in his hand. Down the hatch it goes, no questions asked. Energy floods through him almost instantly, crackling around his whole body. It's working all right. The battle horns basically already sounding in his head, and there is no way he's skipping a single bit of prep for this one. Across the room, he notices Kfu's already glowing with that same telltale shimmer. Guess it's starting for her too. It smells so good, he breathes, completely drawn in as her cheeks flush deeper. It's almost time, she whispers, before finally telling him straight. Tonight she's all his. The two of them fall into each other completely, every worry from earlier melting away. He pauses just once to check in. If he loses control tonight, will she hate him for it? She just pulls him closer instead. After a long night, she is finally letting her guard down, resting easy in his arms even though she has no idea what he just did to her. Meanwhile, in the dim of the shrine room, our fox-eared schemer is wide awake with the most up-to-no-good grin you have ever seen. Her own logic, regardless of whether it works, at least it's the thought that counts. Somebody is about to get a very secret makeover. Cut to our guy looking way too pleased with himself for someone who is supposedly just sleeping. Elsewhere, someone else is already stirring for the day, clueless about what happened overnight. Time skip, the snow keeps falling and a brand new day rolls in, one that is about to get very interesting for somebody. There she is, staring out at the snow, still completely unaware that last night changed something on her skin she has spent years trying to hide. Then it hits her, something feels different, her eyes go wide. Wait, is that? The scars have actually faded so much, years of hiding, and overnight it's just gone. She wraps her arms around herself like she doesn't even trust her own reflection. The manor stays hushed, snow piling up outside while she just sits with the news trying to process it. Her eyes keep drifting back, checking and double-checking. Nope, it's real. And there's the real reason behind the magic trick. His system quietly pings him. Quan Yu's affection just ticked up. Turns out playing secret dermatologist pays off. He's already running the numbers. Barely used any cream last night and the affection jump was that good. Oh, he knows exactly what round 2 could do. He figures she's probably already got people combing the city for her mystery helper. Smart girl. Sure enough, back at the estate her people report in, they've searched the whole city and found nothing. Maybe the stranger already skipped town. Someone floats a theory, maybe she ran off with a cousin. Our scarred, fierce blonde troublemaker is not buying it, but she does admit she respects the nerve. Orders come down, search harder but don't force it if she's truly gone. One enthusiastic yes, later the hunt is back on. Then someone stops everyone cold. New plan, take a sample to the market and ask around, see if anyone is actually selling this miracle scar cream. Back at the estate, life goes on like nothing's up, tea on the rooftop, snow drifting down, and our guy lounging around like the most relaxed man in the tribe. Word's already spreading through the neighborhood that the high priest's people are asking about a mystery woman. His system, ever the wingman, wants to know when he's making his next move. His plan is simple: wait until she comes asking for more medicine, then swoop in like the hero of the hour. Only worry, what if she gives up the search first? His system reassures him, those scars have haunted her for years, so now that there's a real fix, she is not letting this go. Even the system's fully on board with the plan. Elsewhere, someone else is quietly waiting her turn in all of this, watching the snow fall outside. There's talk of a bigger plan too, something about waiting out a certain period before going to unseal more power, with a warning that the work ahead won't be easy. And just like that, the fox girl throws all her cards on the table. I am yours, use me however you want, I await your command. No hesitation, no games, just straight up devotion. He tells her not to talk nonsense, but the blush on his face says otherwise. Honestly, so smooth. He lets his guard down for a second and just says it out loud, his little fox is plain gorgeous. Smooth talker strikes again. But there's a catch hanging over the moment. Once her powers are fully restored, she won't be able to stick around him as much anymore. That thought clearly sits heavy with him. You can see it on his face, he is not ready to let this one go. Here's the twist though. In the original story, once she's back on her feet, she rebuilds her tribe's whole army and marches off a year later to crush the traitors who wronged her family. He doesn't flinch. He just tells her, I understand, I will be your strong backing. She teases him right back for sounding way too dramatic about it, like a jilted wife in an old drama. Comedy timing, still perfect. She checks on him after the night before, half worried, half teasing. He just shrugs it off, he can handle it, no problem. The moment softens fast, foreheads close, walls down, just the two of them for a second. She thanks him properly this time, flowers and all, looking happier than we've seen her look all chapter. And just like that, the scene fades back to the quiet snow, because across town a very different search party is about to get a lot more interesting. Cut to the pharmacy where a squad of very serious, very armed women corner the poor shop owner with one question. Does he sell scar removal cream or does he know who does? He's got nothing, swears he's never even seen anyone else selling it, and points them toward the wandering doctors who pass through town. They've hit 7 or 8 dead ends already, and if any other squad had found something they'd have heard by now. Still, orders are orders, back out into the cold they go. Their boss made it very clear the high priest wants this handled, no excuses, so the search keeps going block by block. Out in the market at night, the search drags on. One sharp order, one nervous yes, and the hunt keeps rolling even as everyone's clearly running on fumes. And who's watching all of this from the shadows? Our guy, of course, peeking out from behind a pillar and wondering if somebody else is quietly messing with the story he thought he knew. He's been tailing them all day and something's off. They're hunting for a person and for medicine at the same time, and none of this was ever in the original book. Somebody's improvising. A guard reports back that nobody suspicious has come anywhere near the high priest's residence. Our guy just smiles a little too easily at that one because of course nobody's caught him yet. Fu hands Lai Yuanyi a jar of scar cream, telling him to bring it along the next time he visits the high priestess. He mentions something odd. 2 guards from Quan Yu's residence have been asking around about a bottle just like this one. Could they be hunting for whoever sells this stuff? They've apparently been searching for ages with zero luck. Fu turns the jar over in her hands. It really does look like a match. Lai Yuanyi admits he bought it after spotting an old scar on the priestess, hoping it'd help Fu score some points with her. You don't show up asking a favor empty-handed, he grins, and he's packed her a whole stack of gifts to bring along. Fu takes the bowl gladly, warning him this trip could keep her away for 10 days, maybe half a month. The two share a quiet moment, hands linking together before she heads off. Fu arrives at Taichang Temple, the high priestess's residence, arms full of gifts. She kneels and offers everything respectfully, though it's hard to tell if any of it is actually landing. Quan Yu, the fixer herself, waves it off, cool as ever. No need to be so formal, she says. Back home, Lai Yuanyi starts sweating at what if none of those gifts actually struck a chord. Quan Yu, though, is quietly putting it together that bottle shape matches exactly what her guards described. Could Fu really have found what she's been searching for? Fu holds back one more gift, saving the best for last. The moment Quan Yu lays eyes on it, she's floored, demanding to know exactly where this ointment came from. Fu keeps it simple. Her family bought it off a wandering doctor. Quan Yu's cool composure cracks. Can she really, actually have some? Confirmed, it's the exact same ointment she's been chasing for who knows how long. Quan Yu promises she'll find a gentler way to break Fu's seal once she's had a few more days to prepare. Fu just about lights up. One more ask, though. Quan Yu wants the full details on exactly which doctor sold that ointment. Little does she know who's really behind it. Fu agrees without missing a beat. Quan Yu presses her palms together, and shamanic fire starts curling up around her. The flame condenses down into a small glowing red gem right between her fingers. She hands it over a bloodstone charged with her own power, enough to crack open the first layer of the seal, with a promise there's more waiting when she comes to finish the job. Fu bows deep, thanking the high priestess with the glowing stone cupped carefully in her hands. Back home, the mission's paid off way better than expected. Right on cue, the system pops up mid-celebration. Quan Yu's affection meter is climbing fast, just 4 hearts to go, plus a tidy 100-point bonus for good behavior. Lai Yuanyi realizes he didn't even need to show his face to make progress this early. That old scar really is the wound sitting at the bottom of Quan Yu's heart. The scar's only hurdle one, though: a father who left, a mother lost to illness, wounds that'll need healing one by one. Still, it's a solid start, and his system, Aka Chatterbox, is fully in his corner. The numbers roll in: 1,657 points banked, 343 to go before the shop levels up to Tier 3 with stackable discounts. Naturally, he's already doing the math on 5 coupons at once. 10 points a pop, apparently, and he can't help planting a big smooch of gratitude on his own suspiciously helpful system. He heads back home, and someone greets him with a teasing "back so soon." Fu rushes up to report the ointment worked wonders, exactly what the high priestess had been hunting for. Lai Yuanyi pulls her into a hug right there in the snow, and she can't hide how thrilled she is. Better yet, Fu says Quan Yu's whole attitude flipped. She's promising a much gentler way to break her seal now. Fu leans in and plants a quick kiss on his cheek, catching him completely off guard. Somewhere, his system loses its mind. A pink heart just flipped red, something it's never even seen before, and it fires off a fat 500-point bonus on the spot. Wait, can an already reformed villainess even level up further? Apparently yes, the shop just rocketed to tier 3 in under 5 minutes. All he can say is Kfu's officially his lucky star. One more kiss lands, sealing the moment. Kfu yelps, totally caught off guard by just how far this lucky streak is going. Before the chaos kicks off, a quiet beat. Kfu curled up close, savoring a rare moment of calm before everything she's about to put her body through. Kfu wraps both hands around the glowing seal stone, red energy pouring off her as she pours everything she's got into breaking the lock inside her own body. Her breathing goes ragged fast, the stone is answering back harder than she expected. The seal stone flares brighter, drinking in every bit of power she throws at it. Cracks of red light race up her arms and across her chest, her whole body straining to hold the process together. The stone finally slips from her grip into her lap, the seal marks spreading further across her skin. Lai Yuanyi watches on edge, ready to jump in the second anything goes wrong. How does it feel, he asks, and Kfu breaks into a relieved grin. It's working. That relief doesn't last, something shifts and Lai Yuanyi snaps forward. Kfu, what's wrong? She waves him off, insisting it's just her body reacting, it hasn't handled power this strong in far too long. The plan for now, rest a while then take another shot at it. Kfu isn't interested in waiting, though she wants to push through and crack the first layer of the seal in one go. She shakes off the idea of stopping and gathers her strength to try again right away. Red energy swallows her whole again and Lai Yuanyi reaches out, ready to catch her if this goes bad. The seal marks flare back up across her skin as the pressure builds all over again. Is something not going smoothly? Lai Yuanyi asks, watching her strain against it. Then just like that the power fizzles out completely and Kfu's eyes well up with frustrated tears. Then what do we do? Lai Yuanyi asks. Kfu has an answer, she needs 3 full days in seclusion to settle her blood and kai before trying again. No food, no visitors, 0 interruptions for 3 straight days and Lai Yuanyi doesn't hesitate. Don't worry, leave the house to me. One more thing, she adds, if the high priestess comes asking about her scar ointment or there's word on that wandering doctor, he needs to pass it along for her. Leave it all to me, just focus on healing, he tells her while she sighs at just how much she's about to owe him. He pulls her in close and brushes it off completely between the two of them. Nothing is ever trouble because he does it all because he wants to. Kfu just melts a little, murmuring a quiet thank you. Night falls over the small courtyard as her seclusion officially begins. The house goes quiet, doors shut tight, while Lai Yuanyi keeps watch outside just like he promised. Later, Kfu finally gets a moment to soak and breathe after everything her body's just been through. Meanwhile, an attendant reports back to the high priestess. The scar cream has run out with half the area still untreated. Kuan Yu decides she'll visit Kfu's residence in person tomorrow and tells her attendant to prepare a gift for the trip. In the bath, Kfu runs a hand over her shoulder for the first time. Her scars are actually starting to fade. The days of seclusion roll quietly by inside the small courtyard. Outside, Lai Yuanyi makes his rounds at night, keeping everything locked down exactly like he said he would. Kuan Yu checks in on how the princess is doing, and Lai Yuanyi fills her in a rough unsealing attempt means 3 full days of recovery. Lai Yuanyi hands off the last 3 bottles of scar cream to the attendant, admitting it's a bit awkward for a man like him to deliver them himself. He figures 3 bottles won't cut it and plans to track down the wandering doctor in the city tomorrow, asking her to guard Kfu's door while he's gone. Kuan Yu tells him she knows how hard the constant worrying must be on him and promises she'll take good care of the princess herself. Lai Yuanyi puts on his most innocent face, silently hoping everything goes smoothly and not for the reason anyone would guess. Turns out those 3 bottles were never going to be enough on purpose. Kuan Yu's bound to come back again soon, and that is exactly the plan. His real endgame slips out. Step by step, he's going to reel the high priestess herself right into his harem. Out in the middle of a snowy nowhere, our guy treks straight for a hidden cave. What's Lai Yuanyi even doing all the way out here? Turns out he's not sightseeing, he's camped out beside a girl who's dead asleep, quietly feeding her snacks and blankets that are costing him actual points. She's deep in hibernation with 2 months left before she even wakes up to eat, and when she finally does, she's going to find everything he's been leaving behind for her. Then his system loses it out of nowhere, not good, and Lai Yuani about jumps out of his skin. Her corruption value is spiking hard. Somehow, she might be trapped inside a nightmare right now. The alarm keeps climbing and someone finally asks the obvious question, can't they just wake her up? Nope, waking her mid-hibernation isn't an option, so it's think of something fast or, quote, we'll both explode together. Cool, 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 cool. So the plan is diving straight into her dream himself, and yeah, that entrance is exactly as dramatic as it sounds. Minus 100 points, and he's literally falling headfirst into her dreamscape. Once he's inside, he creeps through a shadowy forest, and something about this place already feels wrong. Because this dream is actually a memory, some grown man chasing down a kid, screaming he's going to beat them to death. A girl goes sprinting barefoot through the trees, pure panic on her face. She trips and goes down hard, straight into the mud. Grown men grab her by the ankle, snarling that if not for her dead father, she'd already be beaten to death. One more threat gets thrown her way, get lost, or next time nobody's stopping them. That's when Lai Yuani drops straight into the memory, hand out, telling her it's okay now, he's here to protect her. He pulls her in close and she just stares up at him, completely stunned. Rain's still pouring around them and he softly asks if she's hungry. Smooth dude, real smooth. She's not buying any of it though. Who even are you? Let go of me. So he steps in front of her like a human shield, telling whatever's out there to back off. She's floored, stammering that he must be some kind of god's attendant. Behind the scenes, though, his system is quietly rewriting her memories so this closeness sticks even after she wakes up. He corrects her gently, not a god, just the guy here to protect her. With him around, he tells her nobody is ever going to bully her again. She goes full tomato face, completely flustered. Next he conjures up an entire sanctuary house just for her, though the system quietly docks him 200 points for the trouble. She wants none of it though. That's a human house and she is not going in there. He explains it's not just any house, he built this one specifically for her so whenever she's scared, it'll protect her. She asks him straight up if he'll ever abandon her. He swears he won't, he'll appear the second she needs him. Her corruption meter actually slows down right before she hits him with the most unexpected question, can they have babies when she grows up? He just short-circuits completely, hugging her while question marks practically float over his head and his system screams at him to answer fast. So he caves, yeah, when you grow up. The system then casually mentions that promises made inside dreams become real imprinted memories, meaning she's going to want babies with him even more once she wakes up. He is not thrilled, realizing this was the plan all along. Grumbling the whole way, he still walks her over to the sanctuary together. Back in the real world, he can't shake the thought anyone forced to relive their darkest memories every single day would eventually break down. Growing up utterly alone like that is genuinely rough. Looking down at her actually sleeping now, he figures the sanctuary inside her dream can at least keep those shadows locked outside the door. But her face twists up again and the system starts screaming that her corruption has spiked right back up. He can't believe it, didn't they just fix this? So he goes full determined hero mode, declaring he'll gladly burn through every point he has to save her. Points get swiped and that same fiery talisman flares back up, dragging him right back in. He steps into the dream forest again and calls out straight up, Tingshuang, it's me. Something dark and twisted stirs in the shadows behind him, and it does not look friendly. He gets yanked into the middle of it, dragged down into swirling black smoke. And there she is in tears, screaming that he lied to her. Turns out it's been 10 whole years and he never once came back to see her, even after promising he'd always be there the second she needed him. She is done waiting. Dark energy crawls across her skin, and whatever Tingshuang is turning into right now, it is not good news for anybody. In the dream, Deng Tingshuang sobs, staring him down. You lied to me, she chokes out, you're a liar. He catches her hand and holds it steady. I didn't lie to you, he says quietly. He warns her straight, this is a dream, and a moment out there could stretch into 100 years in here. Keep sinking into this nightmare and she might never wake up for real. Shaken, she asks if this really is a dream and begs him not to be lying to her. He pulls her close. If he were lying, he tells her he never would have come back for her a second time. Deng Tingshuang, he says again, listen to me. She goes quiet, weighing his words against everything she's been through. She grips him tight anyway. Unless he gives her a baby, she says, she won't believe a single word. Her mother always said real love means wanting a child together, and right now she looks dead set on testing that theory. In his head, he's already doing damage control. Dream mating can't get anyone pregnant, and turning her down now would only push her deeper into the nightmare. So he leans in, all charm, and tells her he's willing to be hers, life after life. As for the rest, he says with a grin, she can do whatever she wants. Somebody's heart just skipped a beat. Her eyes go soft and sparkling, all her guard finally melting away. The dream folds the two of them together, and the panel very tactfully looks away. Let's just say the nightmare gets a very happy ending. Back in reality, his system pops off. Deng Tingshuang's corruption has stopped cold, and she's officially broken free of the nightmare. He wakes up to his system screaming that her affection is rocketing up. Deng Tingshuang stirs beside him, cheeks glowing pink. His system can't help gloating he's this close to fully winning over the reformed villainess, and it wants full credit for the assist. While Fu's off in seclusion for 3 days, he's already plotting his next move, tracking down a villainess named Yuan Lingzhu. Even his system asks if he's really diving into another rescue this fast. First, though, he needs to understand her seal. The novel was frustratingly vague about how it actually breaks. This time his target isn't the villainess herself, but the forest tribe's high priest who sealed her powers away in the first place. Time to move, he tells his system to lock in the teleport. One understood later, and he's whisked off into a snow-blanketed forest. Sure enough, the trail confirms it. She's the one who picked up that scar cream from Aunt Chun. His system cheers him on. Someone stepping out of the trees, and given how sharp the forest tribe's senses are around all this vegetation, hiding won't be easy. His system warns him Yuan Lingzhu's reach is next level. Anywhere there are trees within 10 miles, she's basically got eyes on you. Sweating it out, he braces for the worst. There's a real chance she's already clocked him. He decides to play it cool. If the enemy doesn't move first, neither does he. Today's just a scouting run. He's mid-plan to improvise if she spots him when a voice rings out, stop hiding. They locked onto him ages ago. Spears cross right at his throat as they demand to know who he is and why he's skulking around. Thinking fast, he claims to be a traveling merchant from the werewolf tribe. Yuan Lingzhu isn't buying it for a second. A merchant, she asks, with no goods to show for it. Deep in the snowy tribal woods, 3 guards corner some guy, growling that he'd better hand over wherever he stashed his goods, or he'll be sorry. Turns out they've already tracked it down anyway. Whatever he's hiding got dropped in a nearby stone cave. Cut to our actual hero, Lai Yuani, smirking to himself. Good thing he teleported out here early and planted decoy stuff in that cave before any of this went down. Under the snow, robed figures creep up on a heavy wooden door, boots crunching through the quiet like they're closing in on something. Then something serpentine rockets out in a blast of fire and light. Whatever's guarding this place just woke up angry. In the dark beyond, glowing blue vines pulse and creep like they've got a heartbeat of their own. Curled up right in the middle of all that eerie light is a girl, fast asleep, wrapped up like the forest itself is keeping her prisoner. A single white flower blooms nearby in the silence, like the whole forest is just waiting for something. Snap to the council chamber where Lai Yuani's disguise has landed him kneeling before the whole tribe, and the first question is blunt: what exactly has this werewolf youth done wrong? That's Yuxia talking, the village chief and high priestess here, and she isn't buying his cover story claiming he was skulking around the tribe's front gate like a merchant who's definitely up to something. So Lai Yuani tosses out some bait of his own. Word is this noble tribe has a powerful girl sealed away somewhere, and hey, he was just curious passing through. That gets Yuxia's attention fast. She rounds on him, demanding to know exactly how he heard about that and quick about it. He just shrugs it off, apparently that secret's already leaked way outside these woods. Yuxia looks genuinely rattled that the story spread that far, while Lai Yuani just presses his luck. So, can she let him go already? She relents, for now once his identity checks out, he's free to go, and even free to do business in the tribe afterward. Nighttime rolls in, and two guards at the gate are barking orders to bring out the stand-in doll, a pretty big hint that somebody around here isn't exactly who they seem. Sure enough, that somebody is Lai Yuani, laying out the real plan. Now that the secret's out, Village Chief Wang is bound to go check on the seal himself, so all they have to do is follow him straight there. He orders his system to teleport him right to Chief Wang's coordinates, leaves a decoy doll lying in his place, and just like that, poof, he's gone. The teleport locks in, all glowing code and static, and off he zips across the map. He touches down right on schedule and quietly confirms it. Yep, the chief really did slip out of the tribe. He follows fresh footprints through the snow until a voice up ahead points the way. They are right over there. Trailing at a careful distance, he asks his system, Chatterbox, to trade points for an invisibility cloak so he can tail them unseen. The price tag makes him choke 500 points. Why didn't Chatterbox mention that up front? You didn't ask, comes the deadpan reply, and honestly fair. Grumbling that it better pay for itself, he throws the cloak on and hurries to keep up in the snow. Ahead of him, Yuxia and Chief Wang push on through the drifts, faces dead serious. This is clearly not a casual stroll. They finally break into a clearing dominated by one absolutely massive glowing tree, and even the tribe elders look tiny standing under it. The tree pulses with soft blue light like it's alive, ancient, and very much aware they are here. Lai Yuani ducks behind a trunk, genuinely stunned by the size of it, right as Yuxia calls out to someone hidden inside. "Lingzhu, are you awake?" And there's his answer, a woman's back, crowned in thorns, visible right through the bark. Ryuan Lingzhu's actual body is sealed inside this tree. Vines shudder and lash through the dark like something inside just noticed it has company. From above, Yuxia and Chief Wang look tiny beneath the branches, completely unaware an invisible stalker is crouched just a few feet behind them. Not so invisible after all. A thin green vine slithers straight toward him, and Lai Yuani freezes solid. It coils tight around his leg before he can even react. Cloak or no cloak, something in there can clearly still sense him, and he can't risk making a sound to fight back. Then the vine's magic kicks in, and yep, that tracks. He gets zapped into a fluffy little duck. Cursing internally, he decides this whole plan was way too clever for its own good. A voice cuts through the dark, cold and flat, demanding to know just what he wants from her. It's her, Yuan Lingzhu, glowing head to toe, very much awake, and very much aware someone's been sneaking around her tree. She lifts a glowing orb and starts weaving a seal, ice calm, murmuring for whoever's listening not to worry. Her seal is unbreakable, she finishes, though even she sounds rattled that word about this forbidden site ever got out at all. Yuxia and Chief Wang both go pale, wondering if there's a mole among the few who know, and Lingzhu locks eyes on Wang directly with a promise if her seal is ever truly undone, he's the first one she's killing. She just stands there after, arms crossed, eyes half-lidded, and there is something distinctly not okay simmering underneath that calm. Back in duck form, Lai Yuani's system flashes a warning. Ryuan Lingzhu's corruption is off the charts, just 2 dark hearts away from a point of no return. Best move right now, stay quiet and watch. Lingzhu isn't finished, though sealing Wang was one thing, a last resort, she says, but killing him, that, she promises, would be entirely on purpose. We open deep in a snowy forest at night. Someone has slipped through a glowing magic portal, and Lai Yuani is already lurking in the shadows, watching every move. That is Ryuan Lingzhu, and she just clocked that she is being tailed. She is not amused. Watch that glare. Yeah, busted. Lai Yuani realizes she is onto him, and Ryuan Lingzhu is not holding back. Show yourself, she snaps. He is long gone and he is not coming back. She stalks right up to him as he shimmers back into view. We meet again, she says, and she wants answers. Why has he been tailing someone named Wang Zhen? Lai Yuani freezes up mid-thought, weighing his options. Lie now and get caught later, or come clean. His mind is racing while she waits. He decides honesty is the safer bet. Getting caught in a lie later could only help his rival, the so-called true male lead Shi Tianrui. So he comes clean. Truth is, I just wanted to see how you were sealed, he admits. Ryuan Lingzhu almost looks impressed. You are surprisingly honest, she says. She is not done interrogating him though. With a sly little smile she fires off round 2. Second question. Her real question, how did he vanish from her tracking range and just pop back up out of nowhere? Easy, he says. He has got a whole stash of magic gadgets, teleportation devices included. Getting a little flustered by her games, he snaps back. If she has got a question, just ask it. Why does she keep teasing him? Ryuan Lingzhu leans in close with a smirk. You are really that interested in me? Lai Yuanyi just short circuits. Then she goes for the jugular. Does his little fox companion know he is out here chatting up other women? Caught red-handed, he stammers out the worst possible answer. She doesn't know. Ryuan Lingzhu pounces on that, teasing him outright. Sounds like somebody is out here trying to cheat behind his woman's back. He panics internally. There is no way he can just blurt out that his real plan is to capture her. So he pivots to full confidence mode. If he actually liked her, he says he would never sneak around, he would make it official. She raises an eyebrow, half impressed again, but warns him the person she falls for has to belong to her, and only her. To her alone, no sharing, no exceptions, and the look on her face says she means every word. If he still holds someone else in his heart, she warns she will simply kill that person. Yikes, Lai Yuanyi quickly clarifies. Kfu was there first and he will protect her no matter what. Ryuan Lingzhu just laughs him off. She never even said she liked him, so why is he acting so desperate? And then the gut punch? Sorry, but his face just does not meet her standards yet. A little ugly, she says, kind of abstract. Lai Yuanyi's brain just blue screens. His system chimes in helpfully. Right, Ryuan Lingzhu literally judges everyone by their looks. How did he forget that? Wounded pride and all, he mutters that sure, he is no Shi Tianrui, but he is at least a solid 7 out of 10 barefaced, right? His system is not much help. Every heroine has her own standards, apparently. Ryuan Lingzhu is not backing down either. She scoffs right back, telling him not to get cocky because she is not exactly swooning over his face either. His system starts panicking. Careful, host, this kind of talk is exactly what sets off a villainess. But Lai Yuanyi is done playing nice. He squares up and declares he is going to personally fix her whole warped idea of what matters in a partner. And he means it literally. Vines shoot out and pin her right down, no arguments allowed. She goes eerily quiet. Even his system notices something is off. She is not showing the corruption spike they expected. Strange. He doubles down with a threat that is honestly more embarrassing than scary. Once he lets her go, he says he is making her true form kneel and sing a song called Conquer. She just blinks. Conquer, what now? Still tied up, still confused, she just lies there processing whatever just happened. Lai Yuanyi flashes a smug little grin. Relax, he says he will teach her the lyrics line by line. And then immediately looks mortified at himself for saying that out loud. Cut to a jail cell somewhere. The night guards are grumbling about a prisoner who is sleeping like a baby despite being locked up. Probably just a merchant, they figure, and shuffle off to end their shift. Back in the woods, Ryuan Lingzhu is fuming, yelling that he is all talk if he thinks he can undo her seal, then grumbling about what a boring night this turned out to be. With a burst of light, she snaps free of the vines herself. Guess he underestimated her. Meanwhile, Lai Yuanyi is already dissolving into thin air, making his getaway before she can retaliate. He reappears safe and lets out a huge breath, telling his little orb buddy doubting to warp them back to the cabin. Even the system admits that was close, good thing it did not push her further into corruption. Doubting gets to work locking in the coordinates for the jump home. A flash of light later, and they are back in the familiar wooden cabin. He flops down for some well-earned rest. There is still 2 days on the clock, so it is sleep now, and tomorrow they link up with the forest tribe. Morning breaks over the snowy village, and after last night's forest chaos with Ryuan Lingzhu, things look a whole lot calmer today. Or so it seems. Turns out village chief Yuxia is the one who tossed Lai Yuanyi in a cell yesterday, and now she's all apologies, granting him full permission to sell his goods in the village. Ever the gentleman, Lai Yuanyi shrugs it off. Hey, he probably didn't make the best first impression either. No hard feelings, he says, already halfway out the door. Before he can leave, Forest Tribe Priestess Yuxia stops him cold. Words apparently gotten out about something bigger than a jailhouse mix-up, and she needs to know how far it's spread. Yuxia owns up to it. She's the one who let a few details slip yesterday and only a handful of people actually know. Still, her nerves say otherwise. Lai Yuanyi tries to smooth things over. If she's really worried, he says, she could just send someone to Yongshan City to check what's actually being said out there. Yuxia insists nobody outside really knows the full story, just that something happened. Relief washes over both of them, crisis for now averted. But something's still nagging at Lai Yuanyi. Didn't Yuxia mention a towering tree too? He only caught a fragment of it and it's bugging him. He tries to brush it off as two unrelated things he mixed up in his head. Yuxia, meanwhile, looks a lot more rattled than someone with nothing to hide. Turns out the secret of the Lionian divine tree has leaked way beyond these walls, and that is very much not a small deal. Lai Yuanyi quietly slips off before anyone notices him listening. Yuxia barks orders at two of her spear-carrying guards. You two come with me. Lai Yuanyi's already got a hunch she's about to make her next move. So he tails her, his little orb sidekick trailing close behind, ready to see exactly where this is headed. Host, should we follow her? His system chirps. Obviously, of course, he fires back like there was ever any doubt. They slip through the halls unseen, closing the gap while Yuxia leads the way somewhere she clearly doesn't want witnesses. His system drops a key detail. Unsealing whatever's waiting needs 5 separate items before they can take the next step. Right on cue, a hand knocks quietly against a hidden wall. The wall gives way to a secret room, exactly the one Lai Yuanyi remembered from the novel. Somewhere in here is supposed to be something seriously important. He creeps in after them, eyes locked on a faint glow pulling everyone deeper inside. The passage opens into a tunnel lit up in eerie blue, and up ahead, the source of all that secrecy finally comes into view. A massive tangle of glowing energy fills the chamber. Tree root? Someone mutters, staring up at what looks like the source of the whole rumor. Yuxia pulls out a talisman and it flares to life in her hands, reacting to whatever's buried in these roots. A swirling blue vortex tears open right in the heart of the roots. Whatever's sealed away in there, this is the door to it. A hand reaches straight into the portal, testing what's on the other side. Out comes a small green gem, still intact. It's still here, then I'm relieved. Someone breathes out, clearly expecting the worst. The vortex dims and fades away as the group watches in silence, the danger passing for the moment. His system pieces it together. That talisman paper carried by Wang Zia is apparently the actual key to opening this vortex in the first place. Then the alarm bells go off. His system screams that the corruption value on villainous Yuan Lingzhu is spiking hard. Lai Yuanyi's face drops. Whatever just happened with that green stone, it did not stay contained. Everything shifts into high alert. There's no time to waste. One of his allies scrambles too. Why so sudden? Quick, coordinate a teleport to her location. Nobody saw this coming. Coordinates lock in through the dark, tracking Yuan Lingzhu's position out in the snow. Somewhere out in the frozen woods, danger is already unfolding. A hooded figure drops hard into the snow. Yuan Lingzhu, what's wrong? Someone calls out, voice edged with panic. A blinding burst of blue light erupts from her. What's going on? Such intense light, someone gasps, shielding their eyes. Lai Yuanyi throws an arm up against the glare as Yuan Lingzhu screams from somewhere inside that light. Let me out, let me out. His system confirms it. She's furious, and even Daodu has no idea what set her off. Then the theory lands. Pulling that green stone out earlier must have weakened the seal holding her corruption back. Worse news follows. There's another dark little heart flickering to life somewhere nearby, as if one rampaging villainess wasn't enough for one night. Fist clenched, Lai Yuanyi doesn't hesitate. He lunges straight into the storm of lightning to grab hold of her. Let me out, she cries, and he pulls her in close anyway. I will definitely unseal you and let you out. Believe me, he swears, holding on tight. The lightning wraps around them both as her eyes blaze, caught somewhere between fury and fear. Then her eyes flash a venomous green and a thorned vine whips out of nowhere, striking him before he can even react. He staggers back, stunned, a dark mark already spreading where the thorn caught him. Rescuing her might have just cost him a lot more than he bargained for. Out in the freezing snow, Lai Yuani is in bad shape, thorns dug straight into his chest and blood soaking through his coat. His own system is losing it, screaming at him not to die on it. He yanks the thorn out and it is somehow worse. The guy goes flying backward into the snow and oh my god about covers it. He's flat on his back in the snow now, bleeding out and barely holding on. He asks the question nobody wants to ask, am I actually going to die here? His system panics right back, screaming no and telling him to hurry up and save himself if he doesn't want to find out. The system's big rescue plan: buy a resurrection pill from the shop for a cool 1,000 points. Nothing says I care about you like a payment plan while you're actively dying. Lai isn't having it. He accuses the system of straight up robbing a dying man. 1,000 points is basically highway robbery. The system just shrugs. That's the price the main system set, not its problem. Lai caves fast, practically begging for a bottle before he actually croaks. He mourns his points harder than he mourned nearly dying, but the wound on his neck is already closing up. Down goes the potion in one gulp, and the healing kicks in almost immediately. Green light wraps around him as the magic does its work, stitching him back together piece by piece. Fully healed, he barely gets a breather before the system throws up a vision of a girl tangled in thorny vines, warning that whoever gets close to her right now is out of luck. The system explains she's spiraling into a full-on berserk corruption, and if nobody stops it within the hour, she's gone for good. Lai's first question is basically, wait, isn't she supposed to be picky about faces? The system reminds him he wanted to clear his name with the guys, sure, but honestly, what's so wrong with being into a pretty face anyway? It brings up the novel's original plot, the day she first met the real male lead, Shi Tianrui. One look at him and it was love at first sight, her corruption dropping instantly. Turns out her whole personality runs on judging faces, and that's exactly the lever they need to pull. Lai remembers a face sculpting module sitting in the shop, 300 points a pop, and the model saves permanently. The system's already on it. He asks specifically for the face data on a guy named Jin Chenwu. There's a 50-point surcharge, of course, but hey, points are just worldly nonsense, he'll earn it back. 350 points gone, just like that. The system whines that it earned every single one working overtime on Deng Tingshuang and Kfu, and cries that nobody watching even appreciates how tired it is. It tries to comfort him, you can't take points to the grave anyway, but Lai's already muttering that one day he's deleting its code for good. Threat delivered, the face sculpting fires up right on cue. The screen churns away, generating the new face, please wait. Model generated, all he has to do is hit equip. He presses yes, and a blinding flash of light swallows him whole. New face unlocked. He steadies himself and makes a promise into the wind. He's saving her no matter what, she just has to believe in him. Across the vision, she reaches out through a haze of falling rose petals, still trapped in whatever's eating away at her mind. The moment she sees the new face, she freezes, completely caught off guard. She stares him down and mutters an apology, says she lost her composure for a second there. He can't help but grumble to himself. This woman's whole attitude flips the second a handsome guy shows up. And then, just like that, she vanishes into the trees. She's back, and this time she's the one talking, telling him flat out that he's become handsome. The berserk fury that had her in its grip is finally fully gone. She's calmed down completely. Yeah, she admits it's because he's just that handsome now, reaching out to touch his face like she still can't quite believe it. Time to get serious, he tells her. He actually needs her to listen up for once. He can't help thinking back, this whole harem story used to sound like a pretty sweet deal to read about from the outside. Actually living it, turns out, hits very different. She pulls him close and claims him right then and there, you're mine. So much for calming down, guess that's just what a face like his does to a girl. In his head he's already panicking, telling himself to swap that face back before this gets any more complicated. But for now, wrapped up in glowing vines and falling petals, he lets the moment happen anyway. Meanwhile, back at the estate, this fox-eared beauty and her friend are getting very cozy. We'll let the panel do the talking on this one. Cut to our disguised hero mid-kiss with the elf girl, and his brain is doing this weird internal narration like, wow, even her spit smells like fresh grass. Romantic, sort of. He admits it himself, he got played, completely led around by the nose here. The kiss lingers, and for a second neither of them says a word. Then panic creeps in. If he switches back to his real face, does her corruption meter spike? And she's already asking why he even bothered changing it back. Relief, the system confirms no corruption increase, her mood stayed rock steady. So maybe she doesn't actually hate his real face after all. Maybe that whole complaint was just for show. All he can manage is a tired sigh. Managing a villainess's feelings is exhausting work. Then something shifts and he's left standing there completely lost. What does this even mean? Right before his eyes, she starts fading away like mist, dissolving into light. Her voice echoes one last time, "I'll wait for you to come save me." Then it's just him, the snow, and that little floating orb trailing behind. Wait a second, she actually never corrupted. That's the best news he's heard all day. Forget it, just teleport me back first, he tells the orb. Its answer, an enthusiastic yes. Streams of code ripple through the air as the teleport kicks in, dropping him right back at the Forest Tribe Inn. Snow blankets the rooftops of the quiet inn as he settles back in. Time to get serious. Collecting all 4 sealing items matters just as much as timing does, because once they are pulled, the seal itself starts to weaken. And once it weakens, there's a real chance the villainess trapped inside, Huan Lingzhu, rampages again. Her hatred for the tribe means her corruption could spike instead of easing off. Good news though, they've already tracked down the first item, and village chief Wang Xia apparently knows where the other 3 are hidden. The orb isn't thrilled about juggling this many girls at once, groaning that the risk of them both self-destructing keeps climbing. Our hero, meanwhile, is over here comparing himself to some legendary multi-wife folk hero. Bold strategy. Enough sightseeing though, time to teleport back and actually dig into some research on this forest tribe. The orb chirps back its favorite word, yes. In a flash of light, they touch back down right at sunset, tribe buildings glowing gold around them. Straight to the mirror it is, swapping back into his cover face before anyone spots him. Out in the courtyard, he runs into Aunt Chun mid-workout. Turns out the high priest already swung by and picked up the scar removal cream. Aunt Chun, toweling off, mentions someone wants to personally thank him once he's back. Thank me, but I'm a guy. Yeah, subtlety is not this man's strong suit. Apparently the scars have faded a lot and the mood's improved as long as he doesn't push his luck. Then comes the real question, did he track down that traveling doctor yet? A small medicine box changes hands, quiet and businesslike. By the way, how's Kfu doing? No movement so far, she should be fine. Good enough, he'll swing by the pharmacy for more herbs and whip up another batch of scar cream. Watching him go, Aunt Chun admits it, he's actually a pretty good guy. The next day, it's off to the high priest's residence. Guards at the gate aren't budging. What are you here for? Do you have an invitation? He explains he's the one who personally delivered that scar cream a couple days back. State your name. I am Lai Yuani. Name recognized. Young gentleman Lai, please come in. Watching from the steps, some guy is fuming. Why does he get to go in? Damn it, somebody's not having a good day. That somebody is Shi Tianrui and his system is spiraling. If this keeps up, every villainess in reach is going to bond with the wrong guy. Kfu might already be a lost cause and the risk of them both self-destructing just keeps climbing. Furious, he slams a fist into the wall. I was careless, trusting my male lead Halo too much. But not anymore, this world's getting saved by me, the true male lead. He storms off flanked by his lackeys while his system asks the obvious. So what's the actual plan here, boss? Here's the read. Any villainess who's bonded with the rival has already developed real feelings for him, and muscling in now would only backfire into flat-out disgust. So, new plan, turn the villainesses against cannon fodder Lai Yuani instead. Once they hate him, they'll be at their most vulnerable, and that's when we scoop up every single one of them. Solid plan, Shi Tianrui, very hero of you. He walks off cackling into the snow, ha subtle as ever. Young Master Lai rolls up to the High Priestess's place and her attendant tells him to just wait outside. Cold welcome right off the bat. He peeks through the curtain, not exactly confident either, honestly half expecting she won't even let him through the door. Sure enough, word comes back. The priestess is busy today, so Lai's stuck cooling his heels on the porch. He just shrugs it off with a chill no problem. Patience is basically his whole strategy at this point. Turns out patience pays off fast. She's already thanking him for the scar cream he sent over. He tells her he brought fresh scar removal cream today and promises he'll be able to whip it up himself soon enough. The priestess raises an eyebrow. Make it yourself, clearly not used to gifts that come with that kind of ambition. He lays out the goods. One bottles his own homemade batch, the other two store-bought, so she can compare which one actually works. All he needs is her honest read on the difference, he says, so he can perfect the recipe himself. She peeks out from behind the curtain, actually kind of impressed. You're quite thoughtful, she admits. But she's no pushover. She wants to know exactly why he's so invested in fixing up her scars. Lai comes clean. His family's Kfu asked the priestess to help lift her seal, so really, he already owes her one. Then the real reason comes out during a parade. The wind flipped her sedan curtain and he caught a glimpse of the scars on her body, totally by accident. She cracks the cap open without a word, all business, ready to actually put the stuff to the test. One sniff in and she's stunned. The smell, she says, is exactly the same as the real thing. Cheeks a little pink, she gives him a genuine thank you. Guess the Ice Queen act just cracked a little. Deep down, she's half arguing with herself. Hiding behind the curtain forever would be rude, but hey, everyone already knows the priestess doesn't do men, so no harm done, right? Still, she can't help thinking young Master Lai is different from the other guys who have tried this. She tells him straight up, Kfu's seal is her top priority now, no need to stress about it. And just like that, his system pings in his head. The priestess's affection just ticked up, plus a nice bonus of points. Gamifying romance, one jar of cream at a time. He can't help sneaking one more glance at her, eyes basically turning into little sparkly hearts. She pretends not to notice, but those ears give her away completely. Cut to Lai internally fist pumping like he just won the lottery. Real subtle, buddy. Later that night, back at the family estate, everything looks calm and quiet. Then out of nowhere, a scream rips through the halls. So much for calm and quiet. Lai bursts in and just freezes. The girl in front of him barely even looks like Kfu anymore. And apparently the first thing on the new and improved Kfu's mind is dinner. So hungry. Fitness Auntie about faints on the spot, saying Kfu's practically channeling the old Fox Empress's full glow up. The priestess stays humble about it, crediting a rare red blood stone for cracking 2 whole layers of the seal loose. Fitness Auntie's already halfway to the kitchen, thrilled to finally cook for a hungry princess. Lai can't stop staring, already imagining how stunning she'll be once the whole seal finally comes off. Someone in the room is straight up tearing up with joy for her. For a second, the noise fades out and it's just the two of them, wrapped up in the moment. She thanks him quietly for making tonight even possible without him. Who knows how long she'd have stayed sealed away. Lai's low-key thrilled. She started calling him a way more personal than young gentleman. He fills her in. He saw the priestess earlier and got her word that Kfu's case is top priority now. Kfu, surprised, the notoriously mana-verse priestess even agreed to see him. Turns out learning to make the cream himself was the magic key. But something's clearly still on her mind behind that thoughtful look. What's wrong? He asks, a little thrown by her sudden mood shift. Then she flips the script completely, teasing him with a very forward offer to check out the new and improved her. Judging by his face, Lai did not see that curveball coming. The moment lingers just long enough to let the tension sit there, awkward and electric. Fitness Auntie catches the whole thing and can't resist teasing her. Look who learned to flirt. They hustle back inside before Fitness Auntie's cooking beats them to the table. Lai Yuanyi shows up at the high priest's residence, and a voice from inside calls him in for a chat. He heads on in with Kfu trailing right behind him, both stepping into unfamiliar territory. Ever the gentleman, he offers, I hear the high priest isn't fond of being close to men, so I won't get too close. She waves it off. I don't mind you at all, young Master Lai. Please come in. And right on cue, his system quietly logs that her affection just ticked up. He just answers with an easy, breezy okay and steps on in. In his head though, he's already calculating, act too smooth and it looks suspicious, so playing a little innocent is exactly what'll get her guard down. Please sit, she tells him, settling in across from her guest. Truth is, he rigged this whole thing himself, deliberately weakening his own scar removal cream. Guess I rushed the dosage, he says with a sly grin, mind giving me a few more days to fix the formula. Need me to help test it? She offers. I can bring you a fresh batch every time I finish making one. No need to keep coming all the way here, she adds. Let's just set a date and I'll come to you instead. That catches him off guard for a beat. Works for me, he grins. Let's say the first trial run in 3 days then. All right, she says, and while I'm at it, I can help Kfu peel back another layer of that seal on her too. Kfu chimes in with a grateful thank you for your concern, High Priest. Meanwhile, Lai Yuanese, already congratulating himself, weakening his own cream on purpose, bought him the perfect excuse to keep seeing Quan Yu. With the meeting wrapped up, he heads back out through the quiet courtyard, already 3 steps ahead in his own head. Better swing by the herb shop, grab a few things for show and pick up some tonics for Kfu while I'm at it, he figures. At this rate, he's on pace to bank 2 more of Quan Yu's pink hearts inside half a month. By then I should have her whole playbook figured out, he smirks. His system practically purrs, the progress here is so gratifying. Cut to Shi Tianrui, arms crossed and already scheming. Step 1, track Lai Yuanese every move, he mutters. He's clocked it too. Lai Yuanese whole focus is winning over Quan Yu, and what she cares about most right now is that scar on her body. If we want to drive a wedge between them, he figures, the scar's our angle. But he catches himself. Lai Yuanese got a system backing him, so playing dirty is a big gamble. His own system chimes in all business, so what's the plan, host? Let's just wait for him to make a move, then turn the tables on Quan Yu, Shi Tianrui decides. His system awkwardly cuts in though. Turns out his points are basically bankrupt, and being stuck at level 1 means the shop's got slim pickings. Then tell me how to earn points, he snaps. His system mumbles back the awkward truth, the only way is capturing female villains, same as Lai Yuanese. Fine, broken system, just list whatever I can actually afford, he grumbles, digging through the sad little shop menu himself. His system is practically in tears with embarrassment, choking out an apology for being too broke to really help him out. Boo-hoo, I just can't help the host, it wails. Off in the distance, Lai Yuanese still wandering the market, completely oblivious that he's being watched. Let's just tail him, then lie in wait near his place for our chance, Shi Tianrui decides. His system gives a quick okay. 3 days later, over at Kfu and Lai Yuanese's place. High Priest, please come on in, Kfu says, pulling the door open. Quan Yu steps in, a little sheepish. Sorry for just dropping in on you like this. Not at all, someone reassures her, while tea gets poured for the guest. An attendant lets Quan Yu know the 2 of them will be right out and pours her some tea to wait with. Thank you, Quan Yu says. Sorry to keep you waiting, High Priest, Lai Yuanese says, popping in with Kfu close behind him. There's a little giggle exchanged between the 2 women. Something's clearly changed since the last visit. Quan Yu does a double take. Wait, Miss Lin? Sure enough, Kfu grins back. High Priest, it really is me. The change really is remarkable, Quan Yu tells her. If that seal comes off completely, I'll get to see the Fox tribe royalty in all her glory. Kfu just smiles. Thank you for the kind words. Let's go ahead and try the medicine first, Lai Yuanese announces. His system flags it immediately. Quan Yu's mood just spiked, affection up, 50 bonus points banked. This is the secret to keeping a client happy, he tells himself, way too pleased. He even breaks it down like a lecture. Giving someone options doesn't just boost their goodwill, it makes closing the deal way easier. Just a little tip for anyone grinding away at work, he jokes. I'll take these 3 bottles for now, young Master Lai, she says. I'll try them out and come back to talk it over. He jumps right back in, then about Kfu's. Both of them go wide-eyed, waiting on whatever he's about to bring up next. Quan Yu can't help but think, he really does keep me on his mind, doesn't he? Fu, for her part, goes full cherry blossom blush, and somewhere a system pings that her own little pink heart just turned red again. By the end of it all, his system rings up the final tally, 500 points banked. Another day at the estate, and our boy already has two of his so-called villainesses trailing behind him, robes swishing, patience wearing thin. He throws his arms up like he just cleared a boss fight. Today's to-do list fully accomplished, he grins, way too pleased with himself. Buttoning up, he runs the numbers in his head, 4 villainesses down, crossed paths and accounted for. Not bad for a guy who started this arc as background filler. Feet up, sword resting, his system orb bobbing beside him, he checks his progress report. Fu is basically locked in. Deng Tingshuang is next in line, but she is still hibernating for another month and a half. He can wait. He pulls up his little affection chart like it is a game menu, 4 faces and 4 heart meters, and taps the one closest to maxing out, Quan Yu. Yuan Lingzhu is a whole different headache though, sealed tight and complicated. That one is a project for another day. New plan locked in. While Tingshuang sleeps, it is Quan Yu's turn to get the full treatment. Doubting, pull up my stats, he orders, and his little system orb chirps back an eager okay. The loot rolls in, a set of women's clothing, a lighter, and a shiny system shop upgrade, and he is already scheming. The revolution is not finished yet, comrade, he tells himself, striking a hero pose on a snowy rooftop. Never change, buddy. Peeking over the tiles, he can hardly believe his luck. Quan Yu is out there actually looking for him. Just how far gone is she already, he wonders, way too excited about it. He is not the only one up on that roof. The actual male lead, Shi Tianrui, is crouched right there too, his own system begging him to stay cool. Calm down, he tells himself, he will not let his emotions run the show. Sure, buddy. And that is when our so-called protagonist loses his footing completely, faceplanting straight off the roof into a snowbank. So much for calm. Shi Tianrui completely loses it, screaming that he cannot calm down at all, flames practically bursting off him. His face goes full thundercloud, fists clenched, that old scar burning red with rage. Down in the snow, our boy just smirks. Yeah, he is enjoying this way too much. Thinking it over, most male leads in these system web novels get some kind of protagonist halo, he figures. Run into a fellow transmigrator and that halo gets discounted fast. And honestly, the author better not be dumb enough to cast a background extra like him as a rival to the real male lead. He dusts himself off, settles back into his chair, and lets that thought simmer before moving on to the real plan. Cut to a quiet back room where Fu slides the door shut, bowing her head. High Priest, thank you for your care today, she says softly. You have helped me plenty too, I should be thanking you, comes the reply. Then, straight to business, no time to waste, Miss Fu, let's begin. Fu nods, obedient. The instructions come next, outer robes off first to keep her kai flowing smooth, very scientific, totally not suspicious at all. She hesitates, cheeks going red, fingers fumbling at the ties. Nerves or something else entirely. Her robe slips loose, and the ritual, whatever it really is, gets underway. Then into the bath you go, she is told, easing into the steaming water. The heat wraps around her slowly and she sinks in deeper, letting it do its work. Her face flushes hot pink as the water starts working its magic, or maybe it is just working, period. Steam curls around her, and whatever this technique is, it is clearly ramping up. Outside the water, Aunt Chun channels her own energy, hands weaving through practiced seals, dead serious about getting this right. The second you feel a hot vortex swirling in your core, go fully under, Aunt Chun instructs, and whatever happens, do not get distracted. Famous last words in any story like this one. Fu is already struggling to follow that advice, face burning brighter by the second. It's time, Aunt Chun calls, bursting through the steam with total focus, ready to see this through. Next, the water is only going to get hotter, she warns, watching closely, but you have to push through it. Golden light ripples under the surface as the technique starts to take hold for real. Fu manages, gritting through it, doing her best not to break focus. Markings start surfacing on her skin, glowing faintly, right on schedule. She gasps, eyes fluttering shut, completely overwhelmed by whatever is coursing through her. Aunt Chun pulls her close to keep her steady, sparks of energy crackling between them as the technique peaks. Face to face, barely an inch apart, Aunt Chun locks in one final hand seal, completely focused on finishing this right. Their hands meet and a talisman flares to life between them, ancient script burning bright red. Somewhere deep inside her, something locked away for a long time starts to stir. It is her own spirit, chained up tight, straining against a seal that has been holding her back for who knows how long. The chains groan under the pressure, fire licking down every link. Even the softest part of her heart has been locked away behind those same chains, roses and all. Then finally a crack, light floods through the gap as the seal starts giving way. It shatters completely, gold and fire pouring out in one blinding release. Back in the bathhouse, Kfu's whole body lights up with it, Aunt Chun holding her steady through the surge. Energy arcs down her throat and she cries out as the last of the seal burns away. Aunt Chun steadies herself afterward, hand pressed to her chest, clearly drained but relieved it worked. Kfu just smiles, magic still glittering in her palms, looking lighter than she has in ages. Aunt Chun catches her breath and glances over. "Do you have a question you want to ask me?" she says, almost knowingly. Come closer," Kfu answers, crooking a finger with a look that says she is done waiting. Aunt Chun steps in behind her, arms wrapping around her, the two of them finally letting their guard all the way down. And there it is, the moment neither of them was pretending not to want anymore, sealed with a kiss under a shower of falling petals. Steam curls through the room as a hand slides toward her collar and she about loses it right there, eyes brimming, completely caught off guard. "Miss Kfu, we are both females," she stammers, though the way Kfu is smirking says that excuse isn't landing. Kfu leans in close. "You carry too much and you live too repressed. Stay trapped in the past and you will never find happiness." The girl tries to argue but does not get very far. Miss Kfu, let me go," she breathes not exactly convincingly. "Let yourself off just this once," Kfu murmurs and let go of the memories. "Bottle up enough pain," Kfu tells her and it curdles into paranoia. Better to let it out, and that is exactly what's about to happen. The lights and pretty much everything else go out for the night. We will leave the two of them to it. Morning after, robes scattered everywhere and somebody is looking mighty pleased with himself if a little baffled. Lai Yuanyi scratches his head. "Wait, why did her affection value jump? I don't think I did anything then." Off to the side, "Quan Yu really is quite cute." Sure you didn't do anything." "High Priest Yu," comes a voice from the doorway, catching the two of them in a rather compromising huddle. "What happened here?" Lai Yuanyi mutters, baffled, while his system chimes in matter-of-factly. Villainous Quan Yu's affection just ticked up and 100 points just landed in his pocket. Kfu, he spots her coming his way and just like that the scene shifts. The two of them fall in step together, easy and familiar, like this has become second nature. A red robe slips loose at the shoulder, silk pooling around her things are heating up fast. "Yeah, do you like how I look now?" Quan Yu asks and Lai Yuanyi does not hesitate. "Of course I like it. And I would love a taste of the new you too." Butterflies scatter through the air as Quan Yu's seal finally breaks loose and the mood in the room breaks loose right along with it. "So bad," Quan Yu gasps, flushed, while somebody else notes with real appreciation that their Kfu is getting awfully good at teasing these days. Turns out Kfu is not just watching from the sidelines tonight either. "No matter what I turn into," Kfu promises with a grin, "I will always be very obedient." Somehow that sounds like a threat and a promise at the same time. Whatever restraint was left in the room officially checks out around here. Kfu's composure does not last much longer either, judging by that reaction. Later that night, the scene shifts to Quan Yu's private hot spring because apparently one round was not the end of it. Two more robes hit the floor as the night continues on, steam and all. Elsewhere, under torchlight and falling snow, someone carefully tends a fresh wound on a girl's back, completely unaware she is being watched. Leaning against the snowy railing, a familiar rival pulls up his own system. "She's already applying the medicine," he mutters. "I want to buy knockout gas, the kind that keeps you out cold all night." 5 points for knockout gas. "Fuck, that's too expensive," he grumbles, then buys it anyway. "I have no choice." The gas is loaded and ready. Whatever he is planning, it is already in motion. Everything goes still as he slips closer, watching the building in silence. The gas does its work fast, her eyes go heavy, her guard drops, and she does not even realize what is happening to her. Within moments she is out cold on the floor, completely helpless. She passed out, he confirms, and the smile that spreads across his face is not a nice one. He crouches over her, and it is clear this was never really about her at all, she is just a piece in somebody else's game. Smear some putrid fluid on the medicine over her wound, he plots. Infect it. When she wakes up furious tomorrow, she will take it out on someone and I will use her hands to get rid of that cannon fodder for good. He grins, pleased with himself, cruelty dressed up as clever planning. Calculating your schemes out loud like that, you are really not being careful, a voice cuts in, and just like that, the smug look drops right off his face. A hand clamps down hard around his wrist before he can even think about running. Deep in the night, someone corners Shi Tianrui red-handed, and for once the smooth-talking real male lead has no comeback ready. It's Lai Yuanyi doing the accusing, calling out Shi Tianrui for creeping into the wounded high priestess's room in the dead of night. Busted, Shi Tianrui can only splutter, demanding to know how Lai Yuanyi predicted his little midnight visit. Lai Yuanyi just shrugs him off, playing dumb like he wasn't literally staking the place out. Shi Tianrui isn't buying it for a second, demanding to know if this is really just a coincidence. Turns out it's no accident at all. Lai Yuanyi has been posted up on that roof every single night, quietly guarding the injured high priestess. Shi Tianrui sneers that Lai Yuanyi is a terrible spy anyway, insisting he clocked him from the start. Talk turns to fists fast. Lai Yuanyi winds up and lets one seriously charged punch fly. The hit lands hard, and somewhere nearby, Quan Yu's scream cuts through the night. Reeling from the blow, Shi Tianrui realizes the commotion is about to bring the whole compound running. Attendants come sprinting and someone points out the obvious problem: the guards outside definitely heard all that noise. Shi Tianrui starts puffing himself up, ready to pull rank as the story's supposed leading man. Lai Yuanyi isn't impressed, throwing the title back at him like an insult, while Shi Tianrui barks at his own system for help. Lai Yuanyi doesn't wait around, ordering an instant teleport out while Shi Tianrui vows this isn't over. In a blink he's gone, leaving Shi Tianrui grumbling that he bailed way too fast. Still, relief wins out, Quan Yu is safe. Shi Tianrui swears if this kid ever turns her head he'll make him regret it. Quan Yu's attendants burst in moments later, scrambling to check on her. But the room is empty, whatever just happened here, it's already over. Meanwhile, Lai Yuanyi's escape lands him safely down a quiet corridor, all sparks and system light. His system can't believe Shi Tianrui would stoop that low, and is honestly relieved they got there just in time. Nursing a bandaged arm, Lai Yuanyi realizes Shi Tianrui had clearly thought this whole setup through. The plan was simple and nasty: make it look bad enough that Quan Yu would end up disgusted with Lai Yuanyi instead of Shi Tianrui. His system doesn't hold back either, flat out calling Shi Tianrui sinister and telling him to stay sharp. Lai Yuanyi just laughs it off, joking that of course the so-called real male lead was going to play dirty eventually, that's just how these stories go. Elsewhere, in a quiet inn-room, trouble is about to find Shi Tianrui all over again. Still fuming from the night's failure, Shi Tianrui slumps at his desk, cursing his luck. Then something cold and green coils around his hand, and his whole body goes rigid. He flings it off screaming, and the snake dissolves into a swirl of glowing purple smoke. Out of that smoke steps a woman with long green hair, and she was definitely not invited. She looks every bit the dangerous type, dressed for a fight and clearly in no hurry to leave. Shi Tianrui slams the table, demanding to know exactly who she is. She's not in the mood to answer first, coolly telling him to earn it. Shi Tianrui just stares back, speechless, clearly rattled. Then she drops the real question: what exactly is his connection to Lai Yuanyi? She reveals she's been watching this whole time. Lai Yuanyi grew up in the wolf tribe, but Shi Tianrui just showed up there out of nowhere one day. The two of them barely interact, yet Shi Tianrui keeps targeting him anyway, and that has made her very, very curious. Shi Tianrui plays it tough on the outside, but inside he's panicking. He can't find a single trace of this woman anywhere in the story he remembers. He demands answers from his own system, and for once it has none, stammering that it genuinely has no idea. That is not exactly the reassurance he was hoping for. His system thinks she might have an unseen helper of her own, someone who's been guiding her all along, and even without knowing about systems, she can clearly tell something is off. Shi Tianrui trails off, staring at her, realizing he may have just met someone who doesn't play by the story's rules at all. Before we jump back in, a quick steamy flashback reminds us just how cozy things have gotten in this harem. Enter Jenny, the green-haired troublemaker, sizing up her next target with a razor-sharp smile. "Seems my guess was right," she purrs. "You've got at least one invisible friend." Across from her, Shi Tianrui goes dead silent. She presses harder, curious just how extraordinary this friend really is and how she might get close to it. All Shi Tianrui manages is a stammered impossible. He can't help but wonder what she's really after. Enemy of Lai Yuani or secret ally? If she were a friend, he figures, she wouldn't be digging like this. At the very least, she's no friend, he decides, then insists flatly, "I don't have any invisible friend. This is just my own ability." Jenny isn't buying it for a second. "Then you're useless," she says. "Tell us how you really feel." Something shifts in her expression and his confidence cracks. "What are you trying to do?" he blurts out. Turns out she's not here to fight. "No need for me to target you," she shrugs. "I can't even be bothered." The tension eases for a moment as she turns away, clearly still weighing her options. Then comes the real pitch. "Aren't you awfully concerned about Lai Yuani's business? I happen to have a way to help you with that." Shi Tianrui perks right up. "Since you don't want to kill me, why don't we just join forces?" Jenny is not impressed. "Why on earth would I join forces with you? You don't even know what I'm planning," she points out, clearly amused by his desperation. "And you still want my help? Honestly, looking as down and out as you do, you're not exactly convincing." He tries again anyway. "You weren't going to kill me regardless, so teaming up costs you nothing, right?" Jenny's answer is short and brutal. "I have no interest in losers," and with that she cuts loose a blast of purple energy straight at him. Meanwhile, across town, calm has settled over the high priest's snow-covered estate. Lai Yuani sits with Quan Yu at a stone table making pleasant small talk about medicine. "The effect of this blue bottle is the best," she tells him. He turns the bottle over with a satisfied little smile. "Then I'll use this one as my standard and dig deeper," he says, already 3 steps ahead. As he prepares to go, he plays the perfect gentleman. "I won't keep you any longer today, I still have affairs to handle." Quan Yu offers to deliver the ointment herself once it's ready, and he thanks her warmly. Young Master Lai, playing his part flawlessly. As the carriage pulls away, he glances back at her estate, mind already on his next move. The system chimes in, buzzing with gossip. Quan Yu was in a great mood. Chat a little longer and he could have scored some serious affection points. Oh, and Shi Tianrui's little scene yesterday left the guards suspicious, even though they came up empty-handed. Lai Yuani weighs his next move carefully. Better to act normal and play along with Quan Yu's plans. Spook her now and catching her later gets a whole lot harder. As expected of the host, always thinking 3 steps ahead, the system gushes. Then, straight back to business, while Fu's busy cultivating, time to go check on Tingshuang. A flash of light and he's already gone. He steps out into a quiet forest clearing near a hidden cave. Looking around at the empty space, he frowns. Where is she? The bed's been torn apart and left empty, and it's nowhere near hibernation season. Something is very wrong. The system spots something first. Host footprints look quickly. He crouches to examine them. Neat, orderly steps by the size. These have to be Tingshuang's. "Let's go," he says, already moving. "Follow them and see where they lead." He pushes deeper into the forest, tracking every print through the underbrush. "Why do they lead to the riverbank?" he mutters right before the system practically shouts. "Look quickly, it's Deng Tingshuang." He wades straight into the freezing water without a second thought. Hiss, so cold. There she is, collapsed over a rock in the current, completely unconscious. He scoops her up, cradling her against him. "Shuangshuang, wake up, what's wrong with you?" Then, all business, doubting, buy a blanket. Yes, the system chirps, already on it. Purchase confirmed, 1 blanket, -5 points, cheap price for a rescue. He wraps her up gently, and for a moment her flushed, dazed face is all he can focus on. Then, out of nowhere, blood. Something slices through the calm and Tingshuang's face is suddenly streaked red. Claw marks tear across her, blood blooming against torn fabric. A shadow lashes through the trees behind them, and that's exactly where this chapter cuts out, blade still swinging. Chaos rips through the dream out of nowhere, blood-red claws slash through the air, and this is not the sweet dream Lai Yuani signed up for. He's hit before he even sees it coming, blood streaking down his arm, clothes torn to shreds, and for a second even he has no clue what just happened. Half out of it, he chokes out a broken "Why are you bullying me?" before catching himself. "Ting Shuang, it's me, Lai Yuani," he coughs, trying to break through. But Ting Shuang's not hearing any of it. She's wide-eyed, coughing, screaming, "What did I do wrong?" While his system quietly loses it, her corruption meter is spiking off the charts. He keeps shouting her name, begging her to wake up, but the system delivers the bad news straight up. She can't hear a single word he's saying. So he does the one thing left to do, cash in points for a skill literally called Dream Legend. Desperate times call for desperate harem protagonist energy. 100 points later, his spirit slips straight into her dream, drifting through a moonlit garden until he's pounding on a door yelling, "Ting Shuang, open up, it's me." Inside, the dream sanctuary is trashed, torn scraps of fabric scattered everywhere, and Ting Shuang is nowhere to be found. "Not in the sanctuary, what is going on?" he mutters, and something in his gut tells him this dream has gone very wrong. He bolts outside into the dream forest, scanning every shadow for any sign of her. Then the alert flashes red. If he doesn't get her out soon, she's going to be strangled to death, and it shows him Ting Shuang out in the trees, actually being choked. "Host, come out quickly," his system is basically screaming at him to move. He takes off running, crashing through the fog like his life depends on it, because right now hers does. Ting Shuang, he shouts desperate, but the forest just swallows his voice. "How can I not find her? Isn't this her dream?" he growls, completely lost. Then it clicks, if she's not actually asleep, she's not in the dream at all. He needs out now. "End dream legend," he commands. Nothing happens, so he tries again, louder, angrier. "End dream legend." Still nothing. "Why won't it end?" he snaps, panic creeping in. His system cuts itself off mid-warning with an "oh no," and that is never, ever a good sign. Back in the real world, it's bad, really bad. Ting Shuang is straddling his actual unconscious body, hands at his throat, and the system is shrieking that its host is about to be strangled to death. Even the system starts to panic for itself now, terrified it might get wiped out right along with him. Then, just as suddenly, something shifts and even the system doesn't know what to make of it. What? A strange green light wraps around the two of them, like it's got a will of its own. Whatever it is, it works. The danger fades into a quiet ripple over the water, and the storm finally breaks. Next thing he knows, he's crumpled on the floor of some crumbling, unfamiliar ruin, jolted back awake with a groan. His head is pounding, and of course, the skill waited until the absolute last second to spit him back out. He looks around a glowing, unfamiliar cave. Where is this? His system orb drifts quietly beside him. "Xiao Yuan saved you," the system says. He blinks. Xiao Yuan, a name he clearly wasn't expecting. The system explains, "Someone heard howling echo through the woods and came running. It really was her, Xiao Yuan from the tribe," though it trails off before finishing the thought. He presses for the rest, tired of the system dodging the question, and it finally spits it out. "She's very strong." "Very strong," he repeats, and the system adds something even weirder. "She doesn't quite seem like a normal wolfkin." Then it panics. "She's coming." And there she is, Xiao Yuan herself, arriving with a plate of fruit and a knowing smirk, teasing that he gave her something unforgettable, so of course she remembered him. She waves off his worry fast. The dark tribe girl he came in with is already sound asleep, safe for now. He goes quiet, thoughtful, as she holds out a peach for him to take. "She's from the dark tribe," Xiao Yuan says, tilting her head. "Don't you have anything to ask me?" He hesitates a beat before finally taking the peach from her hand. "Since you were willing to let her mark you," Xiao Yuan says, watching him closely. "I can naturally guess your relationship," she adds, and suddenly this rescue mission just got a lot more complicated. She just smirks, ears flicking, clearly enjoying exactly how much she already knows. Quiet moment back at the tribe, and of course his system can't resist a jab, needling him about whether he should really be playing favorites in his love life. He just shrugs it off. Love is a wonderful thing, he says, so why would he ever discriminate? Classic harem lead logic. Cut to Kfu, curled up right beside him, purring that wanting to own the person you like is just human nature. A little forward, Kfu. She just smirks about it, clearly enjoying getting under his skin. Suddenly serious, he tells Kfu he wants to go see her, the girl still sealed away, sleeping through her long hibernation. Kfu reminds him she's still deep in hibernation, there's no waking her yet. He already knows, he just wants to be taken to her anyway. Kfu gives in and gets up to lead the way, but before they can head out, a new voice cuts in, asking if he really knows what happened to her. He clocks her the second she steps in and can't help thinking, wait, am I really that strong, because she sure doesn't look like she's from the wolf tribe. She catches him staring and calls it out instantly, have you been sizing me up this whole time? Her nails glint razor sharp just to make the point. He doesn't even get a word in before she's already teasing that she hopes the feeling is mutual. Her fingers brush against an old scar of his and he actually flinches, a rare crack in his usual cool. The rain picks up around them, and for a second the air between them goes electric. She admits it outright, she has been watching him for a long time. She lays out the receipts. Back in the day he was just some deadweight with a rotten attitude, but ever since he got hurt, something in him flipped completely. Suddenly he had manners, he'd vanish and reappear out of nowhere, and he even flattened a dark tribe assassin with one punch. Bottom line, she says, he is fascinating, and she is not being subtle about it. She rattles off the growing list around him. Kfu, Quan Yu, Deng Tingshuang, more women keep stacking up in his corner. Kfu she gets, she is his servant, fine, it is everyone else that does not add up for her. He had zero history with the rest of them, she points out, yet here he is working overtime to win them over, and privately he is floored that she has been tracking him this whole time. He keeps his face carefully blank, giving nothing away. She just keeps smiling, clearly not buying the poker face for a second. She guesses out loud that he has got some other angle going, and inside he is panicking. How is she even tracking him? Sweat, tension, the works, he is not handling this calmly at all. She shrugs it off, says she knows she will not get a straight answer out of him yet, and she is in no hurry. Meanwhile he is quietly freaking out, his teleportation should make him untraceable, so how is this happening? She changes the subject just like that. Let's go see that dark tribe girl first, she says, already walking. They find her sitting quietly, the dark tribe girl who mysteriously turned up not long ago, looking a little lost. Someone asks where he is headed. Simple, he says, he is taking her back to her nest. The wolf tribe woman is not so sure. She warns him that nest might not be safe for her anymore. He is not deterred, they still need to figure out why she turned up in that river in the first place. And exactly because of that mystery, he says, he has to stay on guard. The wolf woman shrugs, if he is not going to stop her she will just get going first. Go ahead, he tells her. Before she goes, she gives him one last compliment. Everything he has said checks out and his read on her is scarily detailed. And just like that, she disappears into the distance, leaving more questions than answers. Left alone, he presses his system for answers. If she can lock onto him this easily, what exactly is her deal? And for once his system has nothing, not a single clue. He shakes it off for now and orders a teleport straight to the outskirts of the forest instead. In a blink he is gone, vanishing straight out of the cave. He reappears deep in the quiet of the forest, the night pressing in all around him. Back at the village, someone is already asking around where in the world is Lai Yuani. One of them figures he must be over at the High Priest's place, but wait, didn't High Priestess Quan Yu already agree to something else entirely? Quan Yu just looks baffled by the whole thing, clearly just as lost as everyone else about where he has run off to. Deep in the woods, Lai Yuani is still hauling a knocked-out villainess through the trees, and even his floating system is getting twitchy. They have been gone a full day and night now. He stops for a second, dead serious. Deng Tingshuang needs to be dealt with first, one crisis at a time. He eyes a lit-up outpost in the distance, way too close to the wolf tribe for comfort. Marching her straight into Yangshan town is off the table. His system practically short-circuits. Absolutely not, a dark tribe girl would stick out like a sore thumb in Yangshan town. Turns out they are standing right outside Yinghuang, the royal city itself. Then the little orb lights up with an idea, cue the most random cutaway ever. Wait, is this the city where Yan Yi is hiding out? Turns out, yes. The plan: stash Deng Tingshuang in an abandoned village outside the city until her hibernation phase kicks in, then explain everything later. Bonus: the city is apparently in total chaos right now. Even better, this spot doubles as the perfect place to keep an eye out for Yan Yi. Welcome to their new hideout. Teleport time. One command and they are gone in a flash, Lai Yuanyi still cradling her close the whole way. The teleport circuit crackles to life around them, ready to yank them clean across the map. They touch down 5 miles outside Yinghuang City at a long-abandoned village. Spooky but private. The system reassures him, don't worry, nobody has lived here in ages. He carries her through the old gate, already scanning the place for somewhere to actually hide her. A cellar, ideally. He pauses to size the place up, clearly turning something over in his head. A weathered sign gives it away: this is QE Manor. And according to the plot he has apparently read ahead on, this is exactly where Yan Yi is going to hole up once spring rolls around. Handy. A place this fancy definitely used to belong to money, which means somewhere on these grounds there has to be a cellar stocked for hard times. So he kicks the door in through the pouring rain and hauls her down into the cellar. He smooths out a makeshift bed of straw for her. Even a secret hideout needs decent bedding, apparently. Gently, carefully, he lays the sleeping villainess down to rest. She is finally out cold and peaceful, tucked away safe for now. Job done here, the teleport circuit starts spinning up again. Before he goes, he throws a blanket over her. Small gesture, but hey, the guy is not completely heartless. He lingers a second, note in hand, clearly thinking about more than just logistics. Next stop, he tells his system doubting to teleport him straight to the Yongshan town market. Another flash of light and he is there. A pharmacy owner waves him off with a cheerful "come back soon." Just your average shopping run, apparently. He walks out loaded down with bags of every size, groaning that he is completely wiped out. Cue a random Chibai meltdown, 5 more years of this. His system just grins and reminds him he will be the big hero who saved the world someday. Save the world, he is not buying that sales pitch for a second. Turns out his real motivation is way pettier: he is just terrified of self-destructing. Heroic, truly. With his haul in tow, he heads back through the door toward home base. He steps inside, bags in hand, mission accomplished, or so he thinks. Waiting for him, Kfu, arms crossed, a flat "I'm back" vibe radiating off her. He can already tell she is furious. She rounds on him immediately, demanding to know exactly where he vanished to all night and into the morning. She is fuming, practically steaming, and not remotely in the mood for excuses. He scrambles to explain he went out for medicinal herbs, found a fresh batch just outside the city and figured he would grab it while he could. Bad timing though, by the time he rushed back, the city gate had already slammed shut for the night. So what, was he supposed to scale the wall like a cat burglar? The herbs, he insists, are for an ointment for High Priestess Kuan Yu and they were not cheap. He holds up the neatly wrapped goods as proof. Kfu is not fully sold, just a flat really. Still half doubting him, he doubles down, pointing at his mud-caked pants. He spent the whole night slumped against the city wall. Exhibit A: the ruined shoes and pant legs. Kfu just stares, unmoved. Her suspicious glare does not let up for a second. He hands over the herb bottles and privately admits her stare alone is giving him full-body goosebumps. Her verdict: she is not buying any of it unless he proves it to her. One thing leads to another, and the tension between them turns into something a lot more intimate. He blinks, genuinely stumped. Prove it, how exactly? I have my own ways, he says, pulling her along by the hand while she just giggles. Next thing he knows, she is trying to yank his robe clean off and he is yelping, "What exactly are you trying to do?" Caught bare and scrambling to cover up, he gets his answer: she has been craving this since last night and today she is eating her fill. Kfu just sits there blushing and grinning like the cat that got the cream. Her night opens exactly how a harem story should: tangled sheets, and Wang Kai is definitely not alone in them. She settles back, silk robe barely holding together, clearly enjoying every second of it. The scene drifts to the quiet halls of home, the night still humming with afterglow. The panel fades into a soft blur of pink, letting your imagination fill in the rest. Lai Yuanyi finally speaks up. He still has to go pay respects to the high priest. Fine, she says, go handle your business first. A hand trails over skin as Wang Kai murmurs she'd like this settled quickly. She teases right back, move fast enough and it won't cost him any time at all. Are you provoking me? He smirks. She swears she isn't, not as long as he's quick, because unsealing the restriction is priority number one. She's already torn his clothes, she points out, so what's the harm in finishing what they started? He cups her cheek, murmuring that missing this one time really doesn't matter. Go on, she tells him, she'll be waiting at home. All right, he agrees, simple as that. Morning finds them still tangled together, in absolutely no hurry to move. Silken sheets drape over the quiet aftermath of the night. She says his name, he answers with a lazy hum, barely awake. He stretches, in zero rush to leave that bed. Wang Kai promises to have Aunt Chun stew up a good pot of soup later, something to nourish him after a night like that. Her smile dips just slightly, she just hopes he isn't lying to her. The moment lingers, quiet and a little uncertain, before she lets it go. I know, he tells her softly, letting the worry settle for now. I'm not lying to you, he insists again, and this time she seems to believe it. Under his breath he grumbles that if anyone deserves the blame here, it's doubting his system, not him. Something yanks his attention hard enough to make him yelp, and just like that he's off, tearing across the sky toward his next stop. He touches down at the high priest's frostbitten residence, snow still clinging to the rooftops. Inside, Wang Kai leads the way toward the training hall, a couple of familiar faces trailing behind her. She calls out an invitation to join her in the hot spring, no time wasted. Kuan Yu steps into view, her back a map of old scars from a hard life as the tribe's high priest. She glances back, guarded as ever, while Wang Kai wades in right after her. Wang Kai looks her over and points out the scars are fading fast, barely visible, unless you're really looking for them. Across the compound, Lai Yuanyi's system pings hard. Kuan Yu's affection just spiked through the roof, and he's pocketing a cool 100 points for it. He grins to himself, must be the scars fading, he figures, plus whatever sweet nothings Wang Kai's been feeding her. His system eggs him on to close the deal on Kuan Yu before spring arrives. Let's go, he cheers, time to work hard. Back in the hot spring, something shifts. Golden light rips across Kuan Yu's skin, crackling like lightning. Her face twists, tears streaking down as the energy claws through her. The whole spring erupts in a blaze of golden light, water churning under the sudden surge of power. Something small and strange floats up out of the glow, a little purple shape nobody was expecting. Kuan Yu's eyes go wide, clearly caught off guard by whatever just happened. She calls Wang Kai closer, voice tight with urgency. A hand shoots out through the golden water, and the shock of it hits like a jolt. Wang Kai's knees buckle right there in the water, her legs have gone completely soft. Kuan Yu warns her that unsealing the restriction can get unpredictable and offers to wait if she's not ready. No need, Wang Kai insists she's more than ready, and the two of them close the distance. I can do it, Wang Kai declares, brushing off any worry. High priest, don't hold back on my account, let's begin. We pick up right in the middle of it, two of our girls tangled up together in bed, still catching their breath from whatever just happened. Cut to the tribe's rooftops glowing gold under the setting sun, a quiet moment before the real story of the night gets going. Down in the courtyard, the old doors creak in the evening breeze as dusk settles over the grounds. The sky burns orange and pink, the day quietly giving way to night. The temple gates swing shut for the evening, sealing everyone inside for whatever's about to unfold. Somewhere inside, a green-haired girl lounges in the courtyard, completely unaware how complicated tonight's about to get. Meanwhile, back in the bathhouse, our high priest is already in over her head, breathing ragged and flushed, and this is clearly not just a regular soak. The water churns around her as her control slips completely. Whatever's happening to her body right now, she can't just push through it alone. She's fighting to keep herself together, but the fever just keeps building. Suddenly someone bursts in, and by the look on her face, she wasn't expecting to walk in on this either. It's her companion, rushing to her side without a second thought. The two of them end up tangled together, cheeks burning, both clearly aware of where this is headed. In heat, her companion asks, putting the pieces together fast. They're practically nose to nose now, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. High Priest, you're only in this state because you helped me, her companion says. I can't just look the other way. Kuan Yu can barely manage a response. Let me help you relieve it, forgive the liberty, she says, already moving in. Well, that's one way to repay a favor. And that's where we'll leave things for a moment. Let's just say gratitude gets expressed in full that night. Whatever's happening behind those doors, it's clearly a lot to handle. The heat radiating off this scene could set the whole temple on fire. By the end of it, Kuan Yu's completely spent, but at least the fever's finally broken. Her companion explains gently, if she keeps trying to grit her teeth through every estrus cycle alone, her body just won't survive it. Kuan Yu finally finds the strength to get back on her feet. She heads off down the hall, steadier now than she's been all night. Rest well, thank you for all your hard work today, Kuan Yu tells her, tucking her in with real tenderness. Outside, two attendants nod along, yes, we understand, ready to do whatever's asked of them. The door swings shut as word goes out. The High Priest's estrus flared up early because she used her own strength to break a restriction sealing her companion's power, so tonight, everyone keeps their distance and guards that door well. Later, the night takes another turn, soft sighs and tangled sheets suggesting round 2 is already underway. A rose crushed in her grip says everything the words don't need to. Her expression says she's completely lost in the moment, overwhelmed doesn't even begin to cover it. Let go, and just like that the tension finally breaks. Petals drift down as the moment fades to something quieter. Later that night, Kuan Yu steps out under the moonlight looking like an entirely different woman, composed, radiant, and clearly recovered. Her hand glows with power rising back to the surface, something long dormant is stirring back to life. She moves through the dark with newfound strength, energy trailing behind her like she's a different person entirely. The restrictions almost completely undone, someone murmurs in awe, just as expected of the High Priest. But not everyone's thrilled about it. Somewhere else a pair of blood-red eyes narrows with pure venom, I will make you pay in blood, and that's where this one leaves us hanging. A month slips by and we open on a quiet courtyard that leads straight into some dim, candlelit backroom. Real, is this a rescue or a kidnapping vibes? Deng Tingshuang wakes up groggy in that candlelit room, completely lost, and mutters the obvious question, why am I here? She's dressed to kill in that slinky black number, but don't let the confidence fool you, she genuinely has no clue what's going on. Lai Yuanyi kneels down, calm as ever, and hands her some water. You just woke up, drink this while I explain, he says. She takes a slow sip, steadies herself, and says, here's what happened. And just like that, we're dropped into the flashback. In the flashback, he leans in and asks the real question, does she even remember how she ended up in that river? Her answer is a flat I don't remember, total blank, like the memory just isn't there. Back in the present, apparently hunger waits for no one, she just flat out announces, I'm hungry. He's already one step ahead though, patting her head with a smug little, I've already prepared something. Cue a table absolutely loaded with fruit and veggies, the kind of spread that makes her eyes light up on the spot. She points at the feast in disbelief and he just grins back, of course, hurry and eat. But the second he tries to slip away, she's instantly on alert, where are you going? He plays it cool, says he barely knows this place and wants to scope it out, tacking on a cheeky be a good girl and eat on his way out. And just like that he's up and gone, leaving her alone with a literal mountain of food. Outside, his easy smile drops. In his head he's all business, this manor is barely a half-hour walk from the city, nowhere near safe enough to actually hide her. Days later and alone again, he's bracing for trouble. Someone important is due to show up soon, and saving her from assassins might be the only thing keeping her from spiraling deeper into corruption. So he turns to his system for backup, doubting, got any seriously lethal gear you can hook me up with? Turns out the shop just leveled up to firearms. You mean, he starts and the system cheerfully finishes the thought for him, a full-on Gatling gun. One small problem, it costs 500 points and he's only sitting on 307. 2 days definitely isn't enough time to grind out the difference. Luckily the system's got a budget option too, the EEC 971, apparently an absolute steal for under 200 points. He's sold, let's get one, though he does pause to wonder if not knowing how to actually fire a gun might be a slight issue. No sweat, apparently the system just downloads the know-how straight into his head on purchase. One easy okay later, it's a done deal. He clambers up into a dark loft to grab the goods, and whatever sparks to life up there in the dark makes him jump clean out of his skin. Later, alone with Deng Tingshuang, his brains still running the numbers on his master plan, as long as nobody ends up pregnant before he's won over every single villainess, the story stays on track. Judging by the smug little smile on her face though, she's fully aware she's got him wrapped around her finger. Ever the planner, he even checks in with his system about protection, and sure enough, the shop's got him covered there too. Give me a box, he says without missing a beat, because apparently even a harem runs on logistics. He murmurs that she should take it easy since she just woke up, all while quietly reciting his own rule in his head: no pregnancies, no derailed story, simple as that. The next morning it's her turn to lay down the law only once today, and he happily agrees, yeah. Somewhere his system is practically cheering. Deng Tingshuang's affection just spiked and he banks 400 bonus points for it. Even she can't help admitting, I'm so happy. Me too, he says back, and the moment ends in one soft, simple kiss. We're picking things up mid-moment. Deng Tingshuang's cheeks are burning red and she is trying so hard to play it cool. Turns out cool lasted about 0 seconds because Lai Yuanyi pulls her in for a kiss against the wall like they've got all the time in the world. One little smooch sound effect later, and yeah, you can probably guess where the rest of this scene is headed. She's catching her breath, flushed and glowing, clearly not complaining about how this night turned out. Let's just say the two of them are in absolutely no hurry to move from that spot. Yeah, we're fading out here, folks. Some things are better left to your imagination. Let's just say it's a very good night for both of them and leave it right there. Morning comes quiet and calm, the two of them tangled together like nothing in the world could touch them right now. Elsewhere the sun's up and the day is already moving on without them. This hideaway has a name, it turns out. Welcome to Kui Manor, their little secret address. Lai Yuanyi lays out the plan. Until they figure out why Tingshuang washed up in that river in the first place, going back to their old hideout in the stone cave is off the table. Tingshuang just melts a little, telling him she'll go along with whatever he decides, as long as she gets to stay close to him. He promises right back, whatever she needs he is putting everything he's got into it. Then he gets serious, there's another favor he needs from her too. A Phoenix tribe warrior might show up soon on the run, and if he can't get there in time he needs Tingshuang to protect her instead. Tingshuang doesn't even hesitate, she's in, no questions asked yet. She does push back on one thing though, why can't he just stay here full time? He brushes her off for now, but privately he's sweating. Juggling women who have no idea about each other is getting trickier by the day. Back to business, he'll have to slip back to his own tribe soon so nobody gets suspicious. Tingshuang just nods, taking it all in. He's already stocked the cellar with supplies. This whole manor is falling apart, roof included, so it's genuinely the safest spot he's got for her. Honestly, she tells him this cellar beats the stone cave any day. Not a single complaint out of her. He points out the area's got rivers and forest nearby for food, and it's close enough to the capital that no other dark tribe members should come sniffing around. Just stay safe while he's gone, he says, and he'll rush right back. She smiles, she'll be waiting. With that he heads out. One flash of teleportation magic later, and he's gone in the blink of an eye. He touches down in a quiet little courtyard and creeps up to a door, peeking through before he makes his move. Outside he spots the Fox tribe's errand runner, we'll call her Aunt Chun, chatting with another woman about heading out again. Turns out she's on lunch duty for the princess. He swoops in and offers to deliver it himself so Aunt Chun can rest, technically true, but really he just wants an excuse to visit someone. That excuse leads him out near Yangshan town, to a hidden waterfall tucked away in the hills. And there she is, Kfu, taking a peaceful soak under the falls, completely unaware she's got company. She's clearly been using this quiet spot as her own personal retreat while she recovers. He quietly sets down the lunchbox he swiped duty for, letting her know he's arrived. He calls out for her to come eat before it goes cold, and she shoots him a sly little look. She definitely knew he was there the whole time. She steps out of the water to join him, in absolutely no rush at all. Ever the gentleman, he tells her to just sit and eat, he'll handle drying her hair himself. As he combs through her hair, she brings up the real reason she's out here. How much longer until the last layer of her seal can finally be broken? According to the high priest, only she can break that final seal herself, and it could take anywhere from half a year to who knows how long. He tells her flat out her situation comes first, then asks if just cultivating quietly is actually enough to force a breakthrough. Because from what he understands, the fastest way to force a breakthrough is getting cornered in a genuine life-or-death fight, and that thought clearly does not sit well with him. Kfu catches his expression and teases him outright. "Aw, worried about me." Of course he is, he shoots back. Getting pushed into a corner means fighting someone way out of your league. That's not strategy, that's a massive gamble with her life. She goes quiet for a second, turning his words over as she stares out at the horizon. But she doesn't back down. This, she tells him, might be her only shot at real freedom. Our guy is wide awake in the middle of the night, replaying the novel in his head. He remembers exactly how this goes. Cannon fodder Lai Yuanyi dies, and Kfu has to fight her way through the 10,000 Beast City tournament with the original male lead watching her back. He remembers every brutal detail, how she pulled off one desperate last-second counterattack to win the match and smash through her limit. This whole city runs 13 towns, and it all funnels right back to this one arena. And the part that really sticks with him is that Kfu comes out of that fight badly hurt. He knows this story like it is tattooed on the back of his hand. That battle scene was written so vividly he can still picture it play by play. And now, in real life, Kfu is dead set on entering that same tournament. He just lies there in the dark, eyes shut, turning the whole thing over in his head. Fine, he decides he will not stop her. He knows how this ends. I know the ending, he tells himself. She won't die. But then the memory of exactly how close she came flashes back, blood and all. He shoots up in bed with a startled yell, that bloody image of Kfu still burned into his mind. Turns out remembering the ending is a lot less comforting when you actually picture the details. Stopping her outright would cost her this shot, and if she has to wait for some other battle to break through later, who knows if that turns out lucky or disastrous. So he talks himself into it. He is going to fully back her play. Except now he is wide awake and annoyed about it. I cannot sleep, he grumbles, ordering his system to swap in a body double so he can sneak off and check on Tingshuang right now. The system practically salutes him. Yes. Q1 very sneaky trip down into the cellar. Tingshuang about jumps out of her skin when he comes climbing down the ladder. Yuanyi, didn't you already head back to the village? She asks. He sits down across from her and admits the truth. He turned back because he was worried about her, and he will not leave again until tomorrow morning. Somewhere off-screen, his system practically short-circuits. Detected, the female villain Deng Tingshuang's affection value is rising sharply. Yes, apparently this is a dating sim now. For a quiet moment they just sit there together, close and comfortable, no words needed. The system dings like a slot machine. Affection up 1 point, 400 bonus reward points. Somewhere, a very smug little chibai Tingshuang is blushing. I'm so happy you're actually worried about me, she admits. He pulls her in close and tells her flat out, of course I'm worried about you, protecting you is my job now. Let's put in a little more effort tonight, okay? She teases. He, meanwhile, is running on fumes after rushing back overnight and has to admit he is completely wiped, promising to properly make it up to her once things calm down. His eyes drift to a glowing item on the shelf while his brain wanders somewhere else entirely. Honestly, it is kind of convenient that a certain someone is out of the picture right now because no brother alive could survive watching this. I'll listen to you, he says. She just about melts, cheeks going pink. Then his whole posture changes. SHH, he hisses, and she goes still with him. Something outside has set off every alarm bell in his head. There's movement outside, he warns. I'll go check it out, Tingshuang says, already moving, blade ready. Her expression shifts, sharp and dangerous, dark power curling to life around her. Blood-red energy lashes out into the night. When it settles, someone is left lying motionless in the wreckage, alone in the dark. They get a closer look and realize exactly who it is. It's a Phoenix tribe woman. Yuan says she's badly hurt. Tingshuang connects the dots fast. Could this be the Phoenix warrior he mentioned before? Do they save her? Yuan is stunned. This is happening way ahead of schedule. It's a long story, I'll fill you in later, he says. Right now let's move, she definitely has people chasing her. Cut to her, Yan Yi, gasping for breath, sprinting through the dark with everything she has left. She staggers on in her torn red and gold robes, breath ragged, clearly running on empty. Meet Yan Yi, warrior of the Phoenix tribe. She collapses against the wall, banged up and bleeding, barely holding herself together. They're going to catch up any second, she pants, fear creeping into her face. Damn it. A sound behind her makes her whip around, blade ready. Who's there? Tingshuang's eyes go wide the moment she spots the pursuer's colors. Dark tribe, somebody flying her own tribe's banner is hunting this girl down. Let's get to the cellar now, Yuan says, already moving to get Yan Yi somewhere safe. Yan Yi tenses, ready to fight, even half dead. The wolf tribe is working with the dark tribe now. What do you people want? Yuan has the answer already loaded from the novel. In that story, the pursuers do not think to double back and search this village for days. They have time, more than anyone here realizes. Tingshuang keeps it simple to save you. Yan Yi is having none of it. I don't need the dark tribe to save me. Yuan wants to help you, so I'm helping you, Tingshuang says, not backing down. Besides, you're in bad shape, stop fighting me and just let me treat you. She grabs hold despite Yan Yi's struggling, crimson power wrapping around her. Then Tingshuang's expression turns dead serious. There's a squad heading straight for this house, she says. Their path is way too clear to be a coincidence. Check out the newest problem child in this story, a captive girl kneeling there, silent, clearly bracing for whatever comes next. In some dim hideout, Lai Yuan kneels face to face with Deng Tingshuang, still dressed head to toe in that red phoenix getup, and he does not waste a second. He wants to know if the people hunting her are an actual threat or just, in his words, glorified butterflies. Tingshuang just leans back, worn out, red dress and all, and lets the question sit there without answering right away. You can see her turning it over in her head, torn between pride and whatever's actually left of her options. One more look in her eyes and there it is, that flicker of resolve pushing through the exhaustion. I am at your disposal, she finally says. That is not a small thing for someone like her to admit. Lai Yuan does not miss a beat. He tells her to take the captive girl down to the cellar and wait there until he gets back. Cut to his other girl, dark-haired and clearly not thrilled, pointing out that this hunting party is at least 15 people strong. 15, that is not a typo. So down they go into the cellar, tucking their secrets away where nobody is supposed to find them. He just shrugs it off. Don't worry, he tells her, I won't do anything I'm not confident about. Famous last words, right? He pulls her in close for a second before heading out and she calls after him, I'll wait for you. Sweet, but also 15 armed guys are still very much a thing. Outside, Lai Yuan moves fast, tucking everyone away out of sight before vanishing into the shadows himself. His face lights up with flickers of system code, and somewhere nearby something half-invisible mutters that whatever is happening is already ahead of schedule. In his head he's spiraling a little, wondering if messing with how this story is supposed to go has consequences he hasn't seen yet, and if some hidden expert is quietly pulling strings against him. Not far off, the squad captain, a guy named Jai Gang, barks at his men to search every single room and corner. His soldiers snap back a quick yes and get moving. Still cloaked and invisible, Lai Yuan tries to remember an area of effect skill he saw once, then just tells his system, doubting, open the shop. Priorities. He drops points on a skill called Soul Slash and a puppet, casually mapping out his whole plan. Puppets take a dozen of them, he says, and he'll punch out the other 5 himself. Piece of cake, apparently. Purchase confirmed, puppet redeemed. Then his system doubting practically short circuits, picking up on another system somewhere close by. Meanwhile, one of the squad members is just done, legs numb, whining about when this Shitianrui guy is finally going to show up. That's when a hooded figure steps into view and the whole squad tenses up. He really came, someone gasps. Under that hood, it's Lai Yuani and he's not messing around anymore. He mutters something about becoming a ruthless assassin to keep this world from falling apart, then orders his puppets to go find their targets. Weapons come up, panic spreads, and the whole squad scrambles to find their assigned opponents. Fists fly and blades clash as the puppets tear into the search squad. Somewhere else entirely, a composed guy in white studies a glowing orb, clearly sensing that something big just kicked off. Back in the fight, the clashes keep coming, puppet against soldier, no one backing down. Then someone stops cold. There's a sound coming from inside, that cellar everyone's hiding in. It might not stay secret much longer. And then the real confrontation hits. Shitianrui spins around, eyes wide. "It's you," he says, finally putting it together. "It's me," Lai Yuani answers flat out. Shitianrui just smirks like he saw this coming from a mile away. And here we go, folks, the villain monologue. Shitianrui goes off about being the real protagonist, insisting he's got some unbeatable male lead halo protecting him. Sure, buddy. He starts cackling, convinced everything rough he's been through was just a test to toughen up the true hero, swearing he is a completely different person now. Cool speech, shame nobody told Lai Yuani to wait for the end of it because he just decks him mid-sentence. Crack. And that's the whole comeback. Shitianrui left dazed with birds circling his head while everyone wonders what he was even rambling about. The dust barely settles and already there are bodies sprawled across the stone ground, casualties from whatever just went down here. One of the attackers gets hauled up for questioning. "Talk, how many waves of people did you send in total?" The guy gets pinned down hard, but he is not exactly in a chatty mood. He is bloodied, defiant, and screaming the world's most classic comeback right in their faces. "Give it up, we disciples of the Phoenix tribe do not talk," bold words for a guy currently losing this argument. Night falls quiet again, at least for a moment, while the group tries to catch its breath. One of the girls tells Yuani she just wants to help stop the bleeding, but her patient flat out refuses to let anyone touch her. Good news, the pursuers outside are cleared out. Bad news, if this squad does not check in on time, the Phoenix tribe sends an even bigger wave next. Some armored tribesman gets right up in Yuani's face, accusing him of cozying up to a demoness of the dark tribe. Yuani is not having it. Her name is Deng Tingshuang, and if she had not stepped in just now, you would already be dead. She saved your life, the least you could do is show her some basic respect. Tingshuang just about melts on the spot. She and her companion share a quiet look, letting the moment settle. Cue the system going absolutely feral. 4 little hearts just popped up. Quick, check the panel. Turns out that whole defend your woman speech landed right on the villain's weak spot. Affection is skyrocketing. Somebody alert dating sim headquarters. Meanwhile, Yuani steals a tender, private moment with Yan Yi against the wall. Tingshuang mumbles a shy sorry, cheeks still burning red. As expected, the system chimes in. Once a female villain hits the late capture stage, 1 casual tease and the whole affection meter just explodes. "You can apply the medicine yourself, right?" he asks, giving her some space. She agrees and the group heads upstairs to let her treat the wound in private. "Call out if you need us," Yuani tells her. Left alone, she grips the medicine bottle tight, trying to hold herself together through the pain. Her mind drifts somewhere darker. Her own people turned on her and now here she is, leaning on outsiders just to survive. "Just what is wrong with this world?" she mutters. Upstairs, Yuani tells Yan Yi not to take that tribesman's attitude to heart. "Some folks just love acting superior. As long as you do not look down on me, I stopped caring what anyone else thinks a long time ago," she says. "Good, that is called refusing mental friction," he says smoothly. She blinks. Friction, what kind of cultivation method is that? Not the flex he thinks it is. Later, a quieter moment. "Being with you, I swear my cultivation and my whole state of mind keep improving," he tells her. "That is because you are just really smart," she teases back. But the mood shifts fast. This place is not safe to stick around in. The pursuers will find their way here eventually. In his head, Yuani is already 3 steps ahead. The actual male lead of this story knows the plot too, and he will leave tracking clues for the Phoenix tribe. They cannot just sit here and wait to get found. So what do we do, she asks, how about? She has an idea. Her parents once hid from enemies in a cave dwelling buried deep in the mountains. It is incredibly remote, even the dark tribe never set foot there. Only problem, there is no food out there. Yuani lights up. This is a hidden spot the original novel never even mentioned. Leave the food and supplies to me as long as it is safe. We will swing back by my old stone cave first, that is how I can find the place. Internally he is sweating bullets. Last time he used the system's teleport he barely covered his tracks, and there is no way they are hiking there on foot, that would take forever. The system pipes up unhelpfully. Warning host, Deng Tingshuang is waiting on your answer. Quit staring blankly or your coolness rating drops. Shut up, I am frantically inventing a lie here. What, you think it is too far, she asks. Cough, no, it is nothing, he lies through his teeth. He cannot exactly admit his trump card is secret teleportation, way too much explaining for one day. Back with the group he takes one long steadying breath. But can she even survive a trek this long in her condition, he wonders, watching her closely. You stay here and keep watch over her, I will head into town for a proper carriage, he says. Rest assured, comes the reply. He pulls her into a tight hug before heading out. Watch your safety and get back here soon. In his head though, he is losing it. When this girl turns on the charm, she is a straight-up enchantress. How is any guy supposed to survive this? Getting stared down by a top-tier female villain like this is doing things to him. No man alive could hold back right now, could he? Bold claim, buddy. She shoves him back, utterly confused by whatever just happened in his head. I am out of here, he announces, bolting straight out into the rain. Internally he is still panicking. If I do not leave right now, I am actually going to turn into an animal. Smooth, real smooth. Phew, that was close, dude nearly loses it right here. Turns out this Tingshuang girl is dangerously good at playing coy, and our boy almost cracked under the pressure. His own system is not letting him off easy either, straight up calling him out. You should have just kissed her, are you impotent or what? Savage much. He fires back some nonsense about starting with affection, stopping at propriety, then quickly changes the subject, asking if there is a carriage for sale. Smooth deflect, buddy. The system pulls up the shop menu, an ordinary 2-horse carriage for 50 points, and he has got 177 banked up. 50 points gone just like that. Dude is basically treating his bounty on Tingshuang like a shopping spree. And just like that he has got his ride. Bye really is his love language whenever there are fresh points burning a hole in his pocket. Carriage secured, so he sends Tingshuang off with a job. Go grab Yan Yi and bring her up. She does not hesitate for a second. And there she is, Yan Yi, golden-haired and marked with a striking red crest on her forehead. New villainess, meet your rescue squad. Yan Yi manages a quiet thank you as Tingshuang helps her along, but Tingshuang is not taking the credit. Do not thank me, she says, thank Yuan Kun, he is the one who insisted on saving you. Yan Yi does not say a word, just watches with a guarded, blushing kind of curiosity. Something about this rescue clearly has her thinking twice. Posing as Yuan Kun, he tells them it is not safe to stick around, they need to relocate before they can even talk about what happened. Tingshuang just nods along, whatever the young master says goes. Cue the charm offensive, he is suddenly all smiles and gentle hands, helping Yan Yi along like the smoothest operator in the room. In her head, Yan Yi is already swooning. This wolf-kin boy is decisive but careful with her, practically a guardian spirit sent to save her sorry self. Yeah, she is falling for it. Under the cover of dusk, their carriage tears off through the forest, horses at a full sprint. He has got one eye on the road and one eye on the clock, worried sick that something has happened to Kfu while he has been away. Time to hustle. Inside the carriage, Yan Yi and Tingshuang settle in for what they think is going to be a long, bumpy ride. He figures at this rate on regular horses they will not get there until the year of the monkey. Good thing he has got a much faster trick up his sleeve, time to run the physical amnesia plan. He hands them some incense, all innocence, this will help your wounds heal, you two get some rest. Real thoughtful guy, right? Ting Shuang's eyes narrow just slightly. Something about that smell is not sitting right with her. Before she can finish the thought, Yan Yi bolts upright in alarm. Wait, there is something wrong with this incense. Too late, her eyes roll back and she goes completely limp, out cold before she can even finish the sentence. He just smirks. Products made by the system are guaranteed high quality, he says before adding the kicker. Now time to witness a miracle. Both women end up slumped together, totally unconscious, with absolutely no idea what is about to happen to them. He turns to his system, doubting. Coordinate teleportation back to the stone cave, no horses required after all. The forest path lights up with streaks of raw energy as the teleportation kicks into gear. In a flash of blue light, the whole carriage, horses, girls, and all, gets swallowed up and yanked clean across the map. Ting Shuang stirs awake, groggy and totally lost. How did I fall asleep? Yan Yi's calm expression cracks into alarm. Enemy attack. That incense just now. The suspicion is finally clicking into place. Both women look around and just about lose it. How could we have arrived so quickly? Yan Yi is fuming now, doing the math out loud. Even the fastest spirit beast could not make this trip in less than half a month, so how has it only been a few hours? She is not buying whatever excuse is coming next either. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Girl is sharp and she knows it. He casually drops the cover story. Turns out it has actually been over 10 days, and that incense must have knocked them both out cold the whole time. When she keeps pushing, he just shrugs it off with a joke about her catching a fever. She is not amused, snapping back that her wounds are basically healed already, so what is his story now? Both of them stop cold, staring at their own bodies in disbelief. Their wounds really are healed completely, no bruises, no scars, nothing. Whatever just happened to them, it was not normal. Tucked away in a hidden cave, Ting Shuang's near-fatal wound has somehow already healed way faster than it should have, and she can't figure out why. What she doesn't know is that someone quietly paid a fortune to speed up her recovery. If she ever found out the real price, her heart would break all over again. Lai Yuanyi watches the girls chew on his cover story, half believing it, half doubting it, which in his book still counts as a win. Standing alone in the rain, he lets out a long sigh as a message flashes across his vision. 80 points gone, spent on a miracle healing pill nobody's supposed to know about. That was his hard-earned wife-saving fund gone in one shot. Somewhere a piggy bank is weeping. Back at the cave, he puts on his best casual voice. Rest up, he says. He's heading to a nearby village for supplies, 2 days tops. They wave him off without suspicion, and quietly the girl guarding Ting Shuang realizes something. She's finally earned enough trust that no one thinks she'd ever abandon her. Before he goes, he presses a finger to his lips. Golden rule, absolutely nobody can know Ting Shuang ever set foot back in this cave. One of the girls swears she'll guard Ting Shuang with her life, which gets shot down instantly by the guard in training herself. Arms crossed, thanks, but she can protect herself just fine. Alone in the woods outside the cave, he finally drops the act for a second. Just him, the trees, and a secret nobody else is carrying. He calls out to his system, lock onto the coordinates, doubting it's time to teleport home. Blue light swallows the forest as the teleport spins up, and just like that, he's gone. He rematerializes right back in Kfu's room like he never left. If only she knew where he'd actually been. Kfu's been sitting with something on her mind this whole time he was gone. There's something she still needs to tell him. The second she spots him, she's on her feet. No word for days, she says. She was worried sick. He scratches his head, all sheepish. An old friend from the wolf tribe dragged him off to catch up. One drink turned into way too many and he passed out cold. She leans in and sniffs him. Yep, checks out, he definitely reeks of alcohol. Good thing he's thorough. He'd splashed some booze on his own clothes beforehand, just to sell the lie. She lets it go with a laugh, warning him that next time she's actually going to be mad, then pulls him into a hug anyway. The two of them settle in for tea, the whole almost caught drama already melting into the background. But she's not quite done. There's something on her mind she needs to bring up with him. He sets his cup down, all ears. What is it? He asks. Just tell him. She hesitates, then finally gets it out. She wants to go and take part in something big. In 3 days, there's an arena tournament kicking off in 10,000 Beast City, and she wants in. His playful expression drops. Turns out this is exactly what's been weighing on his mind, too. He takes her hand, quiet for a moment, and she looks up at him, unsure what's coming next. Whatever he decides, whatever happens, she tells him she's staying right by his side. He pulls her in close, and for a second neither of them says anything at all. She laughs softly against him. Silly, she says, why would she ever say no to this? She means all of it, standing with him through the tournament, through breaking the cursed restriction holding him back, and standing there when he finally settles the score for his parents and his family. All he can manage is a quiet thank you over and over, holding onto her like he means it. The two of them lean in close, the whole weight of the night finally easing off their shoulders. Come morning, it's just the two of them, and he tells her straight he loves her.